that waited on the key. Brandon tucked the ledgers beneath his arm, replaced the bottle, and riding his hand on the small of her back, guided her through the door and out across the deck to where the gangplank awaited. He handed her over the small step onto the plank and stepped up beside her. Their eyes met briefly before he presented his arm, and Heather, taking it and a deep breath, let him lead her down the gangplank. As they descended, a couple separated themselves from the crowd and hurried to meet them. The man was as tall as Brandon, but of a slighter build. There was no mistaking him. He bore a great resemblance to his brother. And the woman, tall, buxom, beautifully blonde, was undoubtedly the fiancée. Her warm brown eyes were filled with happiness, and as the couples drew near, she rushed forward to fling herself upon Brandon and kiss him long and more lovingly than seemed proper for even engaged couples. He bore her affections with arms spread, determined to make no concession to her advances, and cast a glance awry at Heather, who observed the whole thing rather brittly. As her greeting subsided, Louisa looked into his face for a moment, somewhat taken aback by his coolness. Then, seizing his arm, hugged it close to her bosom. Finally, she turned, and her cold appraisal swept Heather. The two women regarded each other for a moment with mutual and immediate hostility. Heather saw before her the well-rounded, experienced woman of the world, at ease with men and determined in her goals, while Louisa viewed a young, exquisitely beautiful girl, barely attaining that full blossom of youth that she herself would soon be yielding. Each woman saw in the other the things she feared most, and in this first moment of meeting, they became enemies. Louisa completed her calculated assessments and turned again to Brandon. "And what's this you've brought back, my darling?" she questioned. "Some poor thing from the streets of London?" Her tone of voice carried the implications home. With discerning eye, Jeff had drawn his own accurate conclusion and smothered a chuckle when Brandon made his reply. "No, Louisa," he said rigidly. "This is my wife, Heather." Louisa gasped as her eyes flew open and would have crumpled had she not still held Brandon's arm. The colour drained from her face and she stared at him open-mouthed. Brandon hurried on, hoping to bypass the storm. "Heather, this is my brother Geoffrey. Jeff, my wife." "Your wife?" Louisa shrieked, regaining her tongue in a fury. "Do you mean to say you married this little bitch?" Ignoring her outburst, Jeff smiled broadly and took Heather's hand into his. He bowed low over it and, straightening, spoke. "I am most pleasured to meet you, Mrs. Birmingham." Heather returned his smile, accepting him as a future ally. "I've looked forward to meeting you, Jeff," she murmured demurely. "Brandon has spoken of you." Jeff cast a doubting eye to his brother. "Well, knowing him, You roving bastard!" Louisa choked, glaring at Brandon. "You left me to twiddle my thumbs around your empty promises while you, the great hunting stud, strolled about the streets of London?" Her clenched fist flashed a large, stoned ring in front of his eyes. "You bade me wait and cool my heels until you sailed this one last time, then you return and gift me with your wife? You present this common slut to take my place after you played the round with my affections? Damn you, you crusty bull! You've pleased your brother fine. He stands there and drools and smirks as if he planned this underhanded act himself." She took a step toward Heather and eyed her coldly. Her voice became a feline mew. "You conniving wench! What brothel did he find you in? Indeed, what cradle? You took the promise of another." She advanced another step as Heather stared at her. "And look, so young, so gentle, So very talented you are. You must have spread yourself upon his bed with glee, you high-flown whore." Louisa drew her arm back to strike, but found it seized in Brandon's hand. He spun her about and caught her by the shoulders, almost lifting her clear of the dock. "Be warned, Louisa," he stated slowly. "She is my wife, and carries my child. I wronged you, true, so wreak your vengeance upon my frame, but never, ever lay one hand upon her head." Louisa's pallor increased, and fear was evident within her eyes. Brandon released her and moved between the two women, but there was no need. Louisa now stood cowed. "Your child?" she wheezed. Her eyes slid past him to Heather and down to the rounded belly, as if noticing it for the first time. She turned away, silently making a vow to revenge herself upon her rival. "Now that we've become the center of attention here at the dock," Jeff grinned, "shall we go to the carriage?" He glanced toward the fair-haired woman. "Louie, old girl, will you be journeying with us to Heart Haven, or shall I tell James to let you off at Oakley?" She turned and gave him an ugly look, then whirled to Brandon again and smiled sweetly. "You must stop at Oakley, darling. I had planned a nice tea for us." She lifted sultry eyes to his. "Of course you will not disappoint me. I do insist." Jeff glanced between them and saw Brandon raise an eyebrow at the woman. Smiling devilishly, the younger brother reached out and pulled Heather from behind Brandon's back and winked at her as he spoke to Louisa. "Tell me, Louie, does that invitation include the rest of the Birminghams, or is it a private affair? I'm sure my sister-in-law is not anxious to be parted long from her husband." Louisa's glance at him shot daggers. "But of course, darling," she cooed sweetly. "You're all invited. I'm sure the child would enjoy some nice warm milk in her condition." Jeff's grin deepened as he reached up to tease the fur of Heather's hat with a finger. "Do you like warm milk, Mrs. Birmingham?" "Yes," she replied softly, smiling up at him. His charm had already won her. "But I really do prefer tea." Jeff turned to Louisa and his eyes gleamed. "I do believe tea would be more fitting after this long voyage. Don't you, my dear?" Louisa fixed him with a venomous glare. "Yes, of course, darling. We must do everything to please your new house guest," she returned, emphasizing what she considered to be a temporary arrangement. "The child may have anything she desires." Jeff laughed softly. "Why, dear Louie, it would seem to me that she already has everything she could desire," he quipped. Louisa spun from him in a huff, and Brandon cast a warning glance to Jeff, who grinned with glee and turned his back and gallantly presented his arm to Heather. "Come, Mrs. Birmingham," he said, "we must be careful of your condition, and I'm sure you'll be much more comfortable in the carriage." As he cleared the way for her through the crowd, he plied her with questions, using again and again the form of address that seemed to irk Louisa so. "Mrs. Birmingham, did you have a good voyage over? The North Sea can be quite boisterous this time of year. Wouldn't you agree, Mrs. Birmingham?" Louisa trailed them, hanging on Brandon's arm. Her eyes were narrowed and her anger seethed anew, for by the time they cleared the mass of people, the air was buzzing with whispered conjectures, and she knew that word would spread like wildfire of Brandon's marriage and her thereby broken engagement. Brandon, who had once strutted with Louisa through this city's streets, now found the woman's clinging nearness burdensome, and he took exception to Jeff's open courting of his wife. But he knew his brother had heartily disapproved of Louisa as a possible sister-in-law, and would play this charade to its end. He concentrated on the small, slender figure of his wife. watching her skirts swing jauntily ahead of him, and his eyes glowed. With great aplomb, Jeff handed Heather into the carriage, and as he pointedly sat beside her, he met his brother's aggravated gaze with a calm and deliberate stare. Brandon assisted Louisa into her seat and took the only place remaining, beside her. She immediately slid close to lean against him and rested her forearm casually on his thigh as if declaring her intimacy with this man. With lips grim in vexation, Brandon crossed his arms and sat stiffly, glancing back and forth at the pair opposite him, wishing for mercy from his brother. Heather looked askance to her husband's lap and the possessive hand that had claimed it, and finally raised her eyes to his face to see his reaction. Her regard was caught by Louisa, and a bland smile twisted the woman's lips. "Tell me, darling," she asked coyly, "did Brandon tell you anything about us?" "Yes, he did," Heather murmured, and before she could enlarge upon the statement, Louisa interrupted, raising an eyebrow mockingly. "But of course he didn't tell you everything about us." She turned to Brandon, smiling coquettishly and blinking her lashes. "Surely you didn't tell her everything, darling. I do hope you didn't go that far." No slap on the face could have hurt so much. A sudden weight fell on Heather's heart at this crude revelation, leaving her stunned. Her eyes dropped in bewilderment, and 1,000 thoughts raced across her brain and crashed together in confusion. She had not thought of this at all, that Brandon and the woman had been lovers. No wonder he was so resentful of their marriage. And though she carried his name and his child, she was the outsider, not Louisa. Hadn't he said before that she was just a servant in his eyes? She bit a trembling lip and smoothed the fur of her muff with a hand that shook, and her dejection was caught by both men. The muscles worked in Brandon's cheek as his jaw tightened. Jeff leaned forward with a somewhat forced smile and anger showing in his eyes. "Regardless of what you say, my darling Louie, our Heather bears the proof of Brandon's devotion." He stared hard into the woman's eyes, and she withdrew a bit from Brandon, slightly miffed at being so put down. Brandon remained silent, content that his brother could keep Louisa in her place. Laying his hand upon Heather's, Jeff gave it a small squeeze in gentle consolation, but she looked away in perplexity to the carriage window, fighting the tears that threatened to come. She saw George approaching the carriage, and somehow she managed a tremulous smile for him when he came to the door. He snatched his wool cap from his head and returned her smile. "Why, lordy, mum, you look grand in all your finery. You seem to make the very sun shine brighter." She nodded her thanks and blessed him with a sweet look. Louisa sat back and watched them half sneeringly. She could not mistake the respect within the servant's gaze as he looked up at his mistress, and she felt a twang of bitter jealousy that this man, so trusted and valued by Brandon, showed to Heather what he had never given to her. Now he even ignored her completely as he turned to Jeff. "And you, sir? You're looking fit to fight a brace of wildcats?" Jeff grinned and gave him word for word. "Why, you barnacle-bottomed old sea-dog, I declare you blind me with your shining head." He clasped the old man's hand heartily, and with the pleasantries exchanged, the servant spoke to Brandon. "We have the trunks loaded on the wagon, Captain, and Luke and Ethan want to get those mules moving before they fall asleep. With your permission, Captain, we'd like to start." Brandon nodded. "Tell James to come and we'll be underway. We'll be dropping Miss Wells at Oakley and possibly spending a few moments there. If you miss us, continue on home." "Aye, Captain," George replied. He gave Louisa a single passive look before stepping away. An elderly Negro came running back a moment later to lift the tether stone into the footboards. He mounted the seat and, clicking his tongue, roused the horses from their dozing in the warm sun and shook them into a lively trot away from the docks. The group within the carriage was silent. Occasional comments were made as an interesting item here and there was pointed out to Heather, and she, trying not to think at all, kept her mind occupied with studying the city as they passed through it. She was astounded by the elegance of the ironwork and masonry, and by the secluded estates that seemed to abound behind tall walls. The journey progressed to Oakley, with no further bickering among the passengers, and as the carriage drew up before the plantation house, Jeff made to rise in continuation of his solicitude of Heather, and met a sturdy elbow which jarred him back into the seat. Brandon rose, and, taking his wife's hand, climbed down and assisted her from the carriage. Their gaze met briefly before she glanced away, and, still holding her hand, he placed it firmly within his arm and led her into the house, leaving Jeff to grudgingly help Louisa down and most reluctantly hold her elbow as they followed. Upon entering, they found that the butler already had Heather's coat and muff, and she was being guided into the drawing-room by her husband, who had placed a possessive hand upon her waist. With a grin, Jeff joined them, leaving Louisa to be assisted by her manservant. Glaring at his back, the woman gave orders for tea and some small hors d'oeuvres to be served, then followed. Brandon had seated Heather in a corner of the settee and was close beside her, with his arm behind her on the back of the sofa, leaving no room for his brother to further intervene. Jeff was anything but displeased with the situation, having succeeded in goading Brandon into providing his wife's protection, and he stood before them, exchanging idle chatter about the sea voyage. As she went to the bar, Louisa directed a question to Brandon. "The usual, darling? I know just how you like it," she said smugly. Heather folded her hands in her lap and looked down at them, not feeling particularly witty at the moment. Louisa sought to set the spur deeper as she prepared the drink. "You have much to learn about your husband, my dear. He's most touchy in his tastes." She looked pointedly at Heather. "He prefers his drinks to be blended smoothly, and this takes some experience. I could teach you much about his dislikes." She smiled knowingly. "And his pleasures." Jeff joined the conversation uninvited. "You do have much to teach, Louie, darling, but nothing I would think appropriate to a young wife." She glowered at him and went to give Brandon his drink, standing behind the seated couple, where she could stare down at Heather without having to meet her eyes. Geoffrey replaced her at the bar and poured himself a liberal drink of bourbon from her stock. "It will take a great deal of experience to make your husband happy," Louisa purred. "I know that well. Such a pity you're so young and unknowing." Brandon's hand moved to Heather's shoulder, and with his thumb he lightly traced her jawline and gently caressed her ear. Rather bewildered by his attentiveness to her in front of the woman, Heather lifted her eyes to his face. The soft fur of her hat brushed his hand, and he fingered it lightly. From Louisa's viewpoint, it seemed a very loving exchange. She scowled down at them, stricken with jealousy, and she longed to pull them apart. She raised her eyes to find Jeff's gaze fixed upon her. He smiled mockingly and nodded briefly, lifting his glass as if in toast, then sipped it slowly. A young negress entered, whom Brandon greeted as Lulu. She served the refreshments. Louisa seated herself before them in a chair to continue her badgering, and raised an eyebrow at Heather as the younger girl stirred her tea. "Tell me, darling, how long have you known Brandon?" The cup rattled on the saucer, betraying her discomposure, and Heather quickly put them down on the table beside her and folded her trembling hands in her lap. Brandon slid a large hand over hers and squeezed them reassuringly. She raised her eyes to the woman. I met him the first night he was in London, Miss Wells, she murmured. Louisa studied her, letting her eyelids fall lazily over her brown eyes. Her lips twisted in a shallow smile. So soon? But of course it must have been. How else could you be so far along with child? How long have you been married? Brandon smiled slightly at his former fiancée as he moved his hand on Heather's shoulder, drawing her closer. Long enough, Louisa. The woman glanced from one to the other and thought Heather looked a little pale. She went on, directing her questions to her. But however did you meet him, darling? I would have thought it extremely difficult for a well-bred English girl to meet a Yankee sea captain. She raised an eyebrow, stressing the words well-bred as if she really doubted the fact. Brandon regarded Louisa somewhat coldly for a moment. Then again, a small one-sided smile appeared, and he answered calmly. Heather and I came together through the efforts of Lord Hampton, Louisa, a very good friend of my wife's. He wanted us to meet, and threatened me with dire consequences if I refused him. He is what you would call a matchmaker of sorts. Very willful old gentleman. Heather turned toward Brandon. He told no lie, yet made it all seem so completely proper, saving her the pain of having them know the more embarrassing facts. She smiled at him, pleased with his answer, and as if the baby realized her pleasure, it moved strongly and abruptly. Her eye widened in surprise, and she knew Brandon had felt it also, when his smile broadened into a grin. He bent over her, and his lips brushed her ear, causing every nerve in her body to tingle. Hardy little rascal, isn't he sweet? He murmured softly. Louisa was upset over Brandon's display toward his wife. What did you say, Brandon? She questioned in a rather demanding tone. It appears, Louis, Jeff grinned, that it is none of our business, but I think their child approves of the match. The remark was lost upon Louisa. She looked in confusion between the two men who exchanged amused glances in brotherly communication. It was not the first time their wit had flown over her head, and it maddened her to be left out, especially now when that intruding chit of a girl seemed to know what her brother-in-law meant. But she could handle her. Brandon, darling, would you care for another drink? Louisa asked. He declined, and the woman now looked to Heather. I hope you don't mind if I call your husband by his given name, my dear. After all, I've known him so long, it doesn't seem right to call him anything else. And we were to be married, remember? Heather turned her smile on Louisa, feeling some confidence now. I see no reason why you should not remain on friendly terms with the family, Miss Wells, she replied softly. And please feel free to call upon us any time you desire. Jeff chuckled with delight. Well, Louis, I do believe the girl can teach you something of the good grace of a sincere hostess. Too bad you can't appreciate the lessons. Louisa jerked upright and glared at him. Will you please keep your dirty mouth shut and refrain from showing what a clod you are? She spat. Brandon laughed softly as he caressed his wife's shoulder. My dear brother, you'll be fighting for your life if you continue with this madness. Have you forgotten Louisa's temper? No, Brandon, Jeff grinned, but apparently you have. If you continue fondling your wife in front of Louis, you'll find that you're the one clawed. The older brother chuckled good-naturedly and almost sorrowfully withdrew his arm from around Heather, then rose. We really must be going, Louisa. The voyage was most tiresome for Heather, and she's anxious to get settled. I, too, am eager to get home. He thanked her for the refreshments, and then, giving Heather his hand, assisted her from the settee as Jeff drained his glass. In the hall, he helped his wife on with her coat and held her muff as she fastened the garment. Louisa watched his attentions with a sick feeling, knowing she had been preempted in this affair of the heart. She followed them out, at a loss for words to further torment the young wife. Brandon handed Heather into the waiting carriage and said a polite farewell as Jeff climbed in and took a seat opposite his sister-in-law, leaving the space at her side for Brandon. As the carriage rolled away, Louisa stood alone upon the veranda in the lengthening shadows of the late afternoon and watched them go. Once upon the road, Jeff and Brandon conversed with an easy camaraderie, and it soon became apparent that these two brothers understood each other with a clarity not found in normal friendships. As the matched pair of horses clip-clopped along through the quiet afternoon, they renewed the companionship of a lifetime. Brandon pointed out to Heather a large squared stone that marked the boundary of his property, and she strained to catch some sight of the house from the carriage windows. Seeing nothing but endless forests, she drew her bewildered gaze within to find Jeff wearing an amused smile. "It will be some time yet before we arrive," he informed her. "We have nearly 2 miles to go." She turned to Brandon with blue eyes wide. "Do you mean you own all of this?" she asked, gesturing outside. Brandon nodded slowly, and Jeff grinned. "You just didn't realize what you were letting yourself in for when you married a Birmingham, little sister." Suddenly Brandon pointed. "That's Heart Haven." She followed his finger, leaning against him to see, but could glimpse only a slight haze of smoke rising above the treetops some distance from the road. Above the clatter of wheels and hooves, she could hear the sound of happy voices. They approached a lane lined with huge live oaks, from which grey streamers of Spanish moss hung swaying. The carriage turned into the lane, and she gasped, for at its far end stood a house the likes of which she had never seen before. Huge Doric columns held a roof level with the tops of the oaks and supported a wide veranda for the second floor. From the centre of this veranda hung the huge antlers of some great buck of the forests. Both brothers sat smiling at her astonishment, and she realized that here was the place she would raise the child she had within her, and, with great hopes, many more. She leaned back, now filled with a calm contentment and a new trust in the future. Chapter 7. 2 small Negro children were playing in the dust in front of the house as the carriage jolted to a halt. At the first sight of Brandon's face, they scurried away, leaving a few moments of dead silence. Only an occasional sound of a voice in the distance broke the quiet. A child's giggle was heard from the corner of the house, and another came from the other end of the porch. There was a loud shh, and then a whole chorus of giggles. From the back of the house sounded a youngster's strident voice. "Mr. Brandon's here. He done come home." Then from an older female throat, "Lordy me, that boy's finally got home." Footsteps pounded through the house, coming toward the front. Children began to filter out from every crack and from behind every bush until more than a score stood goggling at the carriage. The front door flew open, and a more than ample negress strolled onto the porch, wiping her hands on her apron. She squinted into the carriage. "Lordy me, Mr. Jeff, what you bother bringing that waterfront trash home with you for?" Brandon swung open the carriage door and jumped down, grinning broadly. "Howdy, you old hound dog. One of these days I'm going to twist your tail proper." The woman cackled gleefully and rushed to meet him, arms held wide, and Brandon swept her into a hearty embrace, squeezing her tightly as he laughed. When he released her, she let out her breath with a woof. "Ooh-wee, Mr. Bran, you ain't getting no weaker. You gonna crack my ribs for sure one of these days." She peered past him into the carriage. "Who that in there with you, Mr. Jeff? You trying to hide somebody from old Hattie? You just bring her out here and let me look at her, so I can see what Mr. Brandon gone and got for himself this time. Last time, he brought that big old bull Bartholomew home with him, but it sure don't look like no bull this time, and I can see it ain't Miss Louisa." As she spoke, Jeff rose and got out of the carriage and turned to help Heather down. With hardly a pause, Hattie continued her chatter. "Hurry up, Mr. Jeff," she directed impatiently. "Get her down here so I can see her, and get out of the way, boy. You always was a clumsy one for your age." Jeff moved aside, a merry twinkle lighting his eyes, and let the old negress have her first look at Heather. Hattie's eyes roamed across Heather's face, and she smiled with satisfaction. "Why, she ain't hardly more'n a child. Where'd you find something this sweet, Mr. Bran?" She grew serious as her gaze fell to Heather's stomach, and she turned to Brandon with eyes deep and troubled, having no doubt that he was to blame. Dropping his given name, she inquired with a raised eyebrow. "Mr. Birmingham, you gonna marry this child? She needs you more'n Miss Louisa. Your poor mother would turn over in her grave you didn't do right by this girl." Brandon grinned at the old woman. "I took care of that in London, Hattie. This is my wife, Heather." Her big, broad, toothy smile reappeared, and her eyes lit up. "Oh, lordy me, Mr. Bran," she cried happily. "You done stopped your tomfoolery and got us a new Mrs. Birmingham for Hearthaven. And now we gonna have babies in this house. Lots and lots of babies. It's about time. Yes, sir, you sure took your time and scared us plenty with that other woman, giving my old heart a hard time. I almost gave this family up." She turned to Heather, beaming brightly, and put her hands on broad hips. "Mrs. Birmingham," she grinned. "The name sure fits. Ain't nobody what got the good looks like the Birminghams. You is pretty as a peach, child, and such a little slip of a flower." She gave no time for replies and took her smiling mistress by the hand. "Come with me, you little sweet honey. Don't let these men folk keep you standing out here in the dust no longer, and in your condition." She cast a shaming eye to Brandon. "Traveling all that way on a little boat, with nothing but men to take care of you, you must be plumb tuckered. But don't you worry none, Miss Heather. You is here with old Hattie now, and you is gonna be took care of proper. We get you out of them traveling clothes and get you nice and comfortable. That's a long ride from Charleston for you and the baby. You gonna need your rest before supper is ready." Heather looked over her shoulder at Brandon in complete helplessness as the woman drew her past him and laughed gaily. Hattie gave rapid orders to two young girls they passed. "You get yourself out back and get some water for the Mrs. Bath, and don't dilly-dally. You hear?" Jeff guffawed, leaning against the carriage in his glee. Brandon shook his head and chuckled. "That old woman," he muttered. "She hasn't changed one bit." "You tell George and Luke to get the missus' trunks upstairs fast when they get here," Hattie ordered back over her shoulder. "Those mules sure take their time." The front door slammed behind her, and Heather found herself in an enormous hall that smelled nicely of beeswax, where the floors shone with a soft velvety sheen under her feet, and not one speck of dust could be seen. A large, curving stairway led to the second floor, and some pieces of furniture occupied the room, elegant in the Rococo manner and bright and fresh in colour. Yellow and royal blue velvets and multicoloured brocades were used in upholstering, and the light blue walls were clean and spotless. Heather gazed around her with wide eyes, and Hattie, seeing her interest in the house, made a detour through double doors into the drawing-room, never ceasing her chatter. She pointed to a portrait over the fireplace of a man looking a great deal like Brandon and Jeff, but with dark eyes and a much sterner line of face. "That's the old master. He and the missus built this house." In this room, the walls were covered with a mustard flocking with a cream background, and velvet of the darker hue was draped over windows with soft silk draperies crisscrossed beneath. French doors led onto the porch, and the woodwork was a warm grey magnolia wood. Fresh green silk covered the settee, and there were Louis XV chairs of light blue and of mustard. A luxurious cream and pale gold Aubusson carpet covered the floor, and a bombe Louis XV commode took its place of honour between a pair of cane-backed chairs of the same era, with a gilt Chippendale mirror above the piece, complementing the beauty of the commode. A tall, elegant French secretary stood by double doors leading into the dining room, through which they passed. As in the rooms before, this was decorated in the Rococo manner. A long dining table dominated the room, and a crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly above it. Heather stared agog at the splendid furnishings, and Hattie chuckled with pride as she pulled her along again into the central hall and up the stairs. "Where you from, Miss Heather?" the woman continued, but she gave her mistress no chance to reply. "You must be from that place London. Did Mr. Brand meet you there? He sure do get around, that boy. We got a nice fire in his room to take the chill off it, and your bath will be up here shortly. We'll have you nice and comfortable in just a little while." The negress turned at the top of the stairs and led the way to the master bedroom, a large room occupied by a huge four-poster canopied bed with the family crest carved into the headboard and yards of mosquito netting tied to the posters. It was a warm and cheery room, and Heather immediately felt content. It seemed a place where she belonged, and as she went to stand beside the bed, her heart pounded a little faster as she thought of the coming night when her husband and she would again share a bed. Then a thought flashed through her mind, that this was where she would give birth to their child when the time came, and where others would be created, if there were to be others. The bath was readied, and as Hattie helped her undress, Heather's eyes fell on a gilt-framed miniature portrait of a woman on the dressing table. She picked it up in curiosity and stared at it. The green eyes unmistakably declared her heritage to Brandon, and the smile carried a hint of Jeff's perpetual gaiety. Neither the light brown hair nor the small face resembled anyone she had ever seen before. But the eyes. Oh, the eyes. "That's Miss Kathlen," Hattie beamed proudly. "The master's mamma. She was a little sweet thing like you. But Lordy, she sure run this house. She had a way with her that made those two young bucks she bore and their pa bend over backward to do for her, and if those boys did something they not supposed to, she'd just speak soft to them and they'd go crawling under the front porch. But they don't know she run this house and them. Leastwise, if they did, they liked it that way, 'cause there never was no complaining. She was soft and all honey, and she loved the old master and her boys like there wasn't no others in the world like them. Now the master, he was something else. He was so contrary and ornery. He could have fought the war alone and won. Mr. Brand's just like him. He's so contrary he'd spite himself. And proud. Lordy, ain't nobody like him. I done thought that Miss Louisa caught Mr. Bran for sure, but that would have been bad trouble. He'd have killed her before too long." Heather glanced up at the woman in surprise. "Why do you say that, Hattie?" The negress pursed her lips. "Master says I talk too much," she replied, rolling her eyes, and she hurried off to find bath oil for the water. Heather sat perplexed. Her curiosity was aroused now, but the negress seemed, for the moment at least, to have run out of words. A shout and an angry whinny from outside caught her attention, and she went to the window to see Brandon astride a black horse which pranced and snorted and wasn't at all pleased to be mounted. Jeff stood aside, watching his brother battle the horse for control, and Hattie joined Heather at the window to view the scene below. Angry under the bridle and spurs, the animal reared and lunged, throwing up great clods of dirt with his hooves. But Brandon carried a heavy riding crop with the butt forward, and each time the animal tried to rear, he struck him smartly between the ears with the heavy end. Finally, the raging beast began to run in frustration. Brandon shortened the reins and even then forced his commands upon the horse. He ran him around the pasture until the steaming, sweating beast condescended to stand, shivering and subdued by the gate. Hattie shook her head. "That old horse, there ain't but Master Bran can ride him, and he's sure feeling this cool weather and all that corn he's been eating. The master has to break him all over again every time he comes back." As Jeff opened the gate to let the horse and rider out, Heather stepped closer to the window, pushing the curtain aside so she could watch them ride away. Man and beast faced the house for a moment, and Brandon looked up to see her standing there in her shift, gazing down at him. The mount pawed the dirt and champed at the reins, impatient now to be gone. But his master held him tight, distracted with the view at the window. When Brandon made no move to go through the gate, Jeff turned and followed his gaze upward. Heather drew back for modesty's sake and dropped the curtain, and Brandon's attention returned once more to the horse. In a flurry of hooves, the animal charged through the open gate and took off in full stride, stretching his powerful muscles in magnificent anger. Brandon shook out the reins and let him run, enjoying again the rhythmic surge of the great steed beneath him. "Come on, honey child," Hattie urged. "Your bath is ready, and it's going to get cold if we stand here much longer. The master knows how to ride old Leopold, so there ain't no use fretting." Heather soaked in the bath, while Hattie hustled George and Luke up the stairs and into the room next door with the trunks and began unpacking them, putting the clothes away in the master bedroom. From the assortment of gowns, she selected one of mauve velvet for her mistress to wear and spread it carefully upon the huge bed. "Is this dress all right, Miss Heather? It sure is pretty. Master Bran will like it. Did he buy all them clothes for you? He sure takes care of his own, that man." Heather smiled and let the woman ramble. She had already realized that Hattie continued on and, with conjectures in most cases, answered her own questions with amazing accuracy. The negress came to the tub with a huge towel spread to encompass her young mistress. "Stand your little self up here and let old Hattie dry you off, child," she directed. "Then I'll give you a good rubbing with some rose oil, and you can rest a little before supper. Master Bran'll be wanting his bath when he gets back." Some moments later, Hattie closed the door quietly behind her and left a drowsy Heather lying across the bed, a soft, downy quilt spread over her. It was deep dusk when she woke and stirred, and the negress, somehow sensing her awakening, came to help her dress for dinner. "You sure got pretty hair, child," she said, smiling broadly as she brushed its lustrous length slowly. "I suspect the master's strutting proud of it." And under her breath she added, "That Miss Louisa don't hold no candle to this at all." A moment later, Heather heard Brandon's footsteps in the hall, and Hattie's hands flew in frenzied haste to finish the task of combing her hair. "Lordy me, Master Brand's home and I ain't got you near ready." The door opened and Brandon walked in, carrying his coat slung over his shoulder. His face was still red from the ride and he was slightly breathless. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I's gonna have her ready in just a minute," Hattie hurriedly assured him. He laughed softly as his eyes fixed on Heather sitting before the mirror in her shift. "Don't let yourself fly to pieces, Hattie. You're going to drive yourself into a fit." Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's no rest for the wicked," she grinned. Brandon dropped his coat in a chair and began unbuttoning his waistcoat as the old negress piled Heather's hair on top of her head and tied it loosely in place with a ribbon. He watched with a warm, appreciative gaze as she helped Heather into the gown, but when the negress reached up to fasten the back, he moved to them. "Here, Hattie, I'll do that. You go see about my bath." "Yes, sir, Master Bran," she chuckled and shuffled out. He took the back of the dress in hand and slowly and deliberately fastened it, taking exceptional care that each hook was secured. With his nearness, Heather was aware of the masculine smell of horses and sweaty leather. At the top of her gown, his hand seemed to linger, and he lowered his head until his face brushed her hair, and he inhaled its sweet fragrance. Heather stood with eyes half closed, hearing him, smelling him, feeling him, afraid to move lest she break the spell of the moment. But Hattie's voice came from the stairwell. "Now get that water up there. Master Brandon is waiting for his bath." Heather turned to face her husband, but he had already stepped back and was unbuttoning his shirt. Hattie opened the door to allow several boys in with buckets of steaming water. They filled the tub and were quickly ushered out by the anxious old woman. The negress paused at the door and turned to inquire, "Is that all you'll be wanting right now?" "Aye," he replied, beginning to peel his breeches off, and Hattie fled, closing the door behind her. Heather readied his towel and clothes, and with a discreet gaze watched him as he finished undressing, admiring with smoky eyes the long, sinewy muscles of his body, the narrow hips and the broad shoulders. She was suddenly filled with a possessive pride, knowing that he was hers, and no other woman had a right to claim him, not even Louisa. She went to the bed and sat on its edge to put on her stockings and shoes as he got into the tub. When she lifted her skirts above her knees, Brandon turned his attention on her and lathered soap idly over his chest as he admired her slender legs. "Has Hattie shown you the house yet?" he inquired, watching her fasten a frilly garter around her thigh. She shook her head. "No," she replied happily, "only the drawing-room and dining-room, but I'm anxious to see the rest. I never thought the house would be so grand, nor half so beautiful." And with a delightful giggle she added, "I imagined we'd be living in a cottage. You didn't tell me we'd be living in a mansion." Brandon grinned as she stood up and dropped her skirts, smoothing them down. "You didn't ask, sweet." She laughed, passing the tub, and reached out and flicked her fingers through the water, splashing it on his chest. "Hurry up, please, Brandon. I'm starving." Brandon was shugging into a waistcoat when a giggling in the next room caught their attention. "Lordy me! "What's this?" Hattie's voice came through the door. "I ain't never seen nothing like this before." Brandon opened the door, and Heather came to his side to peer into the other room at Hattie, who stood holding up a pair of the quilted pantalettes. She glanced at Brandon as they came into the room and raised her eyebrow. "Master Bran, these things yours?" she questioned. "They sure got pretty lace on them." Heather threw a hand over her mouth and tried to suppress a burst of giggles. "They're way too little for you, master. What you buy these for?" Her eyes grew wide suddenly as she shifted the pantalettes around before Heather. "These yours, Miss Heather?" she asked incredulously. "I'll have you know, Hattie, I had those made especially for my wife to keep her warm," Brandon informed her with a grin. "The North Atlantic during the winter is no place for a woman to be sashaying around with nothing beneath her skirts." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir," the negress agreed with a snigger. Brandon chuckled and shook his head. "Hattie, get out of here. Go see how close supper is to being ready. Your mistress is about to collapse from hunger." The woman grinned broadly. "Yes, sir, Master Bran." She hurried out, and Heather roamed into the room and wandered about, touching the bed curiously and lightly running her fingers over a chair. Brandon watched her intently as he buttoned his waistcoat. "This was a sitting room, but my mother had the bed put in here after I was born. She didn't like disturbing my father the few times Jeff and I were ill, so she stayed in here when we needed her. The nursery is next door." His eyes followed her slender form about the room as she familiarized herself with each item in it, and within him an urge began to grow. An urge to take her to him, to caress those shining locks. Her attention was drawn to the bed and its hand-sewn coverlet, and he moved to stand close behind her, almost taking her into his arms then. But he paused. What if here again she would resist him, fight him? If met with violence, he might conceivably injure the child or her. His mind reeled with the nearness of her, the smell of her, the soft, curling tresses before him. He could not force her again. He would not fight her or make her bend to him. She must come willingly. "A choice," he thought. "This room or mine. This lonely bed or sharing my attentions. I'll let her make the choice." He cleared his throat. "This bed," he began, "this room. It is yours, if you want it so, Heather." He paused, fumbling for words in his own inept confusion, and Heather froze. A pain seized her chest as if a dagger had been driven between her shoulder blades. "My God," she thought, "he stands so close and hates me so. He cannot bear to let me share his bed. Now that he is home and can take up his life with Louisa again, he will put me aside and forget that I even exist." Tears came to her eyes as she thought of her hopes for a happy, normal life with him. She leaned forward in dismay and smoothed the coverlet. "It's a nice bed," she murmured. "And the room is handy to the nursery. I suppose it would be the best place for me." Brandon's shoulders slumped wearily. "I'll tell Hattie to move your clothes back." He sighed and turned, and went back into his room. He closed the door and leaned against it in weak frustration, now angry with himself for having brought the subject up. He cursed himself beneath his breath. "You fool, you gibbering baboon, you blithering idiot. You could have introduced her to your house and to your bed and pressed the issue home without ever opening your mouth." He strode angrily to the table, which held a bottle of brandy, and poured himself a more than hearty drop, then stood staring at the glass in his hand. You would have to play the gallant and let her choose. He downed the fiery brandy in a gulp, not tasting its mellow age. So bear the winter's cold alone, you simpleton. He slammed down the glass and, snatching up his coat, fled angrily from the room. He met Hattie in the hallway and growled at her. Mrs. Birmingham has decided she prefers the other room. See that her clothes are taken out of my room before I return. Amazed at his extreme change of mood, the negress stared at him with her mouth open. She muttered an obedient answer as he stormed past her and watched him descend the stairs. Shaking her head at his foul temper, she opened the sitting-room door and found Heather perched on the edge of the bed with tears streaming down her face. The girl quickly turned her back and brushed at her cheeks as she came in. "You sure do look pretty, honey child," Hattie softly assured her mistress. "Master Jeff is chomping at the bit, waiting for you to come down. He declares if his brother don't be careful, he's gonna swipe you right from under his nose." Managing a tremulous smile, Heather straightened her back and turned to the old woman. Hattie's brown eyes searched her young mistress's face for a moment and reflected the pain she saw, but she hurried on in cheerful tone, seeking to allay the sorrow. "Now you get that pretty face freshened and go get something to eat. That baby is going to starve before long if you don't." Hattie's chatter dispelled Heather's gloom to some degree, and she felt her spirits respond to the servant's endless gift of gab. A few moments later she entered the drawing-room, and Jeff quickly rose from his chair and greeted her with a bouquet of compliments. As he took her hand in his, she glanced uncertainly at Brandon, but he had his back turned and looked sternly unapproachable. Jeff bowed low over her hand as if she bore the royal crown, and she dragged her eyes from her husband and smiled, determined to appear gay. She would not give her husband the pleasure of seeing her disturbed by being set from his room. "Ah, my Lady Heather, your beauty bursts upon this soul as does the open tide of spring upon the forests." Jeff sighed, flamboyant in his praise, having had several bourbons during his somewhat lengthy wait. "You are as tender to my sight and taste as the first plump berry of the summer." She curtsied and answered his inane prattle. "Why, sir, your appetite is showing. Perhaps this late supper has done you ill. Of course you seek the food and would cover my ugliness with your gentle words." He started back as if sorely insulted. "Oh, most precious sister, you do me deepest hurt, for in this boorish bachelor wilderness the very sight of you dispels all thought of nourishment from me." "Most gallant knight," she sighed as if consoling him, "your simple words of kindness are most dear to hear." She turned a hand toward Brandon. "But yonder stands the darkest dragon of them all, and I fear that he would gobble you all for a morsel." "Oh, nay, kind sir," she put up a hand as if to stop him, "I fear more staple goods we must soon dine upon, or face that cruel beast that would digest us both." She laughed gaily at their idiotic playing, and Jeff chortled. Then, prancing like a jester, poured a glass of light wine at the bar and brought it to her. "Begging join us, m'lady, we've both progressed too far for sober pleasure." Brandon turned, his temper little improved at having been made the butt of their game, and commented caustically to the room in general, "It's not enough that I'm beset by worries of my own, but I'm gifted with an idiot brother who would be better playing the buffoon in a travelling troupe, and a simple-minded wife whose temerity is exceeded only by her ability to mock me. At any time you two have had your fill of childish games, I would appreciate it if we could get on with the meal. My hunger aggravates me more than my need for such witty entertainment." Jeff chuckled as he offered Heather his arm. "Methinks my surly brother is sorely vexed with us, m'lady. He needs be humoured, wouldn't you say?" Heather glanced over her shoulder at her husband, who stood staring at her, and lifted her nose into the air. "Oh, indeed, dear brother. He needs be humoured much. You see, the gay bachelor he is nevermore, but is burdened instead with wife and she with child. It would vex many a man to find himself thus tethered." Brandon scowled at her, but she turned back to Jeff with a bright, beguiling smile and tossed her head coquettishly, making her loose ringlets dance. "Now we must, sweet brother, find a wife for thee, so you may be as grave as he, and sit and mope without a hint of glee. Wouldn't it test your good humour to find yourself so?" Jeff threw back his head and laughed heartily. "With anyone but thee, dear sister, I would be so," he grinned. "Therefore I must wait until they make a replica, and thus might keep my charming nature." They laughed together, and Jeff swept her through the French doors into the dining room. There, the long table was formally set, Brandon's place at the head, Heather's at the foot, 2 crystal candelabras between them, and Jeff's place at the middle. The light-hearted brother seated Heather at her place, then stood beside her, frowning at the distance between their services. Brandon waited at his chair for his brother to assume his place, but Jeff still stood, and frowned, and stroked his chin. "Dear brother, you may have some penchant for loneliness, but I for one am most friendly and cannot bear to see my tender sister dine alone." Smiling happily, he seized his service, plate and goblet, and moved them close to Heather's left. Brandon glared at him a moment, then sighed heavily, and, relenting to their gaiety, joined the group. The meal progressed more informally, and their gay and constant chatter lightened his mood somewhat. The servants swept the last dishes away and poured a cordial glass for each now sated diner. Heather sat back and sighed, having done some noble justice to the food, and now felt the weight of it upon her stomach. A drowsiness began to dull her senses, and she had a need to stretch and exercise a bit. Brandon rose and came to slide her chair back from the table, and they went to the drawing-room where he and Jeff began to trim long green cigars, but she grew uncomfortable on the settee and felt the need for fresh air. "Brandon," she murmured, "I fear that wonderful food has made it seem stuffy in here. If it is permissible, I'd like to walk outside." He replied with an affirmative answer, glancing down at her rounded belly, then stepped to the door to call for a servant and bade him fetch a wrap for the mistress. When the young boy returned, Brandon placed the shawl snugly about her shoulders and accompanied her to the front door. He opened it and made as if to follow her out, but she turned and placed a hand lightly upon his chest. "No," she murmured. "I know that you and Jeff have much to talk about. I won't be long, only a few breaths of fresh air." He seemed reluctant to let her go without him, but finally consented. "Don't venture too far from the house." With a nod, she turned and walked to the edge of the porch as he closed the door and went back to the drawing-room. It was a beautiful evening, cool and brisk, with small white fluffs of clouds drifting across a brilliant starry sky. Under the full moon, the great live oaks with their hanging moss seemed to stand like grey sentinels. The air hung still and quiet, no breeze stirring, and small night sounds drifted from the forest. A few lights shone from the servants' quarters, and an occasional voice drifted up. She descended the steps and put her foot upon the cool, damp grass and strolled slowly out beneath the great trees, watching their branches stalk across the moon. My first night here, and yet I feel an odd, delicious oneness with this land. It's so immense, so vast beyond my wildest dreams. a great wide space to let my heart run free and never know again the mean toil of a drudge. She turned and looked back toward the house. It seemed to be silently watching her, contemplating her, not menacingly, but as if to see what sort of mistress she might prove. Its countenance seemed to soften, and in her thoughts it became a home to raise my children in, a haven, a comforting place. "Oh, great white house," she murmured, "please let me find happiness here. Let me bring my children into life within your walls. Make my husband proud of me, and may I bring no shadows to fall before your doors." A great relief came over her, as if a burden had been lifted, and she began to hurry back to its warmth, feeling now its kin and a strange companionship. She entered the house again, opening and closing the door behind her quietly, not wishing to disturb the men. As she removed the shawl, she heard Jeff's voice from the drawing-room, raised in anger at his brother. "Why, pray, did you go back there this afternoon? Damn it, you saw how the bitch treated Heather. She wasted no time in letting her know how it was between you two before you left. She was out for blood, Heather's blood, and she sank her claws in as deep as she could." "Is it so unreasonable for you, dear brother," Brandon growled, "to believe that Louisa might have suffered a considerable shock this afternoon when, expecting to meet me as her returning fiancée, she was introduced to my wife? She did not have it easy, and we were not the most gallant of gentlemen. The news of my marriage could have been broken a little gentler to her. I'm not too pleased with myself for having done her that way. I did treat her rather badly." Heather stood in indecision, not knowing whether to turn and flee outside once again or hasten across the foyer to the stairs. She felt some sinking of her heart as she thought of Brandon alone with Louisa. "Ah, hell, Bran. Do you think she played the pure virgin while you were gone? She made the rounds as if it were her last days on earth, and your friends can vouch for that." Silence answered him, and Jeff laughed shortly. "Don't look so surprised, Bran. Do you think she'd go that long without a man? Sure, she considers you the best stud around, but while the stallion is away, do you think that mare is going to go without her pleasures? And you might as well know now, since you're going to have to pay them anyway, she ran up quite a few debts in town in the name of the future Mrs. Birmingham. The merchants came to me with their bills to verify that you were marrying her, and you'll find she spent more than £500 in your name." £500? Brandon cried. "What the hell did she do?" Jeff laughed, as if amused. "She purchased jewelry, clothes, everything you can imagine, then had Oakley refurbished on top of it. I'll wager she's the most expensive piece of tart you've come across in your lifetime. She's not the least bit frugal, as you know. If she were, she'd have had a life of ease with the money her father left her. But she ran that through in less time than it takes to skin a rabbit, and let her plantation run into the ground while she went into debt. She was licking her lips in anticipation of your money." As he finished talking, Jeff strode across the room to refill his glass, and in passing the doorway, saw Heather standing without, now sheepishly holding the shawl. He stopped and looked at her, and her cheeks pinkened at having been caught eavesdropping. She shrugged her shoulders nervously. I'm sorry," she stuttered. "It was chilly outside, and I just wanted to go to my bedroom." Brandon came to the door beside his brother, and she blushed even deeper. And now, in complete confusion, she clutched the shawl to her, hurried across the foyer, and fled up the stairs. Brandon stepped into the hallway and watched her hasty ascent. When he turned, there was a scowl upon his face, and Jeff raised an eyebrow in wonder at his turn of mood. Brandon gulped the remainder of his drink and stalked to the bar to pour himself another, and treated it the same. Jeff observed his mounting agitation with a quizzical gaze, amazed to see him so abuse fine brandy. Brandon splashed more liquor into the snifter and, seizing it with something of a vengeance, turned. And Jeff watched him with growing concern. Usually, his brother had the good grace to enjoy his drink, but he seemed now completely out of sorts and treated the brandy as some strong balm to ward off evil spirits. "Offhand, I would say married life doesn't agree with you, Bran," he commented slowly. "I've seen you less upset with a reluctant whore, and I fail to see your problem. You watch your wife like a stud who smells a mare in heat, and dote upon her every move. Yet when she turns to face you, you act the husband scorned or greatly wronged. You seem afraid to touch her, and still I've seen you maul the best. And hell, what's this I hear of separate bedrooms?" He saw his brother wince and send this drink to join the rest. "Have you lost your wits? She's pleasing to the eye, damned beautiful, in fact. Soft-spoken, gentle, everything a man could hope for, and you own it all. But for some strange reason which I can't understand, you've set her from you, as if she had the pox. Why do you go so far to abuse yourself? Relax. Enjoy her. She's yours." "Leave me be, Jeff," Brandon snapped. "It's none of your affair." Jeff shook his head as if exasperated. "Brandon, with some amazing stroke of fate, you've been bestowed a woman worth keeping. Just how you found such tender fruit quite puzzles me, though I doubt that any great talent of yours for choosing feminine companionship was responsible. Your tastes always ran toward prostitutes and loose women, not sweet innocents like Heather. But I'll tell you this, Bran. If you somehow manage to lose her, you'll lose far more than you could recognize." Brandon whirled and growled at him. "Brother, you sorely stretch my temper. I beseech you, close your mouth. I know full well the extent of my fortune, and do not need your mothering instincts to remind me." Jeff shrugged. "From my point of view, you need someone to tell you what to do, because you're doing your best to ruin your damn fool life." Brandon flung up a hand impatiently. "Well, forget it. It's mine to ruin." The younger brother finished his bourbon and set the glass down and met the other's gaze. "I'll be around to see just how you solve your problems. Now good night, brother, and I wish you pleasant dreams in your lonely bed." Brandon glared at him, but Jeff had already turned his back and was walking from the room. The older brother was left standing alone, holding an empty glass in his hand. He stared down at it for a long time, already feeling the loneliness that would greet him in his room, and his bed, already missing her small presence beside him under the quilts. With an oath, he sent the glass flying to the fireplace, and he, too, quit the room. The sun rose bright and clear the morning after, and Hattie rapped gently on her mistress's door to usher in a young woman she introduced as Mary, her granddaughter. The girl was to be established in a post of honor as Heather's personal maid. The old negress hastened to assure Heather that her granddaughter was well versed in the necessary skills. "She been learnt the best, Miss Heather," she beamed proudly, "so she could take care of the new Mrs. Birmingham proper when we got one. She know how to fix hair pretty and all the rest." Heather smiled at the slender girl. "I'm sure if you say she is the best, Hattie, she is. Thank you very much." The old woman grinned from ear to ear. "You sure is welcome, Miss Heather," she replied. "And Miss Heather, Master Brand say he gonna be in Charleston for a few days. He's got to tend to his boat." Heather bent her head over a cup of tea as she thought of what she had overheard the night before. No doubt Louisa had welcomed Brandon with open and loving arms, and when he had come back he had set her, his wife, from her rightful place, shrugging her off as he might his cloak. Now he would come and go as he pleased, not even caring to bid her farewell when he went. She sighed and spread a warm muffin with butter. At least she had been well received in his home, and she could find contentment in being among kind and gracious people. While she breakfasted, her bath was readied in the master bedroom, and as she drank the last of her tea and set the cup down, Mary was there with brush and comb to quickly coil her hair in a large knot upon her head. Soon she was enjoying a steaming bath. The grooming was completed, and Hattie returned to inspect Mary's handiwork, which seemed without fault. She nodded as she viewed the coiffure. "You did just fine, child," she said. Yet she picked up the comb and lightly touched the hair and smoothed a curl. "But for Miss Heather, it's got to be perfect," she added, lightly admonishing the girl. The routine of the day began with Hattie's invitation to look over the menu for that day. Heather followed the woman downstairs and out to the cookhouse to meet Aunt Ruth, who reigned supreme over the building and the preparation of the food for Hearthaven. The interior was spacious and spotless, dominated by a large slab table which stood in its centre, and 2 huge fireplaces which bracketed it. 4 young negresses with clean white smocks covering their dresses were chopping greens, preparing meat, and tending various brews on the fires. Heather was awed by the cleanliness and flawless routine maintained by Hattie and Aunt Ruth. Both women were experts in their respective arts. Hattie guided her back to the house amid a torrent of detail and explanation. As they passed each bush or tree or structure, there was some comment to be made about it. They entered the house, and the old woman bustled about, painstakingly inspecting the immaculate neatness which the house staff had bestowed upon each room, while her mistress struggled to stay beside her. It was some time later when they paused in the drawing-room, and Heather, with a laugh, sank into a chair. "Oh, Hattie, I simply must rest. I'm afraid the long voyage did not prepare me for this activity." Hattie gestured to Mary, who had remained close at hand, and the young girl left to return shortly with a tall, cool pitcher of lemonade. She poured her mistress a glass, and it was gratefully accepted. Heather insisted the other women have some. "And Hattie, please do sit down." Murmuring her thanks, the old woman accepted the glass from Mary and seated herself cautiously upon the edge of a chair. Heather leaned her head back and closed her eyes for a moment and sighed. "Hattie, when I first met Brandon, I never dreamed that because of him I would be living in a house like this." She opened her eyes and raised her head to look at the woman, a soft, thoughtful smile curving her lips. "And even when we were married, I only knew him as a sea captain, and thought I would spend the rest of my life in dingy waterfront rooms. But never this. Never anything like this." Hattie chuckled. "Yes, ma'am. That's Master Bran. He always likes to tease the people he loves the most." Heather grew restless after lunch and decided to explore the house for herself. Intrigued by the beauty of the ballroom, she returned again to it and paced once more the glistening oak floor and caressed the white silk moire that covered the walls. She admired the gilt trim and stood beneath one of the crystal chandeliers looking up at it, dazzled by the myriad twinkling rainbows. When she opened the crystal-paned doors to the garden, the winter breeze set the chandeliers tinkling with a soft and gentle music. She stood for a long while listening to it, lost in thought. Sighing softly, she closed the doors and left the sweetly chiming room behind her. Seeking Brandon's presence, she went to his study and found it in the heavy chair that sat before his massive walnut desk. Testing the chair, she found it hard and uncomfortable, as if it resented her imposing upon its masculine stature. She rose and gazed about the room, and despite its lack of order, sensed that here was where the Birmingham men sought their ease. The room was neat and clean, yet the huge chairs seemed to stand where they had been last used, and where they would again serve a manly mood. Books arrayed great shelves in no apparent order, simply replaced as they had been read. A tall rack held a score of guns, whose well-worn sheen spoke of common usage, and a great roebuck stared silently from above the fireplace. The only hint of a woman's touch in the room was a large portrait of Kathlen Birmingham, hanging where the sunlight fell upon it, seeming to set the gentle figure aglow. Her reverie was broken by a child's voice shouting from the front, "The drummer's come! The drummer's come! He wants to speak to the mistress of the house!" Heather was undecided for a moment, not knowing whether she should welcome the peddler or not. But when Hattie came through the house from the back, she followed the woman out onto the porch. The drummer greeted the negress with familiarity, and she responded in kind before turning to present her mistress. "And Mr. Bates, this is the new mistress of Heart Haven, Master Brand's wife." The man doffed his hat and bowed gallantly.
"Ah, Madam Birmingham, it is my most honoured pleasure. I had heard rumours of a new wife in the family, and may I say, madam, you do most splendidly confirm those rumours."
She acknowledged his gracious comment with a smile.
"With your permission, Madam Birmingham, I should like to display for you my wares. I have a great many items of common need about the household, and mayhaps you will find one or some of them to your liking."
At her nod of approval, he hastened to fold back the canvas side of the wagon and lower a shelf.
"First of all, madam, I'd like to display utensils for the kitchen, and I have, of course, many spices."
As he said this, he swung down a hinged cover with a bang, revealing a copious collection of the mentioned products. He hurried on, making a show of the sturdiness of his pots and pans and other wares. In these everyday items Heather showed little interest, but Hattie attended each display closely. He went through his hardwares and introduced them to scents purportedly from the Orient and fragrant soaps, of which Hattie coyly selected several, asking her mistress if she desired any of these heady stuffs. Heather declined gently, not wishing to betray her lack of coin to the woman. Then Mr. Bates began displaying his materials, and Hattie chose for herself a fine piece for Sunday wear, while Heather watched, smiling. It was when the man brought out a deep green velvet that her interest grew, and she thought how handsome Brandon would look in the colour. She gazed at it longingly before a sudden thought came to her. She begged a moment's absence from them and hurried into the house and up the stairs to her room, where she began tearing through her wardrobes for the gown she would barter. She found it at last and pulled it out, and for a moment stared at it, remembering too well the history of this beige gown she had worn the night she met her husband. Too many other memories were associated with it for her to feel any dismay at trading it off. Pushing those discomforting thoughts from her mind, she clutched the dress to her and hastened from her room and down the stairs to the front porch. "Are you open to barter, Mr. Bates?" she asked the drummer. He nodded.
"If the piece be worthy, madam, of course."
She spread the gown before him, and the man's eyes widened and then gleamed in anticipation. She indicated the green velvet and asked to see a display of threads, braid, and some light matching satin for the lining. As he climbed into the wagon to search out the requested items, Hattie sidled close and whispered softly, "Miss Heather, don't go trading that pretty dress off," she pleaded. "The master leaves money in the house for these things. I'll show you where." "Thank you, Hattie." Heather smiled, "But this is my surprise to him, and I prefer not to use his money unless he bids me so." The negress drew back with a disapproving frown, but gave no further objection. Heather turned again to the man as he came to her with the items she requested.
"The green velvet is an expensive piece, madam," he said shrewdly. "I've carried it carefully as if it were gold, and as you can see, it is of the finest quality."
She nodded graciously and went on to praise her item likewise. "The gown is worth far more, sir, than your materials." She put her hand inside the gown and displayed the handiwork about the bodice, making the beading glisten in the afternoon sun. "It's not every day you should have the good fortune to come across a gown such as this in your trading. It is the latest fashion, as you can see, and many a woman would desire to have it." He complimented his cloth again, but Heather was not to be outdone, and soon the bartering was completed with both participants content. The drummer gave Heather her goods and took the gown from her carefully and folded and wrapped it ever so gently. He put it away tenderly, then turned and doffed his hat again, and, being a trader of the first cloth, spoke ruefully.
"My foolishness and your skilled tongue, Madame Birmingham, have no doubt ruined my profits for the entire day."
Heather raised an eyebrow and chuckled as if in sympathy with his feigned injury. "Good sir, you know full well the value of such a delicate piece, and have indeed rooked me into accepting these simple rags in exchange." They both laughed in mutual regard, and he bowed low before her.
"Madam, your beauty hath such charm that I shall soon return again and allow you to deplete my wares for another simple token in return."
Hattie grunted sharply in abject displeasure, and Heather warned him gracefully. "Should you, sir, I beg you sharpen your wits, for never again will I be so pliable in allowing my great treasures to so easily slip away." He laughed and bid good-bye, and she waved him off and began happily gathering the materials, while Hattie shook her head and grumbled. "I don't know what's got into you, Miss Heather, trading your pretty clothes off to that drummer. Master Brandon, he got money. He ain't no poor white trash." "Hattie, don't you dare say a word about what I've done when he comes home," she warned softly. "I'm going to make him a Christmas gift out of this, and I want it to be a surprise." "Yes'm," Hattie mumbled and stomped along behind her into the house, thoroughly disgruntled. Brandon returned from Charleston near midnight of the following night. The house was quiet and everyone asleep except for the butler Joseph, who greeted him and George at the door. The three of them woke first Jeff, then Heather, carrying bags and chests upstairs to his room. Hearing voices from the other room and realizing her husband was home, Heather rose from bed and, donning robe and slippers, entered his bedroom to find the brothers and the two servants indulging in a midnight tipple. She smiled sleepily as Brandon came to her and leaned against him lightly as he gave her a husbandly peck upon the brow.
"We didn't mean to wake you, sweet,"
he murmured softly, slipping an arm around her. She sighed drowsily. "I would have waited up if I had known you were coming home tonight. Have you finished your business on the ship?"
"Until after Christmas, pet. Then we must get the Fleetwood ready and in top condition for her buyers. I'll be taking her to New York when she's done and selling her there."
Heather lifted her head and met his gaze now with alert eyes. "You will be going to New York?" she asked slowly. "You will be gone a long time?" He smiled down at her and smoothed her hair from her face.
"Not too long, sweet. A month, perhaps. A little less, a little more, I'm not certain. Now you best go back to sleep. We'll be rising early to go to church in the morning."
He kissed her brow once more and watched her leave him and go to her room, and with a slight frown wrinkling his brow, he turned back to the other men and found both George and Jeff with their gazes fixed on him. The servant quickly averted his, but Jeff slowly shook his head as if in exasperation. Ignoring him, Brandon poured himself another brandy and drank it slowly. Heather woke the next morning to find Mary poking up the fire in her room, and she rose from bed shivering to go huddle before it. The wind whipped at the trees by her window, and a chill possessed the room this December morning. She dressed carefully for church, donning a gown of sapphire blue silk. It was the one Brandon had selected especially to complement the colour of her eyes, and when she stood arrayed in it before the mirror, the servant girl caught her breath.
"Oh, Mrs. Birmingham, I ain't never seen no one as pretty as you, I sure ain't."
Heather smiled at the girl, then regarded her own reflection critically. She was exceedingly anxious to look her best this morning, since she would be meeting many of Brandon's friends, and she wanted so very much to make a good impression. Afraid that she wouldn't, she chewed her lip nervously and left the room rather reluctantly, carrying a matching blue coat and silver fox muff. A hat of the same fur had been chosen, and she worried with it as she hurried down the stairs and even thought of going back and changing it for a bonnet, but time did not allow. The men were waiting in the drawing-room, a striking pair in their Sunday finery. As she entered, their conversation stopped in mid-sentence. They gazed at her in appreciation of her trim beauty until she grew uneasy under their stares. Sensing her discomfort, both brothers stepped forward at the same time and collided abruptly. With a chuckle, Jeff stood aside and allowed his brother to proceed.
"Am I suitably dressed?"
she questioned Brandon worriedly, hoping that her appearance would do him credit with his friends and meet with his approval. He smiled and helped her on with her coat.
"My sweet, you needn't worry. I assure you that you'll be the loveliest to grace our church today."
He bent his head near her ear as he stood behind her and let his hands rest lightly on her shoulders.
"You will no doubt set the men agog and the women's tongues wagging."
She smiled with pleasure and did not fear now having to face his friends. As the landau rumbled to a halt before the church, those persons still remaining outside turned to watch the Birminghams descend from their carriage. Jeff stepped down first, then Brandon, and as he turned to assist his young wife, all eyes were glued to the door in curiosity. Heather appeared, and a murmur ran through the crowd. A few sneers and derogatory remarks came from the still single maidens and their mothers, and from the men, a complimentary silence. Bonneted heads came hurriedly together as the women whispered back and forth, and grins broke wide on male faces. Jeff smiled in amusement. "I do believe our lovely lady has drawn everyone's attention," he commented to his brother. Brandon glanced around and noticed as he did so several people turn rapidly away in embarrassment at having been caught gaping. The corner of his mouth lifted as he offered Heather his arm, and those persons he passed on the way into church he nodded a greeting to and touched his hat. Just inside, a matronly woman stood rudely gawking as her daughter peered over her shoulder at the new arrivals. Their attention was centered upon Heather as they looked her up and down with anything but a friendly interest. The mother possessed broad, heavy hips and narrow shoulders, and in other than dress and length of hair, she bore no resemblance to the gentler sex whatsoever. Her daughter was taller than she and fairly well proportioned, but her heavy-boned face with slightly protruding teeth spoiled the effect. Her skin was pale, with freckles spattering it, and her mousy brown hair was almost hidden under a rather ridiculous bonnet. Weak, greyish-blue eyes were framed by steel-rimmed spectacles, and she stared at Heather from behind their lenses. Both women's gazes slid to her rounded stomach, and in the daughter's, it could be said, an envious glint shone. Brandon doffed his hat and acknowledged first the older, then the younger woman.
"Mrs. Scott, Miss Sybil, rather chilly day, isn't it?"
The mother smiled stiffly, and the daughter blushed and giggled and stuttered a reply.
Yes, it surely is.
Brandon passed them by and escorted Heather down the aisle toward the family pew near the front. The people already seated turned to look and smile a greeting. He stood aside with Heather at their pew to allow Jeff to enter first, and then they too took their places. The two tall, broad-shouldered men flanked her slight figure, and as Brandon helped her off with her coat, Jeff leaned near her and spoke in a hushed whisper.
"You just had the pleasure of seeing Mrs. Scott, the water buffalo, and her shy calf, Sybil." He smiled. "The girl has been sweet on your husband for a long time, and the mother, seeing the advantages of having a rich son-in-law, has done everything in her power to get them together. She has been disturbed because Bran has always ignored her darling. At the moment I'd wager they're staring a hole through your back. There are several other young maidens doing the same thing. You'd best sharpen your claws for the ordeal of meeting the rejected after church. They're not a happy group, but quite numerous."
She smiled her thanks for his warning and turned to gaze up at Brandon. He bent his head near as she leaned toward him.
"You didn't tell me you had more than one fiancé,"
she murmured, finding it maddening to think there might have been other women besides Louisa.
"Which of these fine ladies here should I steer clear of? Is Sybil likely to lose control of herself? She looks to be a strong girl. I'd hate to find myself under attack by her, or perhaps by some other young girl here."
Brandon's narrowing eyes shifted to his brother, but Jeff just grinned and shrugged.
"I assure you, madam," he whispered irritably, "I have never crawled into bed with any of these ladies. They are not of my desiring. As for Sybil, you're hardly the one to be calling her a girl since she's 10 years your senior."
Sitting several pews behind them, Sybil and her mother watched the Birmingham couple together and were none too pleased when the young woman smiled at her husband and picked a small piece of lint from his otherwise immaculate coat and smoothed it familiarly. They seemed to all appearances to be a most loving couple. When the services were over, the Birminghams passed through the doorway and, greeting the minister, paused for a moment as Brandon introduced Heather to him, then continued down the steps. Jeff was hailed by a group of young couples who were apparently friends of his and excused himself to join them. Shortly afterward, several men approached Brandon as he made to give Heather his arm.
"You're a good judge of horseflesh, Brandon," one of them said with a grin. "How about coming over here and settling an argument?"
2 men took an arm each and dragged him away, and having no other choice, Brandon laughed over his shoulder.
"I'll be back in a moment, sweet."
They took him to one side, and when they were out of sight of the minister, Heather saw one of the men produce a small brown jug from beneath his coat-tails. She smiled a little to herself as they passed it to Brandon and clapped him heartily upon the back. She was doubtful now that there were any great problems to be solved. She stood undecided for a moment, watching groups of women gather about the churchyard, feeling a little lost without a familiar face in sight. Her attention was drawn by a well-dressed elderly lady seeking a warm, protected spot in the lee of the church. The woman carried a long parasol, which she used more as a cane than as shade.
The footman from her carriage placed a chair for her, and she eased herself into it. She saw Heather and gestured imperiously for the young girl to join her. When Heather drew near, the elderly woman tapped the ground directly in front of her with the tip of her parasol.
"Stand here, child, and let me have a look at you,"
she said sternly. Heather nervously complied and was subjected to a lengthy scrutiny.
"Well, you are a very pretty young thing. I almost feel jealous," she chuckled. "And you certainly have given the sewing circles much to talk about for weeks to come. If you don't already know, I'm Abigail Clark. And what is your name, my dear?"
The old woman's servant brought a blanket and tucked it about her knees as Heather answered. "Heather, Madam Clark. Heather Birmingham." The woman sniffed loudly.
"I was a madam once, but since my husband died, I prefer to be called Abigail," she continued without giving the girl a chance to reply. "Of course you know that you've destroyed the hopes of all the eligible young ladies here. Brandon was the most pursued young man I know, but I'm glad to see he made such a fine choice. He had me worried for a while."
A considerable group of ladies had gathered about them and were listening to the conversation. Jeff made his way through them to Heather's side and, placing a comforting arm about her waist, grinned at the seated lady who continued her comments, ignoring his presence.
"And probably now Jeff will inherit the attentions of all these feather-headed girls."
She chuckled to herself over her own wit. Jeff smiled and glanced down at his sister-in-law.
"You'll have to watch out for this old dowager, Heather. She has a tongue as sharp as a saber and the temper of an old bull alligator. In fact, I think she's been known to take off a leg here and there. You young dandy, if I were 20 younger, you'd be on your knees at my stoop begging for a kind word,"
Mrs. Clark declared. Jeff laughed.
"Why, Abigail, love, I beg for a kind word now."
The old woman waved his charming words away.
"I need no prattling young fop to sweet-talk me."
He grinned.
"It's plain to see, Abigail, that this bright sun has not warmed your love for me nor dulled your wits." "Ha!" the old lady chortled. "It's that bright young thing that stands beside you that has made my day. Your brother has done well for himself, and been busy besides."
She looked at Heather.
"When are you expecting Brandon's child, my dear?"
Feeling every lady's acute interest turn to her now, Heather replied softly, "Around the last of March, Mrs. Clark."
"Humph!"
The snort came from Mrs. Scott, who had joined the group.
"He didn't waste much time with her, that's for sure." She sneered at Heather. "Your husband is well known for his preference for young ladies' beds, but you hardly seem old enough to bear a child."
Mrs. Clark stamped her parasol on the ground.
"Be careful, Miranda. Your spite is showing. Just because you couldn't trap him for your Sybil, don't abuse this innocent. Of course, it was just a matter of time before someone caught him."
Mrs. Scott smirked, glancing around her smugly at the other ladies.
"The way he made his rounds, it's a wonder some girl didn't trap him sooner."
Heather felt herself blush, but Jeff replied easily with a grin.
"But that was all before he met his wife, Mrs. Scott."
A sly look came in the woman's eyes as she spoke to the younger girl in a loud, clear voice, heavy with insinuation.
"Just when did you get married, my dear?"
Mrs. Clark's umbrella chewed up the turf by her feet.
"That's no concern of yours, Miranda," she interrupted testily, "and I detest this badgering."
Mrs. Scott ignored the elder and continued in a mincing tone.
"But however did you manage to entice him into your bed, my dear? It must have been some simple lure you used. He's certainly shown no hesitancy around here." "Miranda, have you taken leave of your senses?" Abigail screeched, gripping her umbrella as if it were a club. "Where are your manners?" Brandon had come around the corner of the church in time to catch this last exchange, and now, with angry strides, he came to Heather's side and turned an icy stare upon her tormentor. Mrs. Scott's waspish composure became more cautious, and she retreated a step. "There are some young ladies I show great hesitancy toward, madam, as you yourself are well aware," Brandon said coldly. Mrs. Scott drew herself up stiffly as a titter ran through the group of ladies, but Brandon turned his back, dismissing her, and smiled to Mrs. Clark as he took Heather's hand into the bend of his arm. "Well, Abigail, you're in the center of the fray, as usual." She chuckled. "You've quite upset the town, bringing in an outsider as your wife, Brandon, but you've restored my faith in your common sense. I never did abide your other choice." Her eyes moved to Heather. "But this one, I think your mother would have been proud of." He smiled and gently replied, "Thank you, Abigail. I was afraid you might be jealous." "Will you sit a while and chat with an old woman?" she asked of him, then grinned a little wickedly. "I'd like to hear how you captured this charming creature." "Perhaps another time, Abigail," he declined. "The ride home is long and we really must get started." She smiled and nodded her head as she glanced toward Mrs. Scott. "I quite understand, Brandon. It has been a trifle cold today." "You haven't graced Hearthaven with your presence for quite some time, Abigail," Jeff commented. She chuckled. "What, and ruin my reputation too? But now that you two have a woman about to keep you in check," she continued more softly, "I'll feel better about coming." He bent over her hand and brushed a kiss upon it. "Come out and visit us soon, love. It's quite a different place since Brandon brought her home. Even Hattie approves of this change." After the Birminghams bade their farewells, Brandon steered Heather through the crowd with Jeff following. As they passed, Mrs. Scott raised her nose disdainfully. "With all the lovely young ladies here, he had to go to England and bring back a Tory as a wife?" she sneered. Jeff grinned and tipped his hat. "Prettiest damn bit of Irish Tory I've ever seen," he said, and moved on past her. As the three neared their carriage, Heather glanced up and saw Sybil Scott seated in that family's carriage, watching them forlornly as they made ready to depart. She looked so dejected, Heather could not help pitying her, and even her mother, who stood glaring after them, having lost the futile game she had waged. She had gained little and lost face with many. If she had intended to strike revenge by informing her of Brandon's past, it had been a wasted effort, because she knew considerably more about her husband than the woman ever hoped to know. From their first meeting, she had known he was no saint, so the woman's words had had little effect. Brandon handed her into the carriage as the two Scott women continued to stare. She sank down in the rear seat and unfolded a lap-robe over her knees, holding half up invitingly as her husband climbed in beside her. He glanced up into her eyes in question to her mood, but she smiled gently and slid close against him for warmth. He stared thoughtfully at her gloved hand upon his arm before his gaze lifted to some distant spot outside the window. A cold north wind played a mournful tune in the tops of the tall Carolina pines and brought a chill in upon the occupants as the carriage rattled along the dry, dusty road beyond the outskirts of the city. Heather snuggled against Brandon under the blanket while Jeff did his best to stay warm alone, opposite them. She watched with some amusement as he tried to get some blanket on the cold seat under him, some across his long legs and some to keep his feet warm. He huddled in the corner with his greatcoat pulled about his shoulders, and at every bump some corner came loose and had to be readjusted. Finally, she slid even more tightly against Brandon, leaving space for Jeff to sit beside her.
"They say three's a crowd, Jeff," she smiled. "Would you care to sit beside me and make it a warm crowd?"
He complied with no delay and spread his blanket across their knees. Heather wiggled back between the two men under Brandon's arm, and Jeff smiled down at her with amusement. "Fie upon thee, madam." He feigned injury. "'Twas not my comfort that concerned you. You only sought to be warm on this side, too." Heather glanced up at him and giggled. Brandon smiled. "Be careful, Geoffrey. This little Tory can charm the very warmth from your body." He turned a contemplative scrutiny down upon her. "I can't for the life of me imagine just whose side she would have fought on, being half Irish, half Tory, and married to a Yankee." Jeff joined with a teasing banter in his voice. "It's her English accent, I'm afraid, that makes people wonder about her. Why, with speech like that, she'll soon have the whole country in arms against us. Poor father would turn over in his grave to know we harbored a Tory in our midst." He grinned down at her and affected a simpering tone. "My dear Tory, you simply must learn to drawl like a Yankee." She acknowledged his comment with a nod of her head and mimicked the best drawl she knew.
"Why, yes, sir, Massa Jeff."
The two brothers roared with laughter, and she glanced between them, a bit confused at this response. Then she realized she had used a servant's drawl, one quite different from those smooth, lazy voices of the women she had heard this morning, and she joined their hilarity, laughing at herself. The servants had received their presents the night before, when all of them had gathered in the Christmas spirit and enjoyed their master's generosity with food and drink and celebrated the holiday in their own happy way. Heather had kept her gift for Brandon until this Christmas morning to give to him in private. She had awakened early to await the sounds from his bedroom of his rising and finally heard him move about, a splash of water as he washed, and then the slam of the wardrobe doors. It was then that she rose and took the gaily wrapped present and gently pushed open the intervening door. He did not note her entry into the room. He was busy digging through his wardrobe for a shirt and was only partially dressed. Wearing a pair of breeches and standing in his stocking feet, she placed the gift upon the bed and crept to a chair by the fireplace, sitting in it and drawing her feet up under her. Brandon found his shirt and turned, putting it on, and noticed the open door. His eyes went about the room and found his wife curled up in the chair with a wide, impish grin sparkling upon her face.
"Good morning, Brandon," she said brightly. "Merry Christmas."
Her attitude was so much that of some puckish sprite, Brandon could not resist a smile.
"Good morning, sweet, and may yours be merry too."
"I brought a present for you," she said, pointing to the bed. "Aren't you going to open it?"
He chuckled as he tucked the shirt tail into the waistband of his breeches and did as she requested. With some surprise, he held the robe up and admired it, noting especially the family crest she had embroidered upon the left breast.
"Do you like it, Brandon?" she asked quickly. "Put it on and let me see."
He slipped it on to find the fit perfect. Smiling with pleasure over the gift, he tied the belt and examined the handiwork in the crest more closely.
"It's quite a handsome garment, Heather. You didn't tell me you were so talented."
He glanced up with a devilish gleam in his green eyes.
"And now that I know, you'll have to make all my shirts. I'm not an easy man to please. Even my mother found me a tiresome burden when it came to making my shirts."
His voice became gentle,
and his eyes held something very strange as his look consumed her.
I'm glad to find my wife clever enough to please me.
Heather laughed happily and jumped up from the chair to circle him and admire both robe and man. It does fit rather well, she admitted proudly, smoothing the fabric across his broad shoulders. And you do look handsome in it. She stepped back and smiled brightly. But then I knew you would. He chuckled as he went to his sea chest and obtained from it a small black box, which he brought back to her.
I fear my simple gift to you will be outshone by your radiant face and seem dull in comparison.
He stood beside her as she opened the gift. The large emerald stone and surrounding diamonds sparkled brilliantly in the morning light as she lifted the lid. And Heather stared at the brooch in wonder and disbelief, then slowly raised her eyes to his in amazement. "This is for me?" she questioned. He laughed softly and took it from her, and removing the pin, tossed the box on the bed.
And who, madam, would I purchase such a gift for if not for you? I assure you it is yours.
He slid his fingers under her wrapper and pinned the jewelled brooch to the burgundy velvet over her breast, though his fingers trembled at the warmth of her soft flesh, and it took him longer than seemed normal. "Can you fasten it?" she questioned, watching his lean brown hands at their task. The impish gleam in her eyes was gone, leaving behind a soft, warm glow which his touch had kindled. An old trembling possessed her.
"Yes,"
he replied, finally securing the catch. She leaned against him, not wanting him to move away, and caressed the brooch. "Thank you, Brandon," she murmured. "I've never had anything so lovely." His arms slid around her, and her heart pounded as he lifted her chin. But from the door came a knock, and in frustration Brandon moved away. He pulled a chair from the breakfast table for her as Hattie came in with a tray of food, and Heather slid into the seat as he teased the old negress.
"Where's that parasol I gave you, Hattie? I thought you'd be pounding it about the floors this morning to get everyone's attention. Mrs. Clark is bound to be jealous."
"Yes, sir, Master Bran," the woman grinned. "She sure is. She ain't never had one that pretty before, and that's a mighty fine coat you're wearing, too."
She glanced at Heather and rolled her eyes as she served them.
"Thank you, Hattie," he said, smiling to Heather. "My wife made it for me."
The old negress served them with lips pursed and took her large shape to the door, but before leaving she turned and eyed his coat again.
"Yes, sir, that sure is a mighty fine coat."
She paused, then continued with a bit of ire in her tone.
"But it's too bad the missus got to trade her clothes off for the makings."
Brandon laid down his fork abruptly and looked at her, but she turned away with a self-satisfied grin and left the room. Brandon slowly turned his attention to his wife, leaning his elbows on the table, and clasped his hands before him. Heather had turned her gaze out the window and seemed to be staring thoughtfully at some distant object. He propped his chin upon his hands and spoke with deliberate slowness.
"Trading clothes off for gifts, Heather? What's this all about?"
She turned an innocent expression to him and shrugged her shoulders. "I had no money and I wanted to surprise you with a gift, and it was just an old gown." He frowned at her.
"You had no old gowns."
She smiled brightly and quickly replied, "Yes, I did." He stared at her blankly for a moment, raking his memory, but could not remember her having an old gown. Except for her bridal dress, she had come to him virtually naked. He raised an eyebrow at her.
"And which gown did you consider old, my love?"
She met his stare and leaned back, smoothing her hand over her rounded stomach. "The one you met me in. remember?"
"Oh," he grunted.
He raised his fork and took a bit of his breakfast and chewed rather irritably upon a piece of ham for a moment, then swallowed it. There was disapproval in his tone when he spoke.
"I wish you hadn't, Heather. I dislike the idea of my wife trading clothes with peddlers."
A few more bites of pancakes downed, and now stern admonishment in his voice.
"There's usually money in the desk downstairs. I'll show you where later. It's there to be used when you need it."
She sipped her tea daintily and lifted her nose with a slightly injured air. "Sir, I understood quite well," she needled, "that your money was not mine to spend." He dropped his fork and gripped the table and glared at her.
"You traded off an object that was mine, madam. Mine," he ground out through clenched teeth. "Before we were married, you took some money from me and left that piece in payment. To me, it was a trophy of a battle, so to speak, a keepsake of a comely wench I met, and I retained it for the memories I had of her and of a night gone by."
Heather frowned in confusion and regarded him. Tears came to her eyes as she thought of his displeasure with her. "I am sorry, Brandon," she murmured softly. "I didn't know you treasured the garment." Her gaze dropped to her lap, and unconsciously she fingered the brooch, completely dejected now. Brandon looked at her, and, realizing it was Christmas Day, softened and felt chagrined at having meanly snatched the joy from her gift. He hastened to set aright her spirits, and rose and went to kneel beside her chair.
"My sweet,"
he murmured, and tenderly took her hand.
"I do like the robe, and shall wear it with pride in your skill at joining the fabric so neatly. But I am not a niggardly man, and would not have my wife trading clothes with peddlers like some farmer's hag. I have money, and it is yours to use. Now come."
Rising, he drew her to her feet and, slipping his arms around her, held her close for a moment.
"Let's have a gay Christmas and no more tears. You'll ruin your pretty face."
The day was rainy, and the house was quiet, and few servants about. Jeff had gone to Charleston to make his rounds with presents and wouldn't return until evening to join them for Christmas dinner. Brandon built a fire in the drawing room and sat on the floor beside her chair, leaning back against it with his legs outstretched before him, his arm resting across her knees, reading to her from Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. She listened contentedly, sewing on a garment for the baby, and laughed lightly as he brought the characters to life. In front of the fireplace rested a huge birch Yule log, which Jeff and Ethan had wrestled in the evening before. It was gaily decorated with pine boughs, mistletoe, and holly all twined about with red ribbons, and 2 huge candles burned at either end. The story at its end, he brought out a chess set and set about teaching her the game, though she grew a bit confused with the moves of the pieces as he continued to explain. She laughed over her many errors and drew chuckles from him with her ineptitude. Evening approached, and she excused herself to change her gown and came downstairs wearing a deep green velvet to complement the brooch. Her bosom swelled daringly above the décolletage, and as she curtsied, Brandon kissed her hand and devoured her with his gaze.
"The brooch is not 1/10 so lovely as the one who wears it, madam,"
he murmured with a grin. He poured her a glass of Madeira, and she took it with a smile. "I fear you are just being kind with me after I lost so badly at chess."
He laughed softly. "You're very suspicious, my dear. How can you distrust me when I only tried to praise your beauty?"
She smiled as she went to the window and looked out upon the stormy night. The wind howled about the corner of the house and drove the rain down between the trees and against the great mansion with a vengeance. But within the drawing room, A cheery fire burned and hearts were warm. It had been a most delightful day for Heather, and one she would always treasure. As she stood there, daydreaming, Brandon came to stand behind her and gaze out over her shoulder into the darkness. "I love the rain," she murmured, "especially when it's like this, stormy and with everything cozy inside. My father always stayed with me when the winds blew hard. I suppose that's why I like it so. I was never afraid of the rain."
"You must have loved him a great deal."
She nodded her head slowly. "I did. He was a good father, and I loved him very much. But it always frightened me when he went away and left me alone." She laughed a little. "I'm not very brave. Papa always told me I wasn't. I was such a cowardly child." He smiled softly and gently took her hand.
"Little girls are not supposed to be brave, sweet. They are to be cuddled and protected, and always kept safe from their fears."
She stared up at him in wonder at his reply, then finally dropped her eyes and laughed awkwardly as her face pinkened. "I've been boring you with my life story again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to."
"I never said I was bored, sweet,"
he murmured. He drew her with him to the settee, and they were there when footsteps pounded across the porch, and Jeff burst through the front door, accompanied by a gust of wind and a shower of rain. Joseph hurried from the back of the house to take his sodden hat and cape and produce a pair of low shoes, as Jeff stepped to the bootjack beside the door and wrestled his tall boots from his feet. He slipped the shoes on and, brushing droplets from his face, joined the couple in the drawing room.
"Good Lord, but it's a rotten day," he commented, pouring himself a healthy bourbon from the bar.
He went to warm his backside before the fire and removed a long, slim case from his coat and presented it to Heather.
"My most gracious little Tory, I've brought you a gift, though I declare its usefulness might be questioned on this day."
"Oh, Jeff, you shouldn't have," she murmured, but she smiled happily anyway. "You make me seem the fool, for I have nothing for you in return."
He grinned. "Enjoy the gift, Heather. I'll choose mine later."
She hastened to open the box and withdrew a beautiful fan with an elaborately carved ivory hilt and a wealth of delicate white Spanish lace. She spread the fan and fluttered her long lashes coyly above it. "Why, Mr. Jeff," she drawled, successfully imitating those genteel ladies of quality. "Y'all sure do know a lady's heart."
He chuckled. "True, Heather, but I fear my brother's present makes mine seem a pauper's gift."
"It's beautiful, isn't it?" she murmured, touching the pin proudly. She raised her eyes and smiled to her husband, who regarded her with a warm gaze. Jeff cast a knowing glance toward Brandon.
"My brother chooses well in all things. In that I've been reassured."
Hattie swung open the double doors to the dining room and announced dinner. "You all best come and get it while it's hot." Heather rose from the settee and smoothed her gown, her bosom swelling precariously from the bodice. Her movement caught Jeff with his mouth open, and his eyes widened at her unknowing display. Brandon came to his feet, and placing his forefinger beneath his brother's chin, gently closed his mouth and quipped,
"Relax, Geoffrey. She's taken. But don't despair. Mayhap someday you will find a girl of your own to drool over."
He turned, and, placing a hand at the small of Heather's back, guided her to her seat at the table. The chairs now were grouped together, and Brandon stood beside his at the head of the table and waited for Jeff to join them. As he came to his chair, the younger brother shrugged his shoulders almost in apology.
"Well, Louisa never looked like that."
Brandon raised an eyebrow to his brother, and Heather glanced quizzically between them both, wondering what exchange she had missed.
But with no further comment, the two brothers seated themselves, and the first course of the Christmas feast was placed before them. The meal was a masterpiece of culinary artistry, complementing Aunt Ruth's delicate ways with food, and over it, the men's conversation turned to business. His brow knitted thoughtfully, Brandon sliced off a piece of roast goose for his wife and placed it upon her plate. "Did you find out any more about the mill, or Bartlett?" he asked the younger brother. "Not much, really," Jeff replied. "I know he uses slave labor to work his mill and prices his goods very high. At present they're losing money." "It could be made into a relatively sound venture, then," Brandon commented, half to himself. He looked at his brother. "If the slaves were taken out and wages given for good workers, we could make it pay. There's an excellent market for ship timber in Delaware, and the way things are building in Charleston, there should be no trouble selling finished lumber right there. We can look into it and discuss it after we've checked things over. I'll be leaving in about 2 or 3 weeks to take the Fleetwood to New York. We'll have to make a decision about the mill and get it settled before I leave." "What about Louisa?" Jeff inquired, not looking up from his plate. "She was in town today and she cornered me and wanted to know if you had had a chance to look over her debts and decide about them. I told her I didn't know a thing about it." Heather had been listening to their discussion with only half an ear until she heard Louisa's name mentioned. Brandon noticed her renewed attention and replied easily, "She came to the Fleetwood the other day to see me about her financial situation. I made an offer to settle her debts and give her a goodly sum besides in exchange for the land. But she's being ornery as usual. So, out of decency, I'll pay the smaller bills she acquired while expecting to be my bride. The larger one she ran up without such hopes I'll not touch, unless assured that the land will be mine. She would like to have me free her of her obligations so she can still bargain with the land, but I'm in no such mood. I'll tell her of my decision and settle with those debtors who gave her credit because of me before I leave. So it would seem that I'll be busy from now until then, especially if the mill looks tempting. By the way, would you be interested in investing a small sum if it proves worthy?" Jeff grinned. "I thought you'd never ask." The conversation covered a myriad of topics, and when the meal was concluded, Jeff hurried around the table to help Heather from her chair before Brandon could rise. He guided her into the drawing room despite his brother's frown and stopped her beneath the chandelier, where he looked up and murmured thoughtfully, "Poor little thing, it's been up there all day and doesn't look as if it's been used at all." Her eyes followed his upward, and there, from the center of the chandelier, hung a small, lonesome sprig of mistletoe. Jeff cleared his throat and smiled. "And now, madam, about that gift you mentioned earlier." He took her into his arms and, ignoring her startled expression, bent over her and kissed her long and in anything but a brotherly fashion. She was passive to his amorous embrace, but Brandon's displeasure with his brother's free manner plainly showed in his face, and he glowered at the two of them. Jeff drew back, yet left an arm about Heather's waist, and seeing his brother's scowl, grinned. "Relax, Brandon. I never did get to kiss the bride. You give me cause to wonder if it's safe to leave her alone with you while I'm gone," Brandon retorted. "If she weren't well along, I'd have second thoughts." Jeff laughed and raised a mocking eyebrow. "Why, Brandon, is it that great green monster I see upon your back? I thought you had long ago declared yourself safe from the demon jealousy." The weeks had passed swiftly, and it was only a brace of days before Brandon was to leave. He had been busy during those weeks, seeing to his ship, Louisa's debts, and the mill, which they had decided to buy, and he spent very little time at home.
Several times he remained on the Fleetwood and did not return for 3 or 4 days. When he was at home, the study was where he could be found most any hour, working over books and ledgers, papers and receipts. The Sabbath was their only time together. They usually went to church, where Heather was greeted now with considerable respect and friendliness. This day, shortly after lunch, Brandon had taken Leopold out for a last good ride before he sailed. It was late in the afternoon when the horse returned and caused considerable concern, for he came back without his rider. Heather was nearly frantic when one of the servants drew her attention and pointed across the pasture, and there from the edge of the forest came Brandon. As he drew near, they could see he was covered with dust, and sweat made streaks down his grimy face. He limped slightly and swung his riding crop with vicious intent as he saw the group awaiting him. Leopold peered at Brandon and seemed in light spirits as he shook his head and snorted as if degrading his master's equestrian abilities. Brandon swore, throwing his crop against the stable, and sank to a bench in exhaustion. Hattie chuckled merrily and inquired, "That old horse get the best of you again, Master Bran?" He cursed again and sailed his hat at the old woman, but she ducked, hee-hawed in full glee, and beat a hasty retreat. Jeff laughed heartily. "One thing's sure, Brandon. At this rate you'll wear out the back of your jacket before the seat of your pants." George turned his face away and coughed loudly, as if seized with a choking fit, and then struggled to keep a straight face under his master's angry glare. Heather still wore her worried frown. "What happened, Brandon? You were limping." "That damn fool beast caught me unaware and ran under a low branch," he snapped gruffly. "And as for the limp, it's a blister. These boots weren't made for walking." With that, he presented his muddied back and stomped off toward the house. As he left, the black horse tossed his head again with a snicker and then whinnied and pranced about. Brandon turned and clenched his hand several times and shouted, "One of these days I'm going to kill you, you mangy, black-hearted mule." He turned his back once more and stormed into the house, and George spoke with laughter still in his voice. "I'd best go fix his bath. He looks as if he'll be needing one." The meal that night was starkly silent, as Brandon's curt replies did not lend to light conversation. It was not hard to determine that his pride hurt more than the bruises and blisters. His disposition was little improved the next day, and as Heather knocked on his study door, she did so quite timidly. When he bade entry, she found him sitting at his desk, going over ledgers and statements. "Do you have a moment, Brandon?" she asked uncertainly. She had never bothered him before when he was working, and she was more than hesitant to do so now. He nodded his head. "I believe so." He lounged back in his chair, watching her walk across the room, and motioned for her to take a chair beside his desk. He waited while she poised herself nervously upon the edge of the chair. She fidgeted as she sat, trying to work up courage to open the conversation, and almost jumped up and ran when he asked, "You had something to discuss, madam?" "Yes. How long do you plan to be gone? I mean, will you be back before the baby comes?" He frowned slightly. "Yes, I don't plan to be gone longer than a month," he replied, a trifle brusquely, piqued at being interrupted for such trivialities. "I thought I had told you this before." He turned back to his work. "Brandon," she started, while you're gone, I was wondering if I could have the nursery redone." "Of course," he replied curtly. "Have Ethan arrange for the men and whatever else you need." Thinking her done, he turned again to his work, and again she interrupted. "There would also be work to be done in "The sitting room."
He looked at her. "My dear wife, you may have this whole house rebuilt if you want," he retorted sarcastically.
Heather dropped her eyes to her hands, folded primly on her knees. Brandon glowered at her for a moment and once more returned to his work. The room grew silent, yet Heather made no move to leave. After some time, Brandon glanced up at her. He stabbed the quill into the inkwell and sat back.
"There was something else you wished, madam?" he questioned gruffly.
Clear blue eyes met angry green. She tilted her chin upward, and when she spoke it was rapidly. "Yes, sir. While the sitting room is being redone, I should like permission to use your bedroom since you'll be away."
He slammed his hand upon the desk and rose to stride about the room in anger, finding it ridiculous that his own wife should have to ask his consent to use a bed that was meant for both of them. "Damn it, woman, you need not nag me in asking my permission to use anything in this house while I'm gone. I've had enough of this silly game you play. What is in this house is yours to use, and I have neither the time nor the temper to approve your every whim. I pray you exercise your scatterbrain and begin to be the mistress of this home. You do not seek to share my bed, but I gladly give you leave to share whatever else you might. Now, I have work to do, madam, as you can plainly see. I seek peace some moments of the day, and in this quest I beg you, leave this room."
The last word was almost shouted. Heather's face was pale and drawn when he finished his tirade. She rose and almost ran from the room, but stopped short outside the door, for Jeff and George stood just inside the front entrance, and Hattie was frozen by the stairs. Wide eyes on all spoke clearly that they had heard his every word. Tears flooded down her cheeks, and with a sob she fled up the stairs to her room and flung herself upon the bed, crying in complete misery. Brandon strode from the study, now wanting to follow her and comfort her and set aside the agony of his outburst. Instead, he met the angry gaze of Jeff and stood feeling the condemnation of the three. Hattie let out a derisive snort and spoke as if to Jeff. "Some men ain't got no sense at all." And with that she turned her back abruptly and left. George stepped before his captain for the first time in anger. He opened his mouth several times, trying to speak, then jammed his cap upon his head and left as if he could no longer bear to stay in the room. Jeff stood and stared into Brandon's reddening face with a half-sneer upon his lips. "There are occasions, brother, when you disgrace our common sire. If you want to play the fool, then do not abuse others in your idiocy." Then he too turned and left. Now Brandon stood alone, feeling the full weight of his own rash tongue. It was bad enough that his two trusted servants, nay, trusted friends, should turn upon him so, and that he should feel chagrin at having sorely berated Heather and could now hear her sobs in the silence of the house, but that his own brother had joined them and rejected him so completely. He returned to the study and sat in deep thought at his desk. Even the house seemed to press down upon him as if in frowning displeasure with his manners. He felt indeed an outcast in his own home, and he could find no way to ease his pain. The evening meal was passed in embarrassed silence. Heather's chair remained conspicuously empty throughout. Hattie served the two men, and seemed to take pleasure in setting Brandon's food as far away from him as she dared. Jeff finished the meal and slammed his knife and fork down angrily, then rose and left without so much as a glance at his brother. As he paused in the hallway, Hattie approached him and spoke loudly enough for Brandon to hear. "Master Jeff, Miss Heather, she's sitting up there by the window and she won't eat nothing at all. What should I do to get her to eat, Master Jeff? She and that baby gonna starve."
he replied in low concern. "It's all right, Hattie. I think the best thing we can do is leave her alone for a while. She'll be all right and he'll be gone tomorrow." Hattie left, shaking her head and mumbling to herself, and Jeff, not feeling like retiring yet, went outside and sat on the steps for a while, staring down the lane in deep thought, wondering how big a fool his brother could be. Sighing heavily, he rose and strolled through the cool, quiet night toward the stables. As he leaned against the stable door, he heard Leopold stamp and snort within. He entered and went to stroke the steed's silky nose, making him snicker in contentment. A mumbling voice drew his attention from the horse, and he saw a dim light coming from the tack room where George slept. Wondering whom the old man would be talking to at this hour, he drew closer. The upper half of the door stood ajar, and he could see George sitting at the head of his cot with his legs folded before him. A half-empty bottle rested between the man's legs, and a sleepy cat, dozing on the foot of the bed, seemed to be the object of his monologue. "Oh, Webby, I done the little mum wrong giving her to him, I did. Look how he treats her now when she's burdened with his child." He shrugged his shoulders slowly. "But how was we to know she was just a poor, scared girl, Webby? Most any lass what roams the streets of London lone at night be a strumpet, and the captain, he had his sheets to the wind that first night in port. He wanted a woman to warm his bed. But why, Lordy, did we have to pick her for him? She a poor girl, lost from her family and having no ideas where she was. He must have treated her bad that night. And she a virgin, too, that's the worst of it, Webby. She a little innocent girl being taken like that. Oh, the shame of it. Oh, Webby, the shame." He tipped the bottle to his lips and drank deeply, then laughed as he wiped his sleeve across his mouth. "But that Lord Hampton, he fixed the captain. He made him come and marry the mum when they found her carrying his wee one." He chortled and peered glassy-eyed at the cat. "The captain sure were mad, Webby. Ain't many people what can force that man to do a deed against his will." The old servant grew silent and slumped back, staring thoughtfully at his bottle. "Still," he mumbled after a moment, "the captain must have took a fancy to her, the way he tore old London apart when she run off, after spending that night with him, and I've never seen him in such a rage afore, when he found her gone. We'd have still been there yet looking for her if it hadn't been for that old gentleman bringing her back for him to wed." He roused himself and took another long pull from the bottle, then jabbed his thumb against his chest. "But it were me what first got her for him, Webby. Me. I done the blasted deed. I put her in his hands. And oh, what she's had to put up with being his. Poor sweet mum." His voice dwindled off, and his head slumped wearily upon his shoulder. Almost immediately his drunken snores filled the tack room. Deep in thought, Jeff walked back to the stable door and leaned against it. A small smile broke his face. "So that's how he found her," he mumbled to himself. He chuckled suddenly. "Poor Bran, he's got it cut out for him this time. Hell, what am I saying? Poor Tory." He left the stables whistling, his good humour restored, and made his way to the house. The study door was closed, and as he passed it, he saluted it casually and grinned. The next morning he came downstairs in the same jovial mood, and though Heather's place at the breakfast table remained unoccupied, he spared not his brother. He waited until Brandon had his mouth full, and then casually spoke. "You know, Brandon, it takes about 270 days for a woman to have a baby. It will be interesting to see how long this one takes.
It might seem odd if you had to marry Tori while still at sea. Of course, being a ship's captain, that would have posed a problem, wouldn't it? Marrying yourself? He continued his breakfast thoughtfully, as if contemplating this circumstance, while Brandon eyed him quizzically. Jeff finished his meal and wiped his lips with a napkin, and, sitting back, spoke as if to himself. I'll have to keep track. And before Brandon could comment, he rose and left, leaving his brother sitting in puzzled solitude. The bags were loaded on the carriage, and George sat beside James on the driver's seat, painfully squinting bloodshot eyes against the bright morning sun. The two brothers were standing beside the carriage door when Heather came out on the porch. She stood watching them, solemnly holding a shawl about her shoulders. "I hope you have a good journey, Brandon," she said softly. "Try to come home as soon as you can." He took a couple of steps toward her, his face grim, then stopped and stared up at her. With a mumbled curse, he turned and got into the carriage. Jeff watched the landau rattle down the lane and then mounted the porch to stand beside Heather. "Have patience, Tori," he murmured. "He's not as stupid as he sometimes seems." She gave him a quick smile for his understanding, turned with a heavy heart, and went into the house. In the days that followed, she gave herself no time for thought. She busied herself with menial and major chores, making arrangements for repairs to be done to both nursery and sitting room, selecting material for new drapes and curtains and wallpaper to complement the rooms. When she sat, her fingers were usually busy with making baby's clothes and small blankets for the child. It was only at night, when she lay in Brandon's bed and lightly ran her fingers over the carved headboard, that she thought of how lonely Hearthaven seemed without him. Chapter 8. Brandon entered the inn and doffed his greatcoat and hat and placed them in a chair at the table he took, failing to notice George sitting near the bar, tending a mug of ale. He ordered food and wine and was sipping the Madeira absently, distracted by his own thoughts, when the door of the inn opened and admitted a family of great number, all painfully thin and scantily dressed for the cold weather. Brandon watched the procession of tow-headed youngsters and their mother shuffle to the fireplace and sit down on the raised hearth to warm themselves before the fire, while the man went off to talk with the innkeeper. Brandon guessed the woman's age to be no more than his own, but her face was deeply lined and shallow, and her red, gnarled hands gave signs of a hard life. The dress she wore was patched and frayed, and only one button held it in place over her sagging breasts. But, like the children, she was clean and had a well-scrubbed look. She held a baby not more than 8 months old in her lap, and a timid toddler had a firm grip on her threadbare skirts. A boy, who seemed to be the eldest of the 10 children at an age of 12, stood stiffly beside his mother, holding a younger sister's hand, while the other children sat very quietly, watching a serving-maid bustle about with a well-filled tray, their round blue eyes as large as moons at this display of so much food. Their father approached Brandon's table, holding a weather-beaten hat clutched in his hands, and Brandon turned his attention to him. "Begging your pardon, sir," the fellow said. "Would you be Captain Birmingham? The innkeeper said you were the one I was looking for." Brandon gave him a slow nod. "Yes, I am Captain Birmingham. What can I do for you?" The stranger gripped his hat tightly. "I'm Jeremiah Webster, sir. The word is that you're looking for a good timber hand. I'd like to have the job, sir." Brandon gestured to a chair. "Have a seat, Mr. Webster." When the man complied, he inquired,
Just what are your qualifications for this work, Mr. Webster?
Well, sir, the man started nervously, shuffling his hat in his hands. I've worked in big timber since I was little more than a lad, some 25 years now. The last 8 years I was a foreman, and the last 2 a straw boss. I know the working end of the business inside out, sir. Brandon started to speak, but was interrupted by the serving maid with his food.
Do you mind if I eat while we talk, Mr. Webster? He inquired. I hate to waste good food.
No, sir, the man quickly replied. Go right ahead. Brandon nodded his thanks and returned to business while he ate.
Why aren't you employed now, Mr. Webster?
The man swallowed hard and answered, I was, until last summer, sir. I was caught in a log jam and had my left shoulder and arm smashed. I was laid up until early winter, and since then have only been able to get occasional jobs as common timber hand. All the better positions were taken, and the cold and wet up north sets an ache in my bones. It's a bit of a tiff keeping a family going on a mill hand's pay. Brandon nodded, chewing his food. He sat back and folded his hands, looking squarely at the man.
Actually, Mr. Webster, I'm looking for a manager for my mill.
He paused, and the poor fellow seemed to slump in his chair.
Your name is not unknown to me, he continued. In fact, you were recommended to me by Mr. Brisbane, who purchased my ship. He said you were a good hand and had as much experience as anyone around. I'm starting a mill, and I need someone who knows the ins and outs. I think you fit the bill, and if you'll accept the position, it's yours.
Mr. Webster sat as if stunned for a moment, then smiled broadly. Why, thank you, sir. You'll not be sorry for one moment, sir, I promise. Might I tell the missus the good news?
Of course, Mr. Webster. Please do so. There are a few more matters that need to be discussed.
The man departed, and as he talked to his wife, Brandon watched the children, who were much more interested with the food around them than their father's news. He remembered the man's eyes constantly dropping to his plate as he ate. And looking over the family now, he realized they were very low on their luck indeed. The father returned to the table, and Brandon frowned slightly.
My most humble apologies, Mr. Webster. But have you eaten?
The man laughed nervously and was quick to assure him, No, sir, we came directly here, but we have some victuals in the wagon and we'll eat later. A smile touched Brandon's lips.
Now, Mr. Webster, you have just been employed by me to a very responsible position, and I believe that deserves a bit of a celebration. Would you please invite your family to be my guests for dinner? I would deem it an honor.
Flabbergasted, the man bobbed his head. Why, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. He hurried to his brood as Brandon motioned for a serving maid and gave the appropriate order. She hastened to set ample chairs around a large table nearby, and with quiet manners, the Webster family gathered around it and took their places. Brandon rose as Mr. Webster led his wife to a chair at his table.
Captain Birmingham, this is my missus, Leah.
Brandon made a shallow bow and graciously commented,
It's my pleasure to know you, madam. I hope you both and your children will find our country to your liking.
The woman smiled quite shyly and cast eyes downward as the baby she held hid his face against her bosom. Brandon resumed his seat and waited until the meal was served and the initial hunger satisfied before he again took up business.
We hadn't discussed wages, Mr. Webster, he began, but my proposal is this. The wage will be £20 a month and quarters near the mill. If it proves a success, you will be in for a share of the venture.
Again the man seemed speechless and could only nod his agreement. Brandon continued, withdrawing a paper from his jacket.
Here is a letter of credit drawn on my bank in Charleston. This will pay your fares, and if you know of any good men who would like a job at the mill, you may bring them with you on this letter. Do you have any debts that need settling before you leave?"
Mr. Webster shook his head and smiled as if in amusement. "No, sir. They don't let a poor man have credit."
"Very well, then,"
Brandon replied and reached into a vest pocket for his purse and counted out 10 coins.
"Here's £100 for travelling money. I shall expect you within a week of my arrival. Do you have any questions?"
The man looked a little hesitant to speak, but then ventured, "There is one thing, sir. I don't like to work with slaves or convicts."
Brandon smiled. "You are a man of my own beliefs, Mr. Webster. For good factory labor, paid men are best."
The dishes were cleared away, and the older children whispered among themselves while the younger ones sat drowsily blinking back sleep. Watching the quiet group, Brandon wondered about his own child.
"You have a most wonderful family, Mrs. Webster," he commented. "My own wife is carrying our first. He'll be due sometime in March, so I'm anxious to be home."
The woman smiled timidly, too shy to even answer. The business was concluded, and the 2 men rose and clasped hands. Brandon stood thoughtfully as he watched the family depart, then sank again to his chair and poured himself another glass of Madeira. A rather attractive woman with a daringly low gown, flaming red hair, and heavily rouged lips got up from her chair, where she had sat eyeing Brandon for some time with bold appraisal. The sight of his bulging money purse had not dampened her spirits, and she moved forward now with a sensuous gait and stood pointedly by an empty chair at his table, letting the sleeve of her gown fall over her shoulder. "Hello, Governor," she purred. "Care to buy a lonesome lady a drink?" Brandon raised a cold expression to her gaze.
"I'm afraid I'm occupied elsewhere this evening, madam," he replied. "Please excuse me."
He gestured her away abruptly, and she turned in a huff and stalked off. And George, having seen the woman's interest earlier, smiled to himself and gave a sigh of relief. Since disembarking from the Fleetwood a month ago, he had watched his captain turn away one strumpet after another and retire to his room alone. Tomorrow they would be leaving for home, and he would be returning to a wife too far along with child to ease his manly discomfort. Yet not one woman had he taken to bed nor touched since arriving here. Having discovered a new respect for his captain, George nodded his head. "Aye, the captain's been stung, and deeply too. The little mum has wiggled into his heart without his knowing, and there he sits, a-dreaming of her, while willing wenches parade before him. Aye, poor captain, he'll never be the same again." George lifted his mug toward his captain as if in toast, and set it to his lips in a long draught. Brandon rose from his table, unmindful of his presence, and the last the servant saw of him, he was mounting the stairs to his room. Brandon closed the door of his room behind him and slowly began to undress for bed, his thoughts now centered on only one thing. He took off his shirt and dropped it over the back of a chair and gazed at himself in a long mirror which stood in a corner of the room. He saw a rather handsome man return the perusal and flex rugged muscles. The image inhaled deeply, and Brandon looked with some satisfaction at the tall, broad-shouldered, slim-waisted figure before him, but he turned away in exasperation. "Damn," he thought, "I'm not so ugly that even a pretty wench would lightly refuse my bed. How can I approach that vixen when she so despises the very image of my face that she cannot accept the small thought of me slumbering by her side?" He strolled thoughtfully across the room. "I've known wenches here and abroad. Why does this simple one strike wisdom from my skull and make of me a bumbling fool?
I've bade the most haughty spread their thighs, and gladly they complied, as if the greatest favour of the world I did them. But when I'm before Heather, phrases flee my tongue and leave me grovelling as in a gutter for my words."
He strode to the window and stood gazing out, knowing that within the block many a warm bed waited, and his hunger grew. But it was not for them out there. It was for, in part, a memory, and in part, a gentle dream he carried within him. His thoughts grew tender as he remembered golden candlelight upon creamy silken flesh, still moist from an evening's bath, and dark, softly curling hair flowing across a pillow as she slept. And his thoughts brought dreams to mind of how those sweet and gentle arms might feel about his neck, and of how those full pink lips might press against his, and how her warm young body might curve to him, and small white teeth would nibble at his ear to rouse his passions. He turned away from the window and struck his fist into his hand in mute frustration. "My lord," he thought, "that quiet virgin denies me, and my very soul crumbles. What affliction besets me that I should tremble so?" He seized a glass and poured himself a drink, and sank into a chair to consider further his problem. "I have not bedded another woman since that night they dragged her through my cabin door. This Heather, this tiny purple flower from the moors, has dined upon my heart, and now it grows within her, and I have no more a heart to share. But, my heart, thou hast betrayed me deep. You have closed all doors but one, and that I slammed in anger. My God, that I should love her so! I thought that simple emotion was below me. I thought that I had transcended that which other men declare. I drew myself the worldly gentleman above these simple words of men, that I could casually accept a wife of well-experienced joys. But now I find myself so stricken with the innocence of that one that I cannot rouse myself to seek relief in someone else's bed." He leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and hung his head. "And even when I forced her maidenhood, she served my pleasure well, more than any woman ever. She took my seed within her and betrayed me not with another man. And from that first moment I clutched her to me, has held my every thought so tightly that even in my sleep I dream of nothing else but her, and that her good favors might turn to me." He raised his head and sat back. He sipped his drink slowly and formed a new resolve. "Her time grows near," he mused. "I'll bide my moment carefully. I'll play the suitor and court her tenderly, and then perhaps she'll come to me." He finished his drink and rose and went to bed, and, with the realization of his love and new resolve, for the first time in many months, sank quickly into slumber. The rain pounded down upon Hearthaven, and clouds hung low above the trees. The night was black and silent, as if the rest of the world had already withdrawn and curled itself in some cosy nest against the storm. Heather gazed about the room and saw that she had removed all traces of her presence here. She had spent these many nights in this great chamber and had grown to know it and feel a part of it. She stood looking down at the huge bed, which seemed to welcome her, and felt a pang that she must leave it now and return to the smaller bed in the sitting-room. She sighed pensively and slowly made her way into the other room. The door of the nursery was open, and, taking a candle, she went to inspect it once again. She ran her finger lightly over a rocking horse that had been Brandon's as a child, and went to stand beside the crib and smooth the blanket in it. Strange we all assume that the child will be a boy. She fluffed the lace on the canopy.
Of course my husband has declared it so, and who will deny his right to wish a son? She smiled to herself, thinking how she had once prayed for a girl. Poor daughter, if you grow within my belly, seek your finer pleasures now, for blue will be your maiden's colour. She turned, and with a last slow look about, wandered from the nursery, through the sitting room, and returned once more to the master bedroom, where a fire glowed cheerfully on the hearth. She relaxed before its warmth in a large overstuffed chair, and stared with pensive mood into the flames. She sighed, and thought of Brandon's return in the next few days. His brief letter to her some weeks ago had been curt, and mentioned only his approximate day of homecoming. What would his manner be? Would he be more gentle, or perhaps more temperamental? Had he found some northern wench to ease himself upon? He'd given her, his wife, that other bed and other room. He could not stand the sight of me before, she thought sadly. Now I'm plump with child, ill-shaped, and so clumsy in my moves I must waddle more like the goose than a feminine woman. I will not blame him for his distant mood when he sees my swollen shape. She leaned her head back and closed her eyes. Oh, Brandon, would that I had been more tender when I had the chance. Perhaps I'd share your bed and would soon feel your warmth again beside me. I would be sure no other bed you'd share. She looked again into the fire and felt a flare of anger within her. What sultry trollop has he chosen to pass the time with? Was it a sweet simpering thing he cajoled to keep him warm in the north? Her temper softened some. I would have never seen this land, this house, these kind and gentle souls I've met, had not the fates decreed my maidenhood should be the price. I've but to make the best of it, and when this child has come and I regain my former worth, then I shall ply my woman's wiles to gain my husband. She wrapped her arms about her and grew warm in memories. That moment at the inn, when he had seemed so tender, almost loving, and on the ship his careful tending of her person, and even with Louisa he did deflect the more cruel blows, and played the lover dear. Is it possible, she wondered, that somewhere beneath that scowling brow he does harbour some loving thoughts of me? If I would be the gentle, devoted wife, could he sometime begin to love me? Oh, dearest love, and I do love thee, could you be in truth my husband, loving me above all others? Would you take me in your arms and caress me as a lover would? Oh, Lord, I tremble at the thought that he would find me all that he should ever want. The fire had burned low. She rose, and by its softened glow stood beside the great and tempting bed once more. And you, oh lovely resting place, will soon feel my weight again, I vow. You'll not seem so lonely, long, for I will tempt him to my ends, which are the same as yours, to be shared, to be loved, to be gently courted as if a maiden still. Oh, he will bend, and time will be my friend. I'll let my patience mend the bleeding wounds we share until they are no more, and he will seek my comfort, my love, forevermore. She sighed and returned to the sitting-room. She thought of it as the sitting-room now, only temporarily hers until she took her rightful place. She sought her bed and bravely courted sleep. Leopold and a wagon and team had been taken into town several days before to be left with friends against Brandon's return. The day was one of the few sunny ones they had had so far, and Heather had taken the opportunity to go to the cookhouse and chat with Aunt Ruth and learn more of the strange Yankee foods and those dishes which were Brandon's favourite. She sat on the stool, sipping tea that the old woman had prepared for her, and listened intently as the negress described some of her methods of preparing foods, impressed by the fact that with Aunt Ruth it was more a matter of talent and artistry than of actual knowledge. She seemed to know instinctively how foods and herbs would taste when blended, and could make even a simple dish a true adventure of flavour. The pleasant moment was interrupted by shouts from afar, and soon Hattie bustled in, breathlessly exclaiming, "Master Bran! Master Bran's coming lickety-split down the back road." She giggled. "He's in such a hurry, he's going to run that black horse into the ground." Heather's eyes widened, and she gasped as she slid from the stool. Her hands flew to her hair, and then to her gown, and she seemed horrified. "Oh, I must look a fright," she cried. "I've got to—" She turned without finishing and fled to the house, and as she laboured up the stairs, she called for Mary. The girl came running and was there when she flung open the door to the sitting room. Breathlessly, Heather bade the servant lay out a fresh gown and hurried to press a cold, wet cloth to her face and pinch her cheeks to bring the colour forth. She yanked her dress off, and as Mary hastened to fasten the selected gown of yellow muslin, she urged her on. "Hurry, Mary, hurry! Brandon is coming. He'll be here shortly." She smoothed her hair, dressed, and hurried down the stairs and outside to stand casually on the porch and see her husband slowly walk Leopold down the lane. The heaving sides of the horse and heavy froth upon his glistening coat belied the leisurely gait, for Brandon had pushed the mighty steed to the limit in his eagerness to regain his young bride. Now he approached the porch and dismounted with deliberate slowness. He handed the reins to a boy with instructions to walk the horse well and rub him down, and be careful of the water. All this done, he turned to his wife, and a slow smile grew upon his face. His eyes moved over her as he mounted the steps, taking in every detail, and slipping an arm about her waist, he greeted her and placed a somewhat fatherly kiss upon her lips. She smiled sweetly in reply and leaned against him lightly as they went into the house. "Did you have a good trip?" she questioned softly as he passed his hat to Joseph. "The weather was so bad here, I was quite worried about you." His arm tightened about her. "No need to have fretted, sweet. We beat the worst of it into New York and had no problems coming back. How have things been here? Did you get the nursery finished?" She nodded quickly, her eyes shining. "Would you care to see it?" "I would indeed, sweet," he replied. Smiling brightly, she took his arm and let him assist her up the stairs. He contemplated her stomach as she climbed. "Have you been well?" he inquired. "Oh, yes," she hurried to assure him. "I've been in the best of health. Hattie says she's never seen a mother to be more fit, and I do feel wonderful." She looked down rather ruefully at her belly as they reached the landing and laughed a little in apology. "Though I'm afraid I'm a bit of a sight and not very light upon my feet." He chuckled and put his arm around her again as he brought her chin up for their gaze to meet. "I hardly expected you to look like a prim little virgin while you carried my son, sweet. But even so burdened, you'd make many a slimmer maid turn green with envy over your glowing beauty." She smiled softly and pressed her cheek against his chest, more than content with his answer. In the nursery, he strode about the room as she stood with her hands behind her back, anxiously awaiting his reaction. Brushing aside the new mosquito netting, Brandon bent to inspect the crib under its ruffled canopy. Next, he rocked a nearby cradle gently with his boot as a smile played about his lips, then slowly gazed about at the light blue walls and the snowy white curtains. He carefully stepped around the vividly hued rugs which lay about the shiny oak floor and opened a bureau drawer in curiosity, finding it full of neatly folded baby clothes, some of which he had seen his wife sewing before he left. Heather went to stand beside the wooden horse with its painted red saddle and pushed it lightly with her fingers, setting it into motion. "We found this in the attic," she said, drawing his attention. "Hattie said it was yours, so I bade Ethan fetch it down. When our son is old enough to go astride it, I can tell him his father once sat upon it." He grinned and came closer to look at it.
"Sure hope it doesn't run under a branch with him."
A giggle escaped her before she turned hurriedly and pointed to a rocking chair of some expense. "Jeff gave me that. Isn't it lovely?"
He nodded his approval and quipped, "Leave it to him. He always did like to be rocked to sleep."
Heather started to point out another item of interest, but she stopped as if horrified. "Oh, my goodness, Brandon, you haven't eaten. You must be starving, and here I've been chattering on." She quickly called Mary and gave orders for a tray of food to be sent up and water heated for his bath. Brandon had gone into his bedroom and removed his jacket and stock and was pulling off his boots when she joined him.
"I'm no longer a captain of a ship, pet,"
he commented, giving her a sidelong look as she picked up his coat and put it away.
"I sold the Fleetwood for a tidy sum, and now you may expect to see me about the house every day."
Heather smiled to herself, deciding she approved wholeheartedly of this situation. A servant brought food, and Heather sat across from Brandon, watching him as he ate. She was pleasantly pleased by the intimacy of the moment and warmed by her newfound love for him. The water was hustled in, while the tray was taken away, and she tested its warmth before nodding her dismissal to the servants, then busied herself putting out fresh linens as her husband disrobed. Brandon eased himself into the hot water and lay back for some moments, relaxing in it. When he finally sat up and began to scrub, Heather came and reached for the sponge. She dipped it into the water and held it up expectantly, but waited for his approval. He gazed up at her for a long time contemplating this, then leaned forward, presenting his back to her.
"Scrub it hard, will you, sweet? I feel like I'm covered with a thick coat of grime."
She bent happily to her task, lathering the soap up well with her hands over his well-muscled shoulders and down his back. Impishly, she initialed a large B through the white suds across his back and giggled lightly as she placed an H before it. He peered over his shoulder at her with a raised eyebrow and a one-sided grin.
"What are you doing, miss?"
he questioned. She laughed and wrung out the sponge over his head. "I'm branding you, my lord." He shook his head vigorously, flinging water on her, and she laughed with glee. Stepping back to a safe distance, she threw the sponge at him and then gasped with surprise when he stood up and stepped over the rim of the tub and came after her, still soapy and wet. "Oh, Brandon, what are you doing?" she shrieked in merriment. "Get back in the tub." She turned as if to flee, but he flung out both arms and, lifting her up, swung her up over the tub. She was laughing with him, enjoying the play, until he gave her a little dip as if to drop her into the tub. Then she squealed and clasped her arms tightly about his neck. "Brandon, don't you dare! I'll never forgive you." He smiled into her eyes.
"But, sweet, you seemed so interested in my bath. I thought you might like one."
"Put me down," she demanded. Then her mouth curved sweetly. "Please?"
His eyes sparkled. "Ah, the truth will out, madam. It's only that you have a fetish for scrubbing men's backs, is that it?"
He set her down gently on her feet and grinned as she lifted her arm and twisted to see her wet dress. "Oh, Brandon, you're impossible. Look what you've done to me." He laughed heartily and pulled her back against him, encompassing her in his wet embrace again. Her giggles joined his merriment as he hugged her, his arms about her, just above the rounded belly, pressing into her soft bosom. He spread his hand over her abdomen.
I don't deny a thing, sweet. But must you still be so outraged over my misdeed? He teased. That was 8 months ago.
I was talking about my dress, she corrected indignantly. You got me all wet, and now I'll have to change. Now do be good and unfasten me. I shouldn't want to ask Mary to help me change again.
Again?
He repeated. Never mind, Heather said quickly. Just unfasten me, please. He complied and resumed his place in the tub before she turned to him, holding the gown up over her shoulders. Thank you. She smiled and bent to press a kiss upon his cheek, then swept around and into her room. The spot her lips had touched burned as Brandon leaned back, but he found it impossible to relax and enjoy the warmth of the bath. A movement caught his eye, and he could see her reflected in his tall dressing mirror as she stepped out of her dress. A sudden, powerful urge struck him to ask her here and now if she would share this great room with him, to lie beside him in his bed tonight and let him hold her, not with passion's intent, but gently and with love, as a husband should when a wife is nearing her time. But caution brought second thoughts. She had acted sweet and willing before, and yet not cared to share his bed. She seemed so content and happy with present arrangements. Yes, later, he thought, when she will have no excuse and will not be able to plead motherly shyness. Then he would approach her, and that bed would feel both their weights. He closed his eyes, thinking of his homecoming. He would never like leaving her, but coming home to her, well, that was an entirely different matter. He relaxed, resting his head on the back of the tub, and the heat of the water was just beginning to take the aches from his tired body when there was a quick thump on the door, and it was pushed ajar to reveal Jeff's beaming face.
"Are you decent, eldest son?" he asked with belated concern. "More so than you," Brandon grunted, chafed at the interruption. "Now close the door, preferably from the outside."
Unruffled, Jeff pushed within, catching the door with his heel and slamming it shut behind him.
"Why, dearest Brandon," he mimed, "I sought only to bring you some fine diversions, and," this overly loud and directed to the other room, "to rescue my sister-in-law from your unusually brutish temper."
There was a sound of soft laughter from the sitting room, and Jeff, chuckling over his own jest, placed a full glass of brandy and a fresh box of cigars on the stand by the bath. Brandon nodded his appreciation and sipped the brandy and rolled a cigar between his fingertips. With a raised eyebrow, he addressed his brother.
"I think I'll keep you around. There seems to be some hope for you after all."
Heather entered the room, smiling brightly, and greeted Jeff, paying only small attention to their conversation while she gave wifely attention to the laying out of fresh clothes for her husband. It was only when Brandon began to relate his meeting with the Websters that she moved to stand behind him and listen to his story. Brandon half-consciously took her hand from where it rested on the high back of the tub and gently rubbed it against his ear as he spoke to Jeff. The movement was not completely lost on the younger brother, but it was not until later that he would wonder about this strange shift of manners between his brother and sister-in-law. As Brandon finished his tale, Heather realized how little she really knew her husband. She was touched by the plight of the Websters, and yet she felt a strange pride with his own compassion for them. Her eyes were warm and moist as she looked up for a moment and found Jeff's gaze full upon her. He smiled and returned his attention to his brother as Brandon spoke.
"Well, anyway, they should be arriving on next week's packet."
Jeff helped himself to one of the cigars he had brought and lit it as he commented,
"We'll have to find a house for them." "There are plenty of houses at the mill," Brandon replied. They can stay in that big old house Mr. Bartlett used for his office."
Jeff let out a derisive snort.
"I thought it was your intention to have them stay. They'll take one look at that house and head north again. Bartlett was a damned gutter rat, not mincing words, and that place is worse than a pigsty. He made use of his female slaves in those beds there, and the poor souls were covered with vermin. It's not fit for swine, and you want to put the Websters in it? It would make your stomach turn to see the filth inside."
"I have seen it," Brandon replied with a slow smile. "That's why we're going tomorrow with some help and see to its cleaning."
"I should have kept my mouth shut," grumbled Jeff good-naturedly.
Brandon chuckled. "If that moment ever comes, I'll have to send for the Reverend." Ignoring the jest, Heather stated a demand with a firm voice. "I'm going too. I wouldn't trust the two of you to put a house aright for a family." She looked at them and saw great hesitancy in their manner and hastened to add in a softer tone, "I'll try to keep out of everyone's way and not be too much trouble." The men's gazes lowered to her oversized belly, and the common doubt in their glances was far from belied by their nods of approval. The group that drew up in front of the overgrown and ill-kept house dismounted and stood looking at the structure with some apprehension.
Hattie snorted contemptuously. "Humph! No wonder that man got to sell. I ain't never seen a house let go to such wreck and ruin in all my born days. I think they let the pigs loose in there."
Jeff chuckled as he took off his jacket and laid it in the carriage.
"It looks like we've got our work cut out for us, doesn't it, Hattie?"
Brandon's coat joined his brother's, and with a rueful grin he muttered, "Well, let's get to work. There's no need to waste any more time." He set two boys to cleaning up the yard and went inside to see what was needed. Hattie and Heather trailed behind him, making their own feminine estimates, and Heather wrinkled her nose in disgust at the sight that greeted her. Rotting food was strewn about the floors and furniture, dirt and trash were thick beneath the feet, and a foul odour permeated the place. "I do believe you're right, Hattie. Swine have definitely nested here." Servants were soon carrying any and all movable objects outside for a thorough cleaning. Jeff set off to search through the other quarters for usable furniture. Hattie gave orders to the women, and they were soon about the task of cleaning the house from top to bottom. Hattie's husband and grandson, Ethan and Luke, took charge of the grounds and repainting the house. Brandon left the women to their work and went with George to check the outdoor facilities, which they found in poor state of repair. No hand lay idle. In the bustle of the moment, Heather had been ignored and left to her own ends. She tied a large kerchief about her hair, rolled up her sleeves, and with a long-handled brush set about cleaning the parlour fireplace. She was seated on the hearth and intent upon her labour when she was rudely startled by a voice behind her.
"Miss Heather, lordy me, child, you gonna ruin yourself and that baby."
Hattie hustled to her mistress's side and, taking her arm, helped her to her feet.
"Miss Heather, you ain't supposed to be working, child. You just come along to give advice. Master Brand see you doing work and he'll have a fit. You let these young girls do that what ain't got no baby in their belly. You just sit yourself down and take it easy."
Heather looked about the empty room and laughed. "Just where am I supposed to sit, Hattie? They've taken all the chairs out."
"Well, we'll just find you one and you make yourself comfortable."
Heather was soon seated in a well-worn rocker before the dingy front windows, with a book in her lap. Hattie bustled off, and she was once more alone. She tried to read for a while in the dim light filtering through the grime and the filthy drapes, then, out of curiosity, wet her finger and, brushing the drapery aside, ran it across a pane, leaving a clear streak in the dirt. She closed the book and rose in determination, and soon had torn down the dirt-rotted drapes and, equipped with bucket and rag, was busily scrubbing away at the windows. She had climbed on a straight chair which she had brought in and was washing the upper panes when Brandon came through the front door. He took one look at her on the chair and didn't waste time with words. He strode up behind her and swooped her up in his arms, startling her so she cried out in alarm. "And just what did you think you were doing?" he demanded.
"Oh, Brandon, you gave me such a fright."
He set her down on her feet. "If I see you up on a chair again, miss, you'll have cause to be frightened. You're not here to work," he admonished. "We just brought you along for company." She shook her head in exasperation.
"But Brandon,
No argument, Heather. Just sit yourself down and take care of my son." She sighed in surrender and sank into the rocking chair again, trailing her hands over the arms in resignation.
"Companionship, ha! You're all working while I sit here alone."
He smoothed a stray lock of her hair and kissed her lightly on the brow. "You're much more important to me sitting still than this whole damned house." She thrust out her lower lip in a pout, picked up her book, and began to rock.
"I'm treated like an old woman already."
Brandon laughed softly. "Never, my love. Only when I'm an old, old man." He left her to her reading, but it wasn't long before she rose and began to wander through the house. She passed a room upstairs where the young girls were busy mopping and scrubbing, and another where 2 young men were putting up new wallpaper, then went downstairs again to the cook room. Here the filth had not yet been disturbed, and she shuddered at the sight of it. Locating a straw broom, she began to sweep up the trash and dirt and discarded bones of many a meal. She coughed and choked at the dust she stirred up, while she cast occasional glances to the door and listened for footsteps, but to no avail. The old woman came on silent feet. "Miss Heather!" Hattie yelled. She jumped and dropped the broom and stood shamefacedly with her hands behind her back. Hattie blocked the doorway with arms akimbo, her mouth screwed into a scowl. "That ain't good for you, breathing in all that dust. And you're going to have that baby right here in this filthy old place if you don't set yourself down," she scolded. "I's going to fetch Master Brandon right now. He'll make you set." And with that, she turned and left. Heather pursed her lips, mumbling something about it being more unhealthy for a person to be startled out of their wits, and gazed downward as she scuffed a small foot at the dirt on the floor. The 2 came back and stood silently frowning at her. "You, madam," Brandon sighed, "are the most willful woman I've ever known. It's plain to see we'll have to find some light task to keep you busy." He was at a loss for what, until Jeff hailed him from the backyard. The 3 strode outside as some boys were setting down several large barrels. Jeff threw the tops off to show them packed full of a weird assortment of dishes, pots and kettles, and other utensils. "I've an idea Mrs. Bartlett sent these out for the slaves to use," Jeff surmised. "They were stored up at the mill, so I doubt if Mr. Bartlett even let the poor devils see this stuff."
"Mr. Bartlett is married?"
Heather questioned her husband, remembering Jeff's words from the day before. Brandon nodded. "A very nice lady, too, so I hear. She must be blind to his ways, though. It seems everyone in Charleston knows what kind of man he is." "White trash, that's what he is," Hattie grunted. She pursed her lips and went back into the house, mumbling to herself, "That man ought to have been strung up long time ago." Brandon examined a few of the items in the barrels and then cocked his eye to Heather, thinking he had found just the chore for her. "Well, my busy little mouse, perhaps you can stay out of trouble with these. You can sort out the best and set them aside for the Websters. It wouldn't do to give them back to Mrs. Bartlett and give her any ideas about her husband." As he helped her descend the rickety steps, she smiled at him brightly, a little flirting grin that melted within his heart and ran through his veins like wine, leaving him a bit intoxicated. He had difficulty concentrating on what Jeff was saying as he watched her poke about the barrels and finally had to turn his back upon her so he could give his brother his full attention. After a moment, Jeff looked past him and stopped in mid-sentence, grinning, and Brandon turned to find Heather head first in a large barrel, struggling to raise a large kettle from its bottom. "Damn it!" his voice rang out. The kettle thumped, and Heather stood up, brushing her hair from her eyes. Her kerchief was askew, and there was a large, greasy smudge across her chin. Jeff melted into laughter as Brandon shook his head in exasperation. "Jeff, have your boys unpack all these things and set them up on the porch," he said, and seizing a white porcelain dish from a barrel, held it up before Heather so she might see her reflection. "And you, Miss Blackface, will not lift anything heavier than this. Do you understand?" She nodded vigorously and made an effort to wipe her face on her apron. Brandon sighed. "Here, you're making it worse. Let me." He took the hem of her apron and gently wiped the grease from her chin. "Now be good," he cajoled, "or I'll have to send you home to keep you out of trouble." "Yes, sir," she murmured meekly, and Brandon's eyes caressed her gently. Now that Heather had something to occupy her mind, she kept out of everyone else's hair. Brandon and George spent the rest of the morning cleaning out and repairing the well. Jeff continued his search of the cabins and found a fairly good selection of furniture. The front yard was jammed with the fruits of his search. Just before lunch, Hattie pronounced the upstairs clean and fit for habitation, and the front of the house gleamed with a fresh coat of whitewash. They stopped and brought huge baskets from the wagon, and a gay, light-hearted repast was enjoyed by all. The meal was finished, and everyone relaxed, sprawling about in a bit of sun or shade as each taste dictated. A feather tick had been placed beneath a lofty pine for Heather, and Brandon joined her on it while Jeff sat nearby with his back propped against an ancient chest and regarded them with smiling eyes. "I was beginning to wonder if you two had an aversion to sharing one of those things," he grinned, "though for the life of me I couldn't figure out how Heather got in her present condition without you doing so. Of course, it could only take one night for the deed to be done, couldn't it? And then she's caught." A silence prevailed as Heather exchanged glances with her husband. Brandon shrugged his shoulders slightly in answer to her questioning gaze, then raised an eyebrow at his brother and contemplated him. But Jeff just smiled and leaned back against the tree and closed his eyes. The afternoon was as busy as the morning. The downstairs was put in spick and span shape, though it had seemed at first to be an impossible goal. A smell of pine soap now pervaded the rooms, and everything shone and sparkled in a mantle of impeccable cleanliness. Heather was relieved that the labours of the day were drawing to a close. She was bone-tired, grimy, sticky with sweat, and hardly looking like the mistress of a great mansion. Long tendrils of black hair tumbled down her back from beneath the kerchief around her head, and little beads of moisture could be seen in the deep cleft between her breasts, where she had opened her bodice to allow the cooling breeze to touch her skin. No man except Brandon had been within the house since the furniture was brought in, for all the chores remaining there required only a woman's hand for completion. Sheets were smoothed across new feather ticks, and dishes were washed and placed within cupboards. So, as Heather stood with Hattie before the now clean hearth, discussing the things yet to be done to make the place a bit more comfortable for the Websters, and gathering from the old woman's knowledge a list of items packed away at Hearthaven that could be used, she was not conscious of any male presence. Her back was to the hall door, and Hattie was half turned away, following attentively her every word. With her gown soiled with dirt
and an apron tied beneath her bosom, she looked no different from the rest of the servants. A stranger coming up from behind might think her a small, trim negress. That was Mr. Bartlett's folly when he saw her beside Hattie, and he entered the room with noiseless stride to force his presence upon the two women. Heather became aware of him only when she felt a hand crudely clapped between her buttocks and heard a voice boom in her ear.
"Ho! What a tidy piece I've found me! Old woman, go tell your master Mr. Bartlett's here to see him, but don't hurry. I've a mind to taste this tempting morsel while you're gone."
Heather spun about, choked with outrage, as Hattie swung round with a gasp of surprise and stared horrified at the intruder. Bartlett showed only mild surprise at the colour of the smaller woman's skin and eyes. His initial thought was that she was a bondwoman. He never dreamed he had just insulted a Birmingham. His tongue flicked over his lips as he viewed the cleavage between her breasts, and his grin thickened into a leer as he took hold of her arm.
"Well, honey girl, it looks as if someone climbed on you ahead of me. Your master, perhaps? He sure's got taste, I'll give him that." He gestured Hattie out with his thumb. "Git, old woman, this is white folks' business. Your master is going to do a little sharing whether he wants to or not." His eyes narrowed at the negress. "And don't go blabbing or I'll cut that tongue out of that black head." Hattie and Heather found their voices at the same time. Heather let loose a screech of indignation as she tried to snatch free. "How dare you! How dare you!" Hattie gripped a rag mop nearby, waving it menacingly as she screamed, "You let her go! Get out of here, white trash! Master Brown'll make hash of you!" Mr. Bartlett took a step forward and lifted his arm to backhand the negress, but found himself under attack instead by Heather, who struck him hard across the face. "Leave her be!" she demanded. His hand flew to his cheek, and he turned his shocked attention upon her. "Why, you little hell-cat!" She glared at him, her bosom heaving, and pointed to the door. "You get out of here," she hissed, "and don't ever come back." He snatched her to him. "You're talking mighty big for being just a servant girl, honey." Angrily, she pummeled his chest and face with her fists, demanding her release. He only laughed in uproarious glee and locked an arm roughly about her shoulders, smothering her blows in a sweaty embrace. "You're sure anxious to save this old woman's skin, lil' gal," he chuckled. "But you're going about it in the wrong way. All you have to do is be nice to me. What's your master got that I ain't?" Hattie swung her mop at the same time Heather's sharp heel fell crunchingly on his instep. Bartlett's pained howl was abruptly choked in a tangle of wet mop, and, both wounded and thrown off balance, he stumbled backward into the hall. Now, faced by the huge negress with blood in her eye, brandishing her mop, and a tiny wildcat gripping a bar of soap as if it were a dagger, he turned and fled from the vengeful pair. As his foot lit on the top step of the porch, the huge bar of soap struck the back of his head with a meaty chunk and sailed off into the yard, to be followed shortly by Mr. Bartlett, who did a beautiful somersault in mid-air and landed the full length of his backside in the dust. He rose, gasping for breath, enraged at being so sorely abused by two common servants, and women at that. The small one faced him from the porch with a feral gleam in her eye. "Now take your filthy, slimy person from these premises, and make haste doing so," she sneered. She raised an eyebrow contemptuously. "Or my master will make you wish you had." "Why, you little bitch," he choked, "I'll teach you to set upon your betters." He stepped forward threateningly, and the huge mop whistled within inches from his face, leaving small trails of dirty water dripping down it. Hattie pulled Heather behind her, and her voice rumbled with rage as she spoke, slow but painfully clear.
"Now, Mr. Bartlett, if you ever lay a hand on this Birmingham again, I'll wrap that mop so hard around your head they'll have to shave you like a sheep."
The man's next retort was startled from him as he heard a rapid thud of feet behind him, and he turned to see the master of Hearthaven coming toward him with an angry grimace distorting his reddened face. In that brief moment, Bartlett realized what it was like to face death. He had insulted the wife of a Birmingham, and not only a Birmingham, but Brandon Birmingham, the one known for his foul temper. Whitening considerably under his swarthy skin, he stood rooted to the spot, unable to move, with fear oozing from every pore. Brandon had heard enough to set his mind afire, and now saw only the man before him, all else blotted out by a reddish haze. He yearned only to feel that same one's bones break beneath his hand, and, as he neared, he swung his fist with bloodthirsty vengeance. His knuckles caught the man across the cheek and right eyebrow, laying skin open and spinning Bartlett around. Brandon drew back, with his fist ready to fly again, but Bartlett fled toward his carriage with an agility amazing for his age and size. Brandon was hardly in the mood to let him go, and was just reaching forward to seize the man when Jeff entered the fray. Realizing his brother's bloodlust rage, he flung his body full length into Brandon's, sending them both tumbling into the dust. He sought to hold him down, but Brandon flung him off, and Jeff looked up to find his brother standing legs spraddled in a cloud of dirt, swearing at the rapidly dwindling carriage. Mr. Bartlett raised once from his seat to shake a hurried fist, and then settled again to the task of full flight. Brandon quieted as he stared down the now empty lane. He shook himself and ran his fingers through his hair, and, turning, gave Jeff a hand up. He looked toward the house, his wild rage being rapidly replaced by concern for Heather. A worried frown wrinkled his brow by the time he reached the first step, and he paused before his wife, who fell into his arms, laughing with almost hysterical relief as she spread tearful kisses on his throat and chest, and dabbed with the end of her apron at the dirt on him and the tears in her eyes. Thinking her truly overwrought, and unable to find another explanation for her behavior, Brandon guided her tenderly to a chair to try to soothe her. Brandon questioned Hattie a moment later, and Jeff found himself again on the verge of using force to restrain him as the story unfolded. Brandon rose to his feet, his cheek flexing tensely, vowing to kill Bartlett, and Heather's heart jumped into her throat. "Please," she gasped, catching his hand. She drew him down again before her and pressed the palm of his hand against her abdomen. He felt his baby moving vigorously within her. She gazed into his eyes and smiled gently as she reached up to caress his cheek. "I've had enough excitement for the day. Let's finish here and go home." When Jeremiah Webster first glimpsed the house prepared for him and his family, he thought it to be the Birmingham house and remarked what a fine place it was. The three Birminghams looked at him in some surprise, and Brandon hastened to correct him. The man's jaw dropped in astonishment, and it was several moments before he regained his wits and turned to his wife.
"Did you hear, Leah? Did you hear? This here is to be our house."
For the first time since they had met, the woman spoke, with tears brimming her eyes, her shyness forgotten for the moment. "It's too good to be true." She turned to Heather as if to reaffirm what her husband had said. "We're to live here? In a real house?" She half questioned, still uncertain. Heather nodded to assure her, and flashed a soft, warm smile to her husband for his kindness to these people as she took the woman's arm. "Come," she murmured gently. I'll show you around inside."
As the two women entered the house, with Mr. Webster following close behind, Jeff gently nudged Brandon, who stared after his wife. "A few more good deeds, Brandon, and you'll be her knight in shining armor." As the month of March grew middle-aged, the days waxed warm and sunny. Brandon found that preparing the mill for production demanded most of his time, and he saw little of his wife or home. Both he and Webster made many trips between the mill and the logging camps upriver. Great rafts of logs were floated down to rest in the backwaters behind the mill and await the first greedy screams of hungry saws. Most of the old stock of lumber in the mill yard went to repair and rebuild the tumble-down shanties that had housed the slaves. 2 families and some half-dozen single men had come from New York, on Webster's urging, to add their experience to the cruise. The hot, dusty days and the cool, damp nights formed a dreary pattern for Heather, with both Brandon and Jeff absent from the house. She fought the lassitude of monotony and found brief moments of relief in small things. A spring shower broke the month's drought and paved the way for a night of pounding rain. The next few days brought a pleasant metamorphosis to the land, and Heather was amazed at the sudden change caused by the rains. Almost overnight, the burnt, dry browns of winter were replaced by the verdant, blushing greens of spring. Magnolia trees sent their rich scents across the countryside, and purple cascades of wisteria fell from the trees where it clung. Azaleas, oleanders, and assorted lilies threw their riotous colours across the woodland, and pungent dogwood delicately graced the glens. Ducks and geese ranged overhead, and the forest came alive with abundant animal life. In the midst of this grandeur, Heather felt her time approach. Her burden lowered in her belly, and when she walked, her stomach cleared the way. Despite the beauty of the land, she ventured out but rarely. She felt herself clumsy and slow, but whenever she sought to move, she always found a hand ready to assist her. When Brandon was gone, either to the mill or the logging camps upstream, it was Jeff or Hattie or Mary, but someone was always near. A score of family friends came out to pay their respects to her and welcome Brandon home. It was on a Friday afternoon when they ventured forth. The pits had been readied for roasting early that morning, and young boys set to turning sides of beef and pork. Kegs of ale were cooled in the chilly waters of the creek, and food prepared in abundance. Reverend Fairchild and his wife and brood of 7 were among the first to arrive, and soon after, Abigail Clark's huge black landau came smartly up the lane without pausing to halt before the big house. The party grew light as the day grew long, and Reverend Fairchild was sorely set to keep some men from imbibing too much, and with routing the young couples from behind the bushes where they were wont to lie and exchange poetic phrases. Brandon ordered several kegs of ale set out beneath the trees, and Jeff, in kind, brought out a hogshead of his own aged bourbon. Spirits grew high, and private kegs were brought out and tapped, ostensibly for comparison with the Birmingham wares. Children ran and played across the great lawns and consumed many pitchers of lemonade. The women collected in groups and stitched samplers, while the men admired the horses and the women and seemed unable to decide just whose keg bore the sweetest brew. It was Sybil Scott who drew most everyone's attention at some time during the afternoon. She wore a daringly low gown of some considerable cost and was pursued consistently by a paunchy middle-aged merchant whose intentions were clear to everyone but her. She evaded his pawing lunges with shrill giggles, somewhat overwhelmed by this unusual attention from a man and the absence of her mother's restrictive hand. Heather's eyes widened as she saw the formerly reticent girl now giggling and flirting with her suitor and meeting his roving hands with only token resistance. Seated beside her, Mrs. Clark showed her anger by sniffing loudly and stamping her umbrella on the ground. "Miranda Scott will rue the day she gave her daughter freedom. That poor young girl will end up broken-hearted. He buys her wealthy clothes and gifts and makes no further promises, and she's been too long protected to deal with a man, and that one especially. Poor girl, she needs a guiding hand."
"I thought she seemed like such a shy young girl,"
Heather murmured, rather confused at the change.
"Sybil, my dear, is not young," Mrs. Fairchild commented, "and most certainly seems to have lost her shyness."
Mrs. Clark shook her head sadly. "It's obvious, since she failed to capture Birmingham, Miranda has given up on her." She glanced at Heather, who, for all her roundness, was startlingly beautiful in that mysterious way expectant mothers are. She wore a gown of light blue organdy with frothy ruffles at the throat and wrists, and her hair was caught in a mass of soft ringlets with narrow blue ribbons falling over the cascading curls. Even so obviously pregnant, she was the envy of many. The grand dame continued, now speaking directly to Heather. "You must know by now that Sybil had her eye set for your husband, though I can't see where she, poor child, ever thought she had a chance with him. He rarely gave any of even the prettiest girls of our church a second glance. And then, of course, there was Louisa, who we must admit is a beautiful woman. Even then Sybil held some hope for herself, but that day she saw you, I believe she finally realized her dreams were ended. It was a shame the way Miranda encouraged her to believe Brandon would notice her. He hardly knew the poor girl was alive." Nodding toward Sybil, she stated flatly, "This is Miranda's fault, what is happening now. But she sits in her house and damns Brandon and will not think of her daughter." The woman's voice ended full of ire, and she stamped her parasol on the ground as if to emphasize it. Down the lane, Brandon and Jeff were walking toward them when Sybil, trying to avoid her heavy-handed suitor, darted around a tree and almost collided with them. Brandon stepped aside and nodded a greeting and continued on his way without so much as a second glance. The poor girl's eyes widened as she recognized him, and the blood left her face. She stood staring at his back dejectedly, all the gaiety driven from her day by his mere presence, and she watched him take a chair beside his wife. Sybil's view was obscured when a barouche came up the lane and stopped in front of the seated group. As the richly dressed Louisa descended from the carriage, leaving her beau looking rather surprised at her hasty departure, Heather put her needlework down in her lap and waited for her to approach. Louisa smiled brightly as she strode forward and warbled a gay greeting. Her new beau climbed down and followed her, but she ignored him, bestowing her full attention upon her former fiancé. She frowned when Brandon rose to stand behind his wife's chair, and then she turned to consider Heather.
"My goodness, child,"
she smirked, her eyes dropping to the round belly.
"This will probably ruin your figure for the rest of your life."
"What would you know of it, Louie?" Jeff asked sarcastically. She disregarded him and spun around, showing off her attire as well as her voluptuous figure.
"How do you like my new gown? I found the most talented couturier. He does such wonders with a bolt of cloth and a bit of thread."
She wrinkled her nose as if in distaste.
"But he's such an odd little man. You really must see him. It would almost make you laugh."
She looked pointedly at the younger girl.
"But then, he's one of your countrymen, darling."
She flitted away to talk to a group of young couples nearby as her beau turned to greet Brandon.
"Heard tell you got married, Brand," Matthew Bishop drawled.
Brandon slipped his hands to Heather's shoulders as he introduced her to the man.
Matt and Jeff went to school together, he explained to his wife.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Bishop,
she murmured, smiling. The man glanced first to her stomach and grinned, then his eyes rose to her face, and he seemed surprised at what he saw.
This is your wife?
He questioned almost incredulously.
Why, Louisa said...
He stopped, realizing what he had almost let slip. He had thought it odd when Louisa ranted and raved to him about the homely little beggar who had used witchery to snatch Brandon from her. He had found it hard to believe Brandon that anxious to be caught, or the type to take an unappetizing wench to bed, much less to wife. He should have known the man would have found the prettiest to warm his bed.
I believe the jest is on me, he smiled. You have a most lovely wife, Brand.
Louisa hurried back in time to hear his last comments and scowled at him as she took his arm, but she turned to smile at Brandon.
Darling, you give the most fabulous parties, she simpered. Even when there were just the two of us, your parties were never boring.
Brandon seemed oblivious to her as he bent to ask his wife of her comfort, but Abigail was not so silent. You seem to dote upon parties, Louisa. As to men, it's not often that you've displayed the taste to limit your affections to just one. Jeff gave a hearty chuckle and winked at the old woman. Louisa glared at them both. She turned her attention to Heather, in time to see the girl rub her cheek lovingly against her husband's hand and murmur a reply to him as he bent over her. Jealousy raged within her. Her eyes fell to the handkerchief Heather was monogramming for her husband, and her eyes narrowed slyly.
Whatever do you have there, darling? Do you waste your time with trivial sewing? I thought you would have more important things to attend to, married to Brandon. She cast a glance toward him. But then, I suppose there are few real pleasures you can indulge in when you're that far along with child. As for myself, Sewing is a gentle art, Louisa, Mrs. Fairchild interrupted, paying close attention to her own needlework. One which you might do well to learn. It occupies the hand and keeps the mind from less desirable pursuits.
Deciding she could not successfully ruin Heather's fun without someone barging in to protect the little mouse, Louisa strolled away, bested for the moment, but never beaten. There'd be another opportunity to shred the girl's confidence to ribbons, and she was patient. She smiled up at her new beau and rubbed her breast against his arm to tease him. He was not as handsome as Brandon, nor half so rich, but he would do, until she connived to get that arrogant and talented stud in her bed again. Forever the bachelor on the make, Matt pulled Louisa behind a large bush and into his passionate embrace. He taunted her in turn with his own body, and his parted lips sought hers as his hand slid inside her bodice to caress her warm, abundant flesh.
Not here, she murmured, pulling away slightly. I know a place in the stables.
Hattie came out the front door with a tray of lemonade for the ladies, and Mrs. Clark greeted her warmly as she served them. "Aren't you ready to leave this den of iniquity and come live with me, Hattie?" she inquired. "We older folks must stick together, you know." "No, Hattie declined with a chuckle. "I'm going to have a new Birmingham to bring up shortly, and Master will have to kick me out before I leave this place and Miss Heather. A team of Master Brand's mules couldn't pull me from here." She drew a laugh from all present, and with a questioning look at Heather, she turned her attention to her mistress's comfort. "How you feelin', honey child? Don't tire yourself out sitting too long. That baby gonna come soon enough without nobody rushin' it. Master Brand, don't you let her do too much, you hear?"
"I hear, Hattie," he chuckled.
It was well after dark when the meat was pronounced ready and torches were brought out to provide light. Savoury dishes from different families were brought together on a long table, and the guests avidly devoted themselves to the food. The beef and pork were sliced right over the pits and heaped on eagerly presented plates as everyone formed in lines. Heather and Brandon moved around the table with their own plates and selected those foods which tempted them most. He pointed out the dishes unfamiliar to her but which he thought she might enjoy. As they walked from the table to the pits, she looked down, rather amazed at her plate. "I am so fat that my eyes cannot see my feet, and yet I burden my plate like this." She lifted a corn pone from her plate and giggled happily as she fed him a bite. "You'll just have to help me eat it, Brandon. That's all there is to be done." He chuckled and pressed a warm kiss upon her lips as she gazed up at him with her smile bright.
"Anything to please you, sweet. Anything at all."
When they returned to their chairs, Heather watched her husband place his plate upon his knees and slice off a juicy bit of rare beef with the greatest of ease, while she sat in indecision, not knowing where to put her plate. She contemplated his long legs, then her own loss of lap. Brandon glanced up at her as she gazed doubtfully at her belly and chuckled with amusement. Getting up, he handed her his plate and went to fetch a small table for them.
"I believe you'll be able to manage here, madam," he grinned when he set it before them.
As they sat together, Brandon caught sight of a disgruntled George sitting at the far end of the porch, whittling on a twig with vicious intent. Puzzled by this display of temper from the old man, he beckoned him over.
"What ails you?"
he questioned when the manservant stood by his side. George glanced hesitantly at Heather and was slow to answer. "There were some varmints in the stables, Captain." Brandon raised an eyebrow at him.
"Varmints?"
The servant shuffled his feet and peered at Heather again. "Aye, Captain, varmints." Brandon thought this over for a moment and then nodded in understanding.
"All right, George. Take yourself a plate and settle your thoughts on some of this beef and forget what you may have seen or heard."
"Aye, Captain," the man replied. When he had gone, Heather looked at Brandon with a puzzled expression. "Did George find rats in the stables?" Brandon laughed heartily.
"You might say that, sweet."
The party continued into the night. Brandon took Heather for a stroll among their guests, and then once again settled her in the midst of the ladies. He was drawn away by a group of men, and it was a late hour before he could free himself from their hold and return to her. She sat quietly, listening to several middle-aged women talk of their current illnesses and womanly upsets. Mrs. Clark was no longer present, but had retired some time earlier to one of the bedrooms upstairs. Mrs. Fairchild had left for home with her husband and their brood. Brandon took Heather's hand and drew her from the chair.
"Ladies, I must beg that you excuse my wife now. She's had a long, tiring day and needs her rest. I hope you don't mind."
They hurried to assure him that they did not mind, and smiled among themselves as they watched him so considerately help his young wife up the steps and into the house. Inside, Heather released a tired sigh. "Thank you for rescuing me," she murmured. "I'm afraid they thought me quite dull. I couldn't think of anything to say that would impress them with my intelligence, and besides, that chair was most uncomfortable."
"I'm sorry, sweet. I would have come sooner had I known."
She dropped her head against his arm and smiled. "I fear you'll have to drag me upstairs. I'm so tired I don't believe I can manage them alone." He stopped and lifted her into his arms amid her protests. "Put me down, Brandon," she pleaded. "I'm so heavy. You'll hurt yourself."
He chuckled. "Hardly, madam. You still weigh no more than a mite."
Well, 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 what can this be?"
a woman questioned from behind them, and there was no mistaking Louisa's soft, purring voice. Brandon turned slowly with his wife in his arms and met the woman's mocking eyes as she came toward them.
"Do you do this every night, Brandon?"
she inquired jeeringly with a raised eyebrow.
"It surely must put a strain on your back, darling. You know you should take better care of yourself. Whatever would you do if you broke your back? You would certainly be no good to her anymore."
His face was expressionless as he made his reply. "I've lifted heavier women in my life, Louisa, including you. I'd say my wife has yet to gain before she matches your weight." The mocking smile was replaced by a tightly set mouth, and she glared at him. But he turned away, and without a backward glance, spoke again. "By the way, Louisa, you should go comb your hair. You have straw in it." Over his shoulder, Heather permitted a small, triumphant smile to appear on her lips as she looked at the other woman, and she tightened her arms about her husband's neck. Instead of going directly into the sitting room, for Louisa still stared up at them, Brandon carried her through his room. In her room, he lounged in a chair while Mary helped her undress behind a screen. While she was so misshapen, Heather preferred her nakedness concealed from him. She would wait until she was again slim and could tempt him with a trimmer waist. Then she would gladly yield her body to his gaze, and to whatever might follow. When a gentle breeze ruffled the draperies by her bed the next morning, Heather stirred from sleep. The dull ache in her back still was with her, and she felt strangely tired, though she had rested some 8 hours or more. As she rose from bed, she felt the heavy weight of the child within her pressing downward. The day was slow to pass. She saw the last of the overnight guests leave by late afternoon, with the exception of Mrs. Clark, who would be staying a few more days. Night came and dinner was served. Family and guest enjoyed a delectable bouillabaisse of Aunt Ruth's artistry, and as the last dishes were taken from the table, the group settled in the drawing-room. But Heather soon found there was little more comfort to be had in the chairs here than in the dining-room. She sought her bed early, and when Brandon escorted her upstairs and left her in the sitting-room, she dismissed Mary and undressed herself. Time was forgotten as she lay in the darkness. She heard Brandon come upstairs again and move about his room. Then silence returned once more as he retired to bed. Sleep came finally for her, but it was not long. She woke slowly as the drawing within her belly became painfully real and no longer a dream. It left her wide awake as it passed, and she slid her hand to her stomach, knowing her time had come. The pains gripped her until it seemed every muscle in her body ached with the strain. She struggled from the bed finally, intent upon sending Mary for Hattie, and lit a candle by her bedside. By its glow, she saw that her gown had been stained, and seeking another, carefully moved toward the bureau. She was halfway there when her eyes widened in surprise, and she gasped. The discharge left her gown soaking, and the fetal water ran from between her legs without stopping. Standing in helpless confusion, she looked around as the door from Brandon's room opened. He walked in naked, just shrugging into his robe.
"Heather, are you all right?" he questioned. "I thought I heard—" He stopped abruptly, his eyes falling to her stained and clinging gown. Then he came to her in a rush. "My God, it's the baby!"
"Brandon," she said in an amazed tone, "I'm all wet. It happened so suddenly I didn't know it was coming."
She stared up at him as if her soaked condition was the only thing that concerned her. Then she began unfastening the garment.
"Please get me another. I can't go back to bed in a wet gown."
He hurried to her bureau and threw open the drawers, scrambling through them like a madman and leaving them gaping and lingerie hanging over the sides. He finally located the gowns, neatly stacked in the bottom drawer, and ran back to her with the top garment, but Heather declined it.
"But Brandon, that's pink. I'm having a boy, and boys don't wear pink. Go get a blue one, please."
He stared at her for a moment in astonishment, and finally regained his wits.
"Madam, God's truth, I don't care whether it's a girl or boy," he exclaimed. "Just put this on and let me get you back into bed."
"No," she said stubbornly. "I'm going to have a boy and I shan't wear that."
"But, madam, he won't be wearing anything when he gets here, so it doesn't matter," he cried. "Now will you get this on?"
She met his stare and, pursing her lips, slowly shook her head in negative motion. Brandon threw up his hands in exasperation, and the nightgown floated to the floor as he ran back to the bureau and began tossing gowns this way and that in a frenzy. Finally, he found a blue one and rushed to her with it. She looked up at him expectantly as she took it, but he was most confused and just stared down at her dumbfoundedly.
"Will you turn your back, please?" she requested, seeing his bewilderment.
"What?"
he asked stupidly. "Will you turn your back, please?" she repeated.
"But, madam, I've seen you without clothes.
He stopped and spun about, realizing it would do him no good to argue with her, for she was hell-bent to have her way, and he would only delay things by trying to explain anything to her. Heather threw the blue gown over his shoulder, finding no other place to put it, standing in the middle of the room as they were.
"Madam, will you hurry?" he urged. "You're going to whelp right there if you don't, and our child will be the only one ever born on his head."
Heather giggled lightly and let the wet gown fall to the floor as she reached up for the clean one.
"I doubt that, my dearest."
"Heather, for God's sakes," he pleaded, "will you stop chattering and get that gown on?"
"But, Brandon, I wasn't chattering. I just answered you." She drew the gown in place and began tying the ribbon.
"You may turn around now if you want."
He whirled and bent to pick her up.
"But, Brandon," she protested, "I must wipe up the floor."
"To hell with the floor!"
he exclaimed, and gathered her into his arms. He stood holding her for a moment in indecision, glancing from her bed to his door, and made up his mind quickly. He hurried from her room into his. "Where are you taking me?" she questioned. "Hattie will never find me. She'll have to go all over the house looking for me." He placed her carefully in the middle of his huge bed.
"There. Does that answer your question, chatterbox? It's where I'd like my son, or perhaps my daughter, born."
"I'm not having a girl, I'm having—"
She was again wrenched with pain as another contraction seized her, and she bit her bottom lip in agony.
"I'll awaken Hattie,"
he muttered, and fled the room quickly. But the old negress, having seen from her cabin Heather's room alight, had sensed the situation and was already in the hallway when he came flying out.
"She's having the baby," he cried when he saw her. "Hurry!"
She shook her head as she speeded with him into the master bedroom.
"It'll be a long while yet before she has that baby, Master Bran. It's the first, and they takes their good-natured time. It'll be hours yet."
"Well, she's in pain now. Do something for her."
"Master Bran, I's sorry, but there ain't nothing I can do for her pain,"
she replied. With a concerned frown creasing her black brow, she bent over the writhing Heather and smoothed her hair from her face.
"Don't fight it, child. Just pant while you're having them, then relax when they go. You'll need your strength for later."
With Hattie directing, Heather panted. The pain eased soon, and she was able to smile at Brandon as he came to stand near her. He sat down on the bed's edge, and his hand moved to hers, and she saw that his face was grim and seemed suddenly lined. "I'm told every mother has to go through this," she murmured consolingly. "It's part of being a woman." Hattie roused the household, and banked fires were stirred up and great kettles of water set to boil. Fresh linens were brought, and with Brandon's help, some of these were placed beneath Heather. The blue gown was pulled up out of the way, and a clean sheet spread to cover her nakedness. And the time went slowly for some, swiftly for others. Hattie rocked in a chair by the bedside when she was not tending her mistress, and Brandon, with each contraction, became more distraught.
"Hattie, how much longer do you think it'll be?" he questioned anxiously, wiping his brow.
"No one knows that, Master Bran," the woman replied, "but it sure looks like Miss Heather is holding up a darn sight better'n you. Why don't you go have a nice big drink of that stuff you like to drink? It sure couldn't hurt nothing, and it might help a lot."
Brandon felt in strong need of a brandy, but declined, wanting to stay and comfort his wife in any way he could. She clung to his hand tightly, seeming to want him there by her side, and he could not leave her when she was so tortured with giving his child birth. Again the agony came, and again it went. Brandon wiped Heather's face with a cool, wet cloth and brushed her hair up from her neck, and looked a little paler than he did before. Hattie moved to the bedside and, taking his arm, urged him from it.
"Master Bran, you best let Master Jeff fix you something strong. You don't look so good."
She guided him to the door and, opening it, gently pushed him out.
"You go get drunk, Master Bran. Go get drunk and don't come back until I calls you. I don't want you fainting while I got to tend the missus."
The door closed, and Brandon was left staring at it, feeling lost and out of sorts. He glanced around him and finally went downstairs and into the study, where George and his brother waited. Jeff took one look at him and pressed a stiff drink into his hand.
"Here, you look as if you need this."
Brandon tossed the drink down without hardly noticing the two who regarded him, and Jeff motioned to George, and the servant quickly took his captain's glass and poured a small draught of brandy in it and an ample supply of water. Brandon didn't realize the difference as he paced the floor. Between the two of them, Jeff and George managed to keep Brandon's drinks pretty well watered. Jeff watched his brother light up one expensive cigar after another, then crush them out after taking only a puff or two. He moved in a sort of daze around the study, inattentive and unconcerned with what went on around him, ignoring them and paying no heed to what he did. He strode into the hallway many times and gazed upward toward the second floor. Then he would turn again and reach for another drink. A maid scurrying up or down the stairs now and then would send him rushing to the door, but for no reason. When he poured himself a bourbon and swallowed a good third of the contents without noticing the difference, Jeff knew he was in another world entirely.
"Brandon, you're getting too old for this sort of thing, or else that little girl up there matters more to you than you admit. I've seen you go after a wounded boar without fear, knowing exactly what you were doing. Now you're so addled you're drinking my bourbon and you can't stand the stuff."
Brandon thrust the glass at him.
"Well, why the hell did you give it to me then if you knew I disliked it?"
Jeff turned a bemused expression to George, and the man smiled in return and shrugged his shoulders. The younger brother went to the desk, shaking his head, and relaxed back in the chair. After a moment, he took up quill and paper and began to scratch out a few figures. When he turned to Brandon again, he wore a grin broader than a barn door. It couldn't have worked out better if he had possessed a hand in fate.
"You know, Brandon, according to my calculations, you'd have had to marry Tori the first day you were in London port."
George spewed a mouthful of ale out in surprise and coughed and choked as some went down the wrong way, while Brandon lowered his head between his shoulders and scowled at his brother. In the master bedroom, Heather writhed in silent agony as she bore down in an effort to force the child from her. She breathed in deeply as the pain eased, but her relief was short and she was again tortured. She clung to the servant's hand and gritted her teeth, while Hattie encouraged her.
"The head is about to come, Miss Heather. It won't be long now. Push down. That's it. Scream if you want. You've been silent too long, child."
A whimper escaped Heather as her body was consumed in pain. She fought the urge to cry out, but as the child's head emerged, a scream did come, and down below in the study, Brandon slid weakly into a chair as he heard it. He stared unseeing across the room, and George caught his glass as it tipped. Both the servant and the younger brother glanced at each other in nervous indecision, realizing that Heather's cry had affected them too. Sometime later, with a broad grin upon her black face, Hattie opened the door of the study, holding the wee Birmingham close. She went to Brandon first, as the two other men stared at the bundle, drawing back the blanket for him to see his child.
"It's a boy, master. A strong, fine, healthy boy. He was a squalling before he left the hatch."
"My God," Brandon uttered, as he came from his daze to see the wrinkled red face of his son before him. He grabbed up his drink and tossed it down, and looked around as if he needed another badly. Jeff and George sidled closer to view the child, and beamed proudly, as if they were the ones responsible for his being there, forgetting Brandon entirely. Jeff poked a gentle finger at the small hand.
"He doesn't look much like Brandon," he commented.
George quickly glanced from father to son, but Hattie spoke up in disagreement.
"Master Brandon looked just like this when he was born. He was just about as long, too. This baby's going to be as tall as his pa, that's for sure. He's already got a good start."
Brandon stood up and peeked leerily over George's shoulder at his son again. He moved from the group as they continued to admire the baby and hurried out of the room and up the stairs to the master bedroom. Heather smiled drowsily as he came to the bedside and took her hand.
"Have you seen him?" she questioned as he sat beside her. "Isn't he beautiful?"
He nodded to the first inquiry and reserved opinion on the second. "How do you feel?" he asked softly.
"Sleepy," she sighed, "but wonderful."
He pressed his lips to her brow.
"Thank you for the son," he murmured.
She smiled and closed her eyes, holding his hand clutched to her breast.
"We'll have your daughter next time," he whispered.
But Heather had already drifted to sleep. Brandon gently eased his hand from her grasp and tiptoed out of the room to the sitting room, leaving Mary to sit with his wife. He paused by a window and saw that dawn was breaking. He smiled to himself, feeling fit enough to wrestle a bear and quite good, despite the fact that he had been up all night. He brought a chair to the window, which he opened and sat down, propping his feet on the sill. A moment later, when Hattie came through the room, she found his head slumped on his chest and his eyes closed in sleep. She shook her head slowly and smiled.
"Poor master. He sure had a hard night."
The sun was streaming down in bright rays over Hearthaven when Brandon woke to the sound of angry squalls and realized his son was making his demands. He rose and washed the foul taste from his mouth left from the night of drinking, then pushed open the door to the nursery to find Hattie bending over the wee one. She was clucking to him and cooing and talking in a soothing tone, but he raged on.
"We gonna have you fed in just a minute, Lil Birmingham. It ain't the end of the world."
Feeling now a fatherly interest and pride in his son, Brandon drew closer and stood with hands behind his back as he watched the old negress struggling to remove the wet clothes. The baby drew up his knees and wailed the louder, turning red with his anger.
"Hoo-wee, that boy sure is mad. He's a-wanting something to eat. and he's letting everybody know it."
As soon as he was dry, the young Birmingham's manner calmed some. He smacked his lips, opening his mouth like a little bird every time his fist brushed his cheek, and released whimpering little gurgles now and then, letting out a disgruntled yelp. Hattie chuckled at him.
"Look there, master. He's trying to sweet-talk me into giving him something to eat."
Brandon smiled, and the baby gurgled pleadingly.
"You sure is an impatient little fella,"
Hattie cooed, picking him up and cuddling him to her big bosom.
"But your mammy is awake, and we're going to take you in there right now."
Running his fingers through his tousled hair, Brandon followed the servant into the master bedroom. There he saw Heather, sitting up in bed, hair combed and ribboned, fresh and frilly gown donned, and looking irresistibly beautiful. When she saw him, she hurriedly motioned Mary away, giving her a hand mirror, and then turned to give him a radiant smile and hold eager arms out for her son. He followed Hattie to the bed, sitting beside Heather as she took the babe gently into her arms. He saw a light blush spread across her features when she undid her gown and pushed it aside, and sensed her unease with this new, unfamiliar task of motherhood. Yet she cooed to the baby softly and tried to direct him as he rooted about eagerly. The nipple brushed his cheek, and he turned his head hurriedly in that direction and latched onto it with the ferocity of a starving pig, causing Heather to jump in painful surprise as his mouth clamped down on her. Brandon smiled, and Hattie chuckled as she viewed the babe sucking at his mother's breast.
"Lordy me, the young master is hollow from the feet up. Most likely we'll be having to fix that boy a sugar tit to tide him over until his mammy gets milk."
The tiny, tugging mouth sent strange rivers of delight pulsating through Heather's body as she gazed lovingly at her son. Already she thought he looked a great deal like his father. Soft black hair covered the small head, and magnificent little brows were already shaped with his sire's curve, and not his mother's slant. With a maternal pride, she thought him a most handsome baby. "He is beautiful, isn't he, Brandon?" she murmured, lifting warm eyes to his, and Hattie prodded Mary out the door, closing it behind them as Brandon replied, "He is indeed, madam." He reached and thrust a gentle finger into the tiny fist that pressed against her breast. It was readily accepted and firmly held, and Brandon smiled in pleasure. He returned his gaze to his wife's face and lost himself in the soft, liquid eyes that beheld him. He was barely conscious of his actions as he leaned forward, almost mesmerized by the deep pools of blue. His free hand slipped through her hair to the nape of her neck, and still she stared. And then his mouth found hers, and eyelids lowered. He felt her lips slacken and begin to tremble, and then open as his mouth moved upon hers. He tasted response, sweet, warm and clinging, and was aware of the rapid beat of her heart beneath the fingers resting on her breast. Heather struggled for breath under his flaming kiss, all too aware of his hands upon her, of his searing mouth taking hers. Feeling faint, she tore free and laughed shakily. "You make me forget the baby," she sighed as his lips slid to her throat and tried to stop the spinning of her head. "What shall we name him?" He drew back and looked at her. After a moment, he murmured, "If you have no objections, I'd like to name him after a friend of mine now dead. He was killed a few years back fighting a fire that burned his church. I admired the man very much, but you might be warned that he was a Frenchman, a French Huguenot. I will understand if your English ancestry disapproves of naming our son after him."
You forget, my lord, she smiled, that in all actuality you are more English than I. What was your friend's name?
Beauregard. Beauregard Grant, he answered readily.
She tested the name on her tongue, then nodded her head. It's a nice name. I like it. Beauregard Grant Birmingham is what he shall be called. Freeing his finger from his son's grip, Brandon opened a drawer in the bedside commode and removed a long box which he presented to her.
With gratitude, madam, for giving me a son.
He lifted the lid for her, and she stared at the necklace within. 2 long strands of large, carefully matched pearls were clasped together by a generous ruby set in gold filigree. Oh, Brandon, it's lovely, she breathed. His eyes fell to her throat and bosom, and his voice was hoarse when he spoke.
Somehow, I thought pearls would complement the beauty of your skin better than diamonds.
She could almost feel his stare caressing her. A warm feeling again swept her, and her pulse throbbed in her throat. Then he glanced away.
I'll get dressed,
he said huskily as he rose from the bed.
I imagine Abigail is anxious to see the baby.
He selected clothes from his wardrobe and, turning again, gave her a long appraisal before he went into the sitting room to dress. Some time later, Abigail came in with Jeff to view the baby, who now lay asleep on the bed beside his mother. She lifted a lorgnette and peered at the newborn, then raised an eyebrow as she smiled at Brandon.
Well, I see there'll be another generation of girls set upon by a Birmingham. But I do hope you plan to have enough to make a lot of those frilly-skirted things happy. They shan't like it if there's only himself there.
Jeff smiled slowly.
They'll probably have at least a dozen, but I doubt if their children will be all boys.
The old woman looked in obvious glee to Brandon.
Well now, that would be justice indeed, to have one of you two defending a maiden's honor.
She chuckled merrily at the thought.
It would stir your blood more than a mite if you had to force a gay bachelor to wed your daughter.
Heather cast a quick glance to Brandon and was amazed to see for the first time a dark blush on his face. Jeff smiled to himself, seeing his brother's discomfort, but Mrs. Clark was gazing again at the babe and missed the exchange, having no idea how close she had brought everything home to him.
You have given the world a most magnificent child, my dear, she commented to Heather. You must be quite proud of him.
Heather smiled at the woman and raised warm eyes to her husband. Thank you, Mrs. Clark. I am. With the birth of his son past, Brandon once more devoted his time and energies to readying the mill for operation. Heather remained in the large bedroom and had set her mind to the fact that she would stay there. It would take physical force to move her out again, and each day her presence was more firmly established. Brandon first noticed her brush and comb upon the dressing table. Then her powder and perfumes resided there. More and more of her clothes hung beside his in the wardrobe, as her lingerie found its way into the bureau with his items of apparel. It became so he had to search through her soft and lacy chemises and nightgowns to locate his stockings and stocks, and, more than once, pulled out one of her dainty handkerchiefs when he thought he had one of his. In deference to her tender condition, he had taken up what he hoped was a temporary residence in the sitting room, but many a longing glance he cast at the huge bed, for the small one in the sitting room was not made for a tall frame. Either he banged his head or his feet stuck out, and he cursed the damned thing, often and heartily. Yet he could never quite find the right moment to tactfully assert his rights and take a place there in his bed beside his wife, and watching her slow movements about the house, he knew it would be some time yet
before he could find relief for his baser needs with her, though he found her newly regained slimness most distracting. But she made no offer either to move out of his bed, nor for him to join her. So with many a long sigh, he doubled up his knees and made the best of the small comfort he had. Though most of his time was consumed at the mill, what spare moments he had, he spent with his wife and son. He rose early in the mornings, yet found Heather up and tending the babe, either bathing him or giving him his morning nourishment. Enjoying both sights, it became part of the rote for him to join her there before his day's work began. A new, stronger yet unspoken bond began to build between them in those quiet morning moments they spent together with their son. Chapter 9. The month of May brought the summer in earnest, and after the rain ceased, each day seemed hotter than the one before. Cotton had been planted and the spring's work done. The mill was now operating at nearly full capacity, and the lumber yard was beginning to fill. As soon as the newly sawed boards and timber had seasoned for a few weeks in the sun, the first shipments would be made. Orders had already been placed for several months' worth of the mill's products. Mr. Webster's able talents had proven themselves, and he kept the saws humming and the pond full of ready timber. All indications were that this first season would turn a handsome profit, and Brandon was well pleased with the progress. Now, as the long, hot days bore heavy on the minds, the gay life of the planters began. The first party of the summer's social whirl was set at Hearthaven the weekend following. A great deal of Heather's attention was directed toward the preparations for this gay event. Invitations were sent out, champagne purchased, foods planned. She conversed with Hattie about new uniforms for the house staff and the mansion's overall appearance, while the gardeners strove to meet her approval by manicuring the grounds to perfection. While Heather's time was taken up planning the party and tending Beau, Brandon found himself more and more the extra man at the mill. He now had time to spend with his wife and son, and set into motion his own strategy of winning a place beside her in the huge bed. So it was, with considerable malice aforethought, that he chose this day to gently bribe her. He had purchased earlier in the week a small, fine chestnut mare with flashing white stockings a 4-foot and a startling blaze across her face. She was a spirited but gentle filly, and one he thought his wife could easily take to. He smiled to himself as he put the side saddle astride the animal and caressed the leather where his wife would sit, thinking what the gift might lead to. He would be most gentle with her, as he taught her how to handle the beast, and he might even gain a soft kiss or two this very day. Smiling at his thoughts, he led Leopold and the mare to the front of the house, and tying them there, mounted the steps to the porch. Heather was in the drawing-room, carefully stitching a shirt for him, and she was so intent upon her task that she failed to notice his entry into the house. He leaned against the doorsill and watched her for a long moment as she sat unaware of his presence. Their son indulged in an afternoon nap in a wicker crib near her, having been fed just a short time earlier, and that too worked to his advantage. He smiled as her brows drew together over a difficult stitch. "Don't frown so, my love," he teased, "or you'll be looking like that prune-faced Mrs. Scott." Heather jumped at his first word. "Brandon, you gave me a fright." He grinned in a roguish way. "Did I now?" he questioned softly. "Well, I'm sorry, sweet. I didn't mean to." Heather laughed and put her sewing aside as he came forward, more handsome than any man she had ever seen. The sun had darkened his skin to a deep tan, and his green eyes seemed to shine that much brighter.
He looked quite manly and masculine in casual riding attire, and her heart beat a little faster with his presence. He stopped before her, and reaching out for her hand, pulled her to her feet, noticing as he did so the soft, sweet scent of her perfume. As he led her into the hall, he told Joseph to fetch Mary to sit with the baby, then turned again to his wife, who looked up at him quite perplexed. "Where are we going?" she inquired. He smiled as he put his hand behind her back and urged her forward. "Just outside," he replied, non-committal. Heather walked out onto the porch and glanced around to see the 2 horses tied to the hitching post, both awaiting riders, and the smaller one bearing a side saddle. She lifted a questioning gaze to her husband, and he flashed her a grin. "Don't you like her? I never asked if you were fond of horses or could ride, but it will be an easy matter for me to teach you, your health permitting, madam." She laughed brightly as she hurried down the steps to the mare. "I'm in perfect health," she said over her shoulder. Brandon's grin broadened and he quickly followed. Quite taken with the trim and shapely filly, Heather caressed the silky nose and smoothed the chestnut mane and could not contain her excitement. "Oh, Brandon, she's lovely. What's her name?" "Lady Fair," he replied. "Oh, it's most fitting. She is a fair lady." She whirled to him and smiled. "Will you lift me up?" He raised an eyebrow and pointedly gazed at the light and low-cut summer dress she wore. "Don't you think you'd better change, my sweet? That dress is not the most—" "No," she interrupted, thrusting out a lower lip in a feigned pout. "I want to ride her now, and it would take too long to change." Her mouth curved in a cajoling smile as she ran a finger down the buttons of his waistcoat. "Please, Brandon. Please." He chuckled at her coquettish pleading and could do nothing but give in to her. He bent and clasped his hand to receive her dainty foot, then raised her up. After seating herself and placing a knee about the horn, Heather bent low to set her foot firmly in the stirrup. The low-cut gown she wore fell away from her bosom and presented to Brandon every detail of those lovely round breasts it sought to cover. He stood frozen, his hands holding the reins, his eyes fastened on her display. He swallowed with difficulty, and a sound much like a groan escaped him. Heather lifted her eyes to his face, and her lips curved softly upward as she met his gaze in warm communication. Brandon's heart thudded heavily within his chest, and his hand was half raised to her when she straightened, leaving him somewhat bewildered. But one could hardly fondle his wife on the front steps of his home. Regretfully, he handed her up the reins. Heather took them in a practiced grip, much to his surprise, and wheeling the mare away from him, with well-placed heel, she sent the horse dashing down the lane to the fields. Brandon leaped astride Leopold, and with great concern riding his mind, sent the huge black thundering after her. A race ensued, and Heather, with light-hearted abandon, turned the mare from the lane and sent her dodging through the trees. Leopold's huge hooves sent clods of earth flying as he strove to follow the twisting path, but was forced to slow his pace, much to Brandon's consternation. Thus the mare held her lead, until they reached an open field, and the labouring black could stretch his mighty tendons to their advantage. He rapidly overtook Lady Fair, and Heather pulled her horse back to a walk as Brandon drew up beside and laughed at the worried frown upon his face. "You laid me false, madam," he finally chuckled when he could see the humour of her play, "but your skill is exceeded only by your lack of common sense." "Ha!" she returned impertinently. "I've ridden to the hounds, and given a deeper grove, you'd still be panting at my heels." She laughed again and urged her mount into an easy lope across the fields. Leopold, warmed by the sprint and sensing the mare, lifted his feet high in a jolting prance,
fought the reins, and continually sidled close upon her heels. The ride continued until they topped a grassy, wind-swept knoll, and Heather stopped to let Lady Fair blow and cool in the gentle breeze. Giving Leopold a damning glare as he finished tying the reins to a bush, Brandon came around to lift Heather down. Reaching up, he gently grasped her beneath the bosom, and she laughed gaily as she dropped her hands upon his broad shoulders, having thoroughly enjoyed his gift and the ride. He stood close beside the horse, and as she slid to the ground, her thigh brushed hard against his loin, the contact catching them both unaware. Heather moved quickly away, her leg burning with the touch. Behind her, Brandon put his hand on the mare and closed his eyes, intense desire for his wife torturing him and making him tremble. The unexpected contact had made him acutely conscious of the celibate life he had led since first he caressed and wooed that sweet young body months before. His flesh betrayed his need, rising up against his will. He was hungry for her, and could hardly restrain himself from gathering her up into his arms and finding the softest, sweetest grass on which to lay her. He imagined his haste to free her from her garments, possibly even tearing them if they resisted his fingers, and he thought of the eyebrows that would raise. He cursed the lack of privacy they had, recalling the many frustrating times he had been interrupted just when he thought he was gaining ground. But he was not planning for just one roll in the grass, rather a lifetime of pleasure-filled moments. He must think first of his goal and of gently courting her, and not of fulfilling his momentary desires. He struggled for control, finding it with an effort, and finally moved to stand behind her and to gaze out over the hazy, wooded hills. He slid his arms around her, folding them before her as she leaned back against him, and touched his lips to her hair, breathing in the sweet fragrance that was a part of her. As they stood, bathing in this new-found togetherness and each other's nearness, Heather turned soft blue eyes up to him and smiled slowly, her lips moist and parted. Brandon needed no other invitation to taste their honey sweetness. He lowered his head, and his mouth moved over hers hungrily, and seemingly by magic, Heather turned in his arms and melted more closely to him, slipping her hands behind his back. His arm tightened about her waist, and his other encircled her shoulders, crushing her to him, and she clung to him, wanting the moment to go on forever. His kiss filled her with desire, leaving every muscle in her body weak and pliable. She felt his thighs hard pressed against her own, and realized his passion matched hers. Her lips parted under his mounting fervor, and she rose on her toes to fit herself more intimately with his body. With a gust, the wind changed and whipped the grass about their feet, and the first large drops of a summer thunderstorm struck their heads. They drew apart and looked up to see that the storm was upon them. Brandon then knew frustration so thorough he almost raised a fist toward the blackened sky. But Heather was already running toward the horses. He followed and swung her up on Lady Fair and quickly mounted his own steed. The gale struck in full force, and long before they reached the shelter of Hearthaven, they were drenched to the skin, and their clothes and hair lay plastered to them. From the edge of the pine forest, they raced across the lawn to the porch, with Leopold arriving several lengths ahead. In the drenching downpour, Brandon lifted Heather from the saddle and carried her to the porch, and then ran back to tie the horses. As he did, Heather gazed downward, to find her garments only a transparent film over her body, clinging closely to every curve. With the chill of the wet clothes, her nipples rose taut and stood in small peaks against her bodice. She picked at the fabric, pulling it away from her skin, not wanting to face Jeff or Joseph in this condition. Brandon hurried up the steps out of the downpour and, seeing her, understood her predicament. He quickly shed his waistcoat and wrapped it around her, then hugged her close as he whispered in her ear, "I wouldn't want to fight anyone over you today." She giggled, and they staggered together into the house, laughing in carefree glee. Their mirth ended as they came face to face with Hattie's disgruntled frown. She stood with hands on hips and shook her head at them and pursed her mouth at her master. "Master Bran, I swear sometimes I think you ain't got a lick of sense. What you want to take that child out riding in the rain for, and her just barely over having Master Beau? Lordy me, she's gonna catch her death of the ague." She grunted disapprovingly. "Now, Miss Heather, you get yourself right upstairs and out of them wet clothes." She grasped Heather's elbow and gave her no choice in the matter, and Brandon chuckled as his wife was towed up the stairs like a child by the worried old negress. At the landing, Hattie turned and shook a finger at him. "You just stand there and laugh, and you gonna have Master Beau without his mammy one of these days." She turned and stomped angrily toward the bedroom, dragging her much bemused mistress in her wake. Heather smiled over her shoulder at her husband and blew him a kiss before she was pulled out of sight. Brandon stared upward for a moment, reflecting upon her parting gesture. He smiled to himself, feeling quite satisfied with the day after all. He shucked his boots, then ran in stocking feet up the stairs to the sitting room, where he found dry clothes and a towel laid out for him upon the bed. He stripped and was toweling himself dry when he heard a splash of water from the next room and the door close and Hattie's footsteps going down the stairs. He moved quietly to the door between the rooms and eased it carefully open to find Heather sitting in the tub with her back to him. As he watched, she leaned back and raised a water-laden sponge above her and squeezed it, letting a streaming torrent gush down her arms and full, ripe breasts. She began to hum a vaguely familiar air, and soon the words broke from her lips. "Black is the colour of my true love's hair. His looks are something wondrous fair. The purest eyes and the firmest hands. I love the ground on where he stands." He stood and watched her lather her silken skin, lifting a slender leg to soap it well, then the other, as he listened to the happy, lilting sound of her voice. After a few moments, the strain upon him began to tell, and he gently eased the door shut. Turning, he leaned his back against the sill and mentally rubbed his hands together, overjoyed at the unfounded success of his plans. He remembered with clarity the sultry smiles, the startling display of her breasts, the fiery kiss, and the moment just before the storm broke, when she had moulded her body to his in the most provocative way. It had to be love and willingness I saw within her eyes and felt against me this afternoon, he thought, and with but a simple urging she'll most surely yield to me tonight. He laughed softly to himself. With all play, we'll make that old bed tremble like it's never done before. Oh, tonight. Tonight I will take her again, and my monkish ways will end, for I will play a lusty song between her thighs and know the sweetness of being born again within her. With renewed vigour, he dressed and found himself humming snatches of the song she had been singing. He left the room with light-hearted step and kept himself busy with simple tasks until the evening's feasting hour was near. Heather woke from a nap feeling greatly refreshed and lay still for a moment, listening to the sound of the house in the quickening dusk.
When she thought of the afternoon, she could still feel Brandon's arms around her and his warm lips upon hers, and the full length of their bodies pressed tightly together. Her pulse quickened, and she knew they would soon be sharing this great bed. She stretched upon it, and almost cried out in pain, for it seemed every muscle in her body was stiff and unbearably sore and aching. She hadn't realized the unaccustomed exercise of the ride would affect her so. She could hardly move. Carefully, she eased herself to the edge of the bed and stood up, rubbing her misused buttocks in misery. Her slow movements about the room brought Mary with Beau. When the babe was again asleep in his crib, the young girl attended her mistress, rubbing a soothing balm over her aching muscles and the abused posterior. She helped her dress for dinner, selecting a cool white gown and the pearl necklace that Heather wore quite often now. Narrow red ribbons dangled over the mass of soft ringlets, and despite the way Heather felt, she looked most ravishing and quite tempting, as the pearls dipped coyly between her breasts, which swelled generously above the gown's décolletage. With slow, careful step, Heather managed to descend the stairs and enter the drawing-room. Jeff stopped in mid-sentence as he saw her painfully making her way, and Brandon turned quickly with a smile to welcome her. His gay expression faded as she stood undecided before him, and returned his greeting with an apologetic murmur. "I fear I overdid this afternoon, Brandon." He laughed softly and offered his sympathy, not yet aware of the full import of her statement. As the evening wore on, his disappointment was drawn out to its extremes. He studied her slow, agonized movements and saw her wince now and again. She lowered herself into a chair at the table and grimaced, squirming uncomfortably until Hattie brought her a small pillow to sit upon. After sitting through the meal, she had stiffened and was almost unable to rise. Brandon took her arm and helped her out of the chair, and as he did so, the luminescent pearls, drooping between those swelling breasts, aggravated his sorely depressed disposition further. The evening was but a foundling youth when she drew the brother's attention with a brief struggle to rise from the settee. She turned an almost tearful face to her brother-in-law. "Jeff, you simply must forgive me," she implored. "I'm afraid I haven't been very good company this evening, and I must now beg your leave to retire." He bowed slightly, clicking his heels. "Your beauty is always refreshing company, madam, and I regret that you will leave me now, but I quite understand. Until tomorrow, then, sweet sister." She nodded and raised her hand and her eyes to Brandon, silently begging his assistance. He helped her up, and holding her arm tightly, aided her progress to the foot of the stairs. She mounted the first several steps, and her movements were so painful and awkward that Brandon bent down and took her up into his arms. She slid her arms about his neck as he carried her up, and sighing, dropped her head against his shoulder. Below, Mary made to follow to assist her mistress, but found her arm seized by her grandmother. "Let them alone, child," Hattie directed wisely. "The missus don't need your help tonight." Brandon pushed open the door to the master bedroom and carried his wife in. He sat her gently on the edge of the bed and knelt to remove her stockings and slippers, his hands hesitating a brief moment at the frilly garters. He swallowed hard and touched the warm flesh of her thigh with unsteady fingers and slid the garter down her leg. He stood undecided, with her stocking in his hands, as she pushed herself slowly from the bed and stood up. She turned her back to him. "Will you unfasten me?" she requested. "Mary doesn't seem to be coming." He obeyed, and when she let the gown fall to the floor, he bent and picked it up as she rubbed her buttocks in agony. I'm afraid my softer parts have been abused. I should have been wiser and not tried so much. I regret that I was not."
Brandon bit off an agreeing reply and went to get her a nightgown from where he had last seen them in his search for his own clothes. He selected one and turned to bring it to her, but stopped short when he saw her standing in the candlelight, her chemise at her feet, her young, graceful body bare and glowing golden in the soft light. His eyes went over her slowly in a longing caress. Childbirth had not depreciated her figure nor marred the silken flesh. In fact, she now bore a mature fullness of womanhood which he found terribly disconcerting at the moment. His mouth was dry, and his hands shook, and all his senses were completely occupied with her. He swallowed hard, and brought the gown to her, and helplessly feasted his eyes as she donned it. As she bent slightly, pulling it over her head, he saw black and blue marks and angry red welts upon the otherwise flawless buttocks. He sighed softly and mentally committed himself to several more chaste nights alone. Hearing his sigh, Heather finished tying the bow beneath her bosom and turned to him. She slid her arms behind his neck. "I beg your forgiveness, Brandon," she murmured. "It seems that common sense is indeed among my less notable virtues." She pulled his head down to her and placed a fleeting kiss upon his lips, then turned and painfully crawled into the depths of the huge bed. Brandon stood, grinding his teeth, telling himself over and over that it simply wasn't gentlemanly to take a woman in this condition, especially one's own wife. His better instincts won the argument, much to the disappointment of his alter ego. He blew out the candles, then went into the sitting room, where he removed his coat and waistcoat, and stared at the tiny bed, thinking many ill thoughts about it. He had an aversion to entering it for another night, and he cursed it beneath his breath. In exasperation, he snatched up a towel and fled the room and down the stairs. Jeff was coming from the study when he passed, and the brother stopped and gestured toward the towel. "Where the devil are you bound for?" "I'm going to take a bath in the creek," Brandon said shortly. "It's freezing cold," Jeff warned. "I know," Brandon growled, and went about his way with his brother's laughter ringing in his ears. The next day was a flurry of activity in preparation for the ball. Several house guests, among them Abigail Clark, arrived in the late afternoon. Although Hattie's balm had done wonders for her, Heather played the hostess with a stiffness that was neither manner nor mean. She suffered another massage before bed, and by morning was feeling as bright and gay as ever. She spent the day in fevered activity, assuring that all necessary preparations were complete. Brandon had departed for Charleston early to attend business. The first shipments of lumbers had been made and payments received, and there were finances to be settled now that money had begun to roll in. The morning had been spent taking care of a multitude of items from one end of the city to the other, and a break in the busy schedule had been taken at the noon hour. Brandon was just returning to his affairs when he passed a small sewing shop and was nearly flattened by a heavily laden Miss Scott. As usual, Sybil became flustered and uncertain at the mere sight of Brandon, and she struggled mightily with this affliction as he helped her gather up her packages again. She was decked out in her expensive finery and felt very irresistible. She possessed an overconfidence her gentleman friends had brought into being since she had come out of her shy cocoon and found them panting on her doorstep, seeking her charms. She was so taken with their flattering compliments, she did not guess they were all after only one thing.
"Imagine running into you when I most need a strong, handsome man to come to my aid, Mr. Birmingham," she flirted, fluttering eyelids heavily drawn with kohl.
Even under many layers of cosmetics, poorly though amply applied, her plainness was evident. She straightened her eyeglasses as he tipped his hat courteously and pushed the bundles into his arms. Missing the raised eyebrow he cast her way as she continued on.
"These things are just too heavy for poor little me. Now if you'll just follow me, I'll show you to my buggy."
Brandon obeyed as he listened politely to her endless chatter.
"I'm just so excited about the ball tonight. I've had such a lovely gown made, but I'm afraid I just simply blush every time I put it on. I've never owned anything so daring before. The dressmaker does say I do wonders for it, though. He knows so much about women's clothes, you know. He came from England and tells me some of the most beautiful women in the world have worn his gowns. But you'd never be able to guess it the way he looks. He's terribly, terribly ugly. Why, I'd almost feel sorry for him if it wasn't for the way he looks at me. I had to slap his hands this morning, you know, and he looked so shocked afterward that I couldn't help but laugh at him. Imagine a man like that thinking I might favor his attention."
She stopped in crossing the street to wait for a carriage and looked up at him shyly.
"He's not the sort of man I fancy at all."
Brandon coughed uncomfortably and looked around for a sign of her buggy.
"You know, Mr. Brandon," she managed, sounding a little nervous. I have so many gentlemen callers now, I simply lose count when I try to think of them all."
Her eyes lifted to his.
"I don't call any of them my true love, though. There's only one man I consider that, and he doesn't come calling."
"Is your buggy near here?" Brandon questioned uneasily.
"Do you find me attractive, Brandon?"
she asked suddenly. "Why, yes, Miss Sybil." He lied kindly. She giggled and caught her breath and looked at him again.
"As attractive as your wife?"
He glanced around for the carriage again, thinking of Heather, soft and lovely, and he wondered how Sybil could even ask such a question.
"Oh, that was unfair of me, wasn't it?" she warbled. "Naturally, being married to her, you'd have to say she was prettier, or be thought a cad, wouldn't you?"
"I think my wife is a very beautiful woman, Miss Sybil," he said, trying to hide his annoyance.
"Oh, yes, and she is, too," Sybil replied readily. She giggled again. "I've been told I'm beautiful, too. Why, just the other day, Mr. Bartlett told me so."
Brandon glanced at her with a start. The hair on the back of his neck bristled at the mere mention of the man's name. "Mr. Bartlett is one of your callers?"
"Why, yes," she smiled. "Do you know him?"
"Yes," Brandon muttered. "I know him." He sighed heavily and eyed her. "Tell me, Miss Sybil, what does your mother say about your gentlemen friends?"
Her brow knitted in confusion. "She won't speak of them. I don't know why. She always wanted me to have lots of beaux, and now, when I do, she won't even set foot in the parlor when one of them is there."
"Perhaps she doesn't think they're fit company for you, Miss Sybil."
She giggled happily and fluttered her thin lashes. "Why, Brandon, I do believe you're jealous."
He sighed in exasperation and was greatly relieved when she stopped at a buggy. He placed the bundles on the seat for her, and as he turned to tip his hat in farewell, Sybil smiled and reached out to pick an imaginary bit of lint from his coat, just as she had seen Heather do in church.
"I'll be looking forward to having a dance with you tonight, Brandon," she murmured. "I hope you won't disappoint me."
"Why, Miss Sybil, you'll probably be so occupied with beaux I won't be able to get near you," he replied, taking his hurried leave. He turned and found a group of ladies gawking at them, and he touched his hat in greeting and continued on his way. Brandon searched through the wardrobes and bureaus in the master bedroom for his clothes and cast an occasional sidelong glance at Heather, who sat before the mirror in a light shift while Mary arranged her hair into an elegant coiffure, twining narrow turquoise ribbons in and out through the lustrous strands.
He brought out a box he had tucked away in a bottom drawer and set it before his wife.
"My mother loved jewellery,"
he said rather hoarsely, finding her barely concealed bosom unnerving.
"She left part of it to me and part to Jeff for our wives when we married. This is my share. You might find something in here you wish to wear."
He lifted the lid, and Heather gasped at the contents. It contained a vast assortment of jewellery, abounding with different types of precious stones.
"Oh, Brandon! I never, ever dreamed I'd own even one piece of jewellery, and here you gift me with so much at once. What can I say? You spoil me so."
He laughed and placed a warm kiss upon her shoulder, his beard tickling her soft flesh, and met her gaze in the mirror.
"No longer the cad, my sweet?"
he questioned softly against her ear. She shook her head, and her eyes deepened in colour as a pleasant sensation ran through her body.
"No, never, my love."
Brandon left her to her primping, feeling reassured. He bathed and began to dress, thinking of how her eyes had darkened when he kissed her. He straightened his lace-edged stock and slid the emerald green coat over the white waist-vest. Except for his silk coat and his black, gold-buckled shoes, he was attired in flawless white, and his tanned skin seemed that much darker against the lightness of his shirt. When he was done, he regarded himself critically in the mirror, wondering if she would find him handsome. As Heather came down the stairs, the long pleats of her vivid turquoise gown swished about her and seemed to open and close in a strange undulating pattern as she walked. The gown clung closely to her slender body and about her long limbs, and the shallow bodice pressed her bosom upward until she was precariously close to overflowing its bounds. When men first saw her, they seemed to hold their breaths in anticipation of that event. Brandon was the first to display this unique reaction to her dress. She was standing by the front windows looking out when he came down the stairs whistling gaily, extremely light of spirit. She glanced around at him and greatly admired the splendid masculine figure he presented. When he saw her, he smiled broadly and came to stand near. He reached out to tease one of the diamond earrings that dangled prettily from her ears. It was the only jewellery she wore.
"Are you nervous, sweet?"
"Only a little,"
she replied. She turned to face him and watched his eyes drop to her bosom and widen with surprise. His breath seemed caught in his throat. Knowing Louisa would be coming, she had worn the gown for the purpose of keeping his attention on herself and not allowing it to wander to the other woman. Finally, Brandon coughed lightly and regained his tongue.
"Perhaps you should wear something a little less revealing, madam?"
Materializing from somewhere behind them, Jeff laughed and came to stand beside his brother. Heather was very conscious of both men's eyes upon her.
"Let her wear it, Brandon. You never let the rest of us have any fun," he said and smiled. "Of course, I can understand how you feel. If she were mine, I'd keep her under lock and key."
He half turned to his brother and loudly whispered, "You know she looks a hell of a lot better than Louisa." Heather threw her arms akimbo and stamped her tiny foot as if in anger, and Brandon blanched, expecting to see her come out of her gown.
"Now, Jeff, if you want to ruin my evening, just mention that woman's name again," she declared.
Jeff chuckled and clasped his brother's shoulder.
"Come on, Bran. Don't play the Quaker tonight. Let her wear it. She looks too damned beautiful. Don't make her change, and I promise I'll try not to look at her too hard this evening."
Brandon scowled blackly at his brother and started to say something, but changed his mind. Instead, he turned back to Heather.
"Wear what pleases you, madam,"
he said, none too happily.
Jeff laughed and rubbed his hands together.
Oh, I think this is going to be one hell of a party.
He took Heather's hand and placed it into the bend of his arm.
Come, sweet sister, I must show you off to the house guests.
Heather smiled over her shoulder at Brandon as she let her brother-in-law lead her away, but he frowned and looked around as if he didn't know what to do with himself. As she entered the drawing room, she glanced back to see him going into the study, and some moments later he joined them, carrying a liberally filled brandy snifter. Brandon stood first at the door to greet his guests and made certain that all the bachelors were passed quickly on to Jeff and given minimum opportunity to leer at his wife. Louisa swept in with a wide smile on the arm of a new beau. Her eyes rested briefly on Heather's décolletage before she spoke a greeting, and the smile faded somewhat. Her own gown of yellow silk was just as low and slightly transparent, but her self-assurance was rather shaken to see visible proof that Heather needed no stuffing for her gown.
"Why, my dear Heather, you look quite charming this evening," she said, recovering slightly from the shock. "Motherhood seems to agree with you." "You're very kind, Louisa," Heather replied smoothly, "but I'm sure I must seem quite dowdy beside you. That is a lovely gown you're wearing." Louisa smiled slowly as her eyelids drooped a little over her brown eyes. She lightly ran a hand across her bosom, as if wanting to bring attention to the transparency of her dress. "Yes, isn't it? Thomas designed it especially for me. He's quite clever with the needle, don't you think?" Heather had only a chance to smile a reply before the woman went on. "Did you have your gown made here, darling? I never see you in any of the shops in Charleston. Don't tell me Brandon has become a penny pincher since he married you. He was always so generous before." "He had this gown made for me in London," Heather replied rather brittly. "Yes, of course," Louisa smiled. "It must have been that same shop where he bought some gowns for me." Heather chose to ignore the woman's crude barbs. It was Brandon who felt the irritation and anger because his former mistress couldn't acknowledge his marriage and treat his wife with at least a nominal respect. "Did you also get those earrings in London?" Louisa inquired. "For some reason they seem familiar." "They belonged to Brandon's mother," Heather answered. Louisa stiffened. "Yes, I recognize them now," she said, and without another word strode haughtily away. Jeff chuckled as he bent near Heather's ear. "You've cut her to the quick, Tory. She had already laid claim to everything that was Brandon's." It was some moments later when Matthew Bishop arrived by himself, free by choice to direct his attention to any young woman who happened to catch his fancy. His raiment was composed of the finest of pinkish-grey silk, with a light plum jacket to accentuate the hue. His stock rose so high it seemed about to swallow his chin as great billows of lace tumbled down his chest and hung from his cuffs to nearly cover his hands. He doffed his plumed hat and, ignoring his host, stepped to take Heather's hand. Brandon mumbled a hasty introduction and tried to urge him on, but the man held his place and spoke in reply. "Brandon, I always admired your taste in horses, but I never dreamt you could extend it to the realms of feminine pulchritude with such an amazing degree of success." He turned to Heather with a confident smile. "Madam, you are most enchanting." And lowering his gaze to her bosom, he continued, "Your beauty makes my poor heart flutter, and your charms almost bring a stutter to my tongue." He bent low over her hand for what seemed, to her husband, an unduly long time. Brandon reddened slightly and clenched his fist. When Matt rose again, it was Jeff who took his arm and ushered him quickly into the ballroom, out of harm's way.
The music was quick as another dance began, and Brandon took his wife by the hand and presented her to the ballroom. 2 lines were formed by gay couples, one of the belles, the other their escorts, and Heather found herself swept along in the happy group. A minuet followed, and Brandon bowed to her as it began, where in turn she smiled and sank into a deep curtsy before him. They grapevined, toe-pointed, and crossed to the music, while he, quite frequently, cast anxious glances toward her bosom. When the dances were done, he drew her aside and spoke low.
"Madam, you're ruining my evening with that gown. I beg for some consideration."
She raised innocent eyes to him. "But, Brandon, Louisa's gown is much more immodest, and there are others."
"I don't give a damn what anybody else is wearing," he ground out. "It's your attire that concerns me. I expect you to come out of it any moment, and it makes me nervous."
"I'm quite safe, Brandon," she replied sweetly. "I don't think there's anything for you to worry—"
"Brandon, good fellow," interrupted a man's voice, and Matt joined them. "Would you allow me to dance with your charming wife? I shan't keep her for long."
Brandon could see no out, and handed her over grudgingly, and watched unhappily, to say the least, as the other man led her onto the floor. As they danced, Heather felt the man's devouring gaze upon her, and he took advantage of the steps of the minuet. His eyes, as she curtsied, were on her bosom. His hands held hers possessively as they crossed, and through the entire dance she was aware of being leered at. Now, as Matt had earlier requested, the music swept into a rhythm called a waltz, and he pulled a reluctant Heather into his eager grasp to teach her the steps.
"It's really quite simple, Heather, dear sweet. Just relax and follow my lead."
It was not possible to relax with his arms around her so familiarly, and she fought him to keep his hands where they should be. He was bound to make Brandon furious with this dance, and she was about to beg her leave of him when she glanced to where her husband stood and found him in Louisa's clutches. The blonde was laughing and leaning against him, giving him every opportunity to take advantage of her gaping neckline, which Heather was sure bared her to the floor. He made no move to pull away, and Heather's back stiffened as unreasonable jealousy possessed her. She missed the step Matt was trying to teach her and ended up on his foot. Her face flamed scarlet. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Bishop. I fear I'm far too clumsy for this dance."
Matt laughed. "On the contrary, Heather, you're very graceful, yet you must relax more." His hand squeezed her waist. "Come, don't be so nervous. I won't bite you."
She tried again to follow him, but she couldn't keep her eyes away from her husband, and as a result, Matt's foot suffered again. He laughed.
"Perhaps if we have some wine,"
he said, gazing down at her apologetic face. "Yes, perhaps," she whispered, mortified, and let him pull her along to the refreshment tables. It was a determination born of jealousy that made her laugh gaily as they spun about into another waltz. The champagne had little to do with it. She learned the dance quickly, and after a few sweeping whirls about the floor, found it rather delightful. Though he was not the best of dancers, Matt was persistent, and when Jeff came to claim her after several more waltzes, he gave her up almost as reluctantly as Brandon had.
"It appears that you have captured another male heart, Tory," Jeff grinned when they were into the dance.
Only half listening, she shrugged her shoulders as she searched the room for Brandon. She found him standing with a group of men, and Louisa nowhere in sight. But where had he been when she had looked for him several moments before? She had not been able to find him or Louisa, and their disappearance disturbed her. What if he had found the sight of Louisa's bountiful bosom more than he could bear and had taken her outside for a few fevered caresses? She bit her lip as she thought of Brandon fondling Louisa, and a dull ache crept into her heart.
"What's troubling you, Tori?" Jeff inquired softly. "You don't appear to be enjoying yourself." She managed to smile for him.
"I'm afraid I've been bitten by that friend of yours, the green monster. I find I really can't ignore Louisa as I thought I could."
He laughed softly as his eyes shone.
"So you love him, then?"
"Of course," she replied. "Was there any doubt?"
"Oh, some," he smiled. "I would have guessed at once you hated him."
Her head snapped up in surprise. "Whatever made you think that?"
His mouth twitched with amusement. "Oh, I don't know. Just a passing thought, I suppose." When the last strains of the melody were fading from the hall, Jeff led her back to Brandon, who scowled blackly at her as his brother went to find a partner for the next dance. His jaw was set firmly, and a muscle twitched in his cheek.
"Did you enjoy learning the waltz, madam?" he inquired sarcastically. "I'm sure you had a most adept instructor. I could not have taught you half so well."
She lifted her nose into the air. "I wasn't aware that you knew how to waltz, Brandon," she replied saucily, though she was not feeling that way.
"Oh? And would you have allowed me to teach you if you had known?" He laughed sharply. "Surely being in your husband's arms isn't half so exciting as being fondled by a strange man."
Heather bit off a sharp retort about Louisa and stood stubbornly silent.
"Perhaps you would care to demonstrate what you have learned."
He motioned for the musicians to begin another waltz.
"Come, let us see what he has taught you."
He took her by the arm, none too gently, and guided her onto the floor as the strains of the waltz filled the room. They began to dance, slowly at first, almost haltingly, until the rhythm of the music eased their angry tensions and they began to unbend. The haunting chords seemed to entrance them until each was filled with the other's presence, forgetting everything else. They moved with the music and swept and swirled around the hall as the enchanting refrain became a part of them. Heather knew only that his arm was around her and his dark, handsome face above her. He was conscious only of her softness within his embrace, her deep blue eyes before him, and the fantastic rhythm that seemed to lead them around the floor as if they were nothing more than puppets on a string. Gradually, the two of them became aware that the hall was silent but for the music, and that they danced alone. They stopped and gazed about, as if newly awakened, and were met with a long round of applause from their guests, who had retreated to the edge of the dance floor and had watched their blissful flight in silent awe. With a laugh, Brandon bowed, and Heather stepped deep into a curtsy, acknowledging the gracious appreciation of their guests. Then Brandon nodded to the musicians, and they picked up another waltz. He took Heather into his arms once again, and they began to dance as other couples joined them. From the sideline, Louisa glared at Heather's back over her glass of champagne. Having re-established the tempo of the party, Brandon and Heather left the dance floor and made their way to the refreshment table. Heather accepted the glass of champagne he proffered and saw that for himself he chose a stronger brew. They made their rounds together among their guests and conversed lightly and gaily with them. But as a rigadoon began, an elderly gentleman snatched Heather away. Then one man after another, and among them that gay blade Matthew, found his way again to trying his skill on the ballroom floor with her. But Brandon favoured few women with that invitation and spent most of his time drinking. Heather finally pleaded for a rest from her eager partners and found Brandon contemplating the amber liquid in his glass as Louisa hung about his neck, whispering to him how he was being ignored and seeking to console him while she pointed out that his wife spent her time dancing with other men. Heather slowly burned when Louisa raised a triumphant eyebrow and smiled tauntingly at her. Brandon slowly lifted his gaze to his wife's face, and his agony was successfully concealed behind a dark scowl. Matt took that inopportune moment to come up behind Heather and place a drunken kiss upon her shoulder. Brandon's eyes filled with rage, and excusing himself and Heather, he took her by the arm and escorted her out of the ballroom, through the hall, and into the study, where he closed the door behind him and sneered at her. "You seem to be having a gay time, madam. Apparently you enjoy being pawed and petted." Heather stiffened, and her eyes flashed with anger. "How dare you?" she gasped. "How dare you say that to me?" Setting his drink down, Brandon strode forward, but she stood her ground and returned him glare for glare. "Your sodden mind deceives you, sir," she spat. "I did but play the gentle hostess and entertained your guests, while you portrayed a trembling stud to stand in rut as that fair-haired cow twisted her tail and bared her udders and lowed so sweetly in your ear." "Oh, hell!" he cried and threw up his hands. "You turn on me when all this night I've had to stand and watch you pulled and petted and rubbed against that simpering fop who seeks to prove himself a man by bedding every simple-minded wench who falls his way." "Simple-minded? Oh!" She could not find the words to reply and spun about angrily, turning her back upon him. Brandon's whiskey-laden reasoning betrayed him, and self-satisfaction rode his voice. "So, you cannot face me. You know I speak the truth." He stepped close behind her, and the heady smell of her set his sodden senses reeling and turned his countenance to one of self-pity. "Why do you do this to me? Why do you turn from me and seek another's caresses? I sit in calm exile, always wanting but never touching, and you let that simpering dandy whom you hardly know console your body with his nearness." His raging desire overcame his common sense, and he grasped her roughly from behind, one hand crushing a tempting breast, while the other slid downward over her belly to rest between her thighs. His lips hungrily seeking the bare white shoulder. She gasped in equal parts of anger and surprise at the swiftness of his passion, then whirled, and with all her strength pushed him away, stumbling backward to lean breathless against the desk. Her face burned in embarrassed resentment at the callow crudeness of his ploy. Brandon stood with his arms spread in amazement at her reaction. Almost pleadingly he spoke. "What do you have against me? God above, tell me why I must live this monkish existence and then stand aside and watch you whet some other's appetite." "You fool!" she choked. "You utter, raving fool!" She thrust a trembling finger at the door. "Do you think I want— Oh!" She could go no further, and in dejected frustration flew past him to that portal, but before opening it, she turned and spoke in withering contempt. "Go on. Go find your mewling bedmate and share your drunken wits with her. You deserve each other." With that, she fled the room, leaving Brandon standing in painful confusion, and hurried toward the ballroom door. Suddenly realizing her flustered state, she paused outside a moment to regain her composure. Nearby, Jeff stood conversing with two young ladies, and when he glanced up to see her expression and hesitation, realized something was wrong. He excused himself immediately and came to her side. "What's the matter, Tori? You look as if you've just bitten the devil's tail." "My vision of the devil is a blonde whore," she said derisively. "How can one man be so blind?" Looking beyond her to the study door, he laughed softly. "I can guess my brother is being his usual charming, idiotic self again. But come on, princess, don't be sad tonight." He took her hand. "Would you care for some refreshment?" She nodded, and soon found herself with a glass of champagne, of which she took a deep sip, raising the glass to her lips with trembling hands.
"You always seem to be near when I need someone to comfort me, Jeff," she murmured when the heady drink seemed to have calmed her.
He laughed. "Yes, around here they call me Saint Geoffrey behind my back." She smiled, feeling her spirits lighten a trifle with his jest, and he led her by the hand to a quiet corner. "There are a few things I should explain about Brandon," he said. "Perhaps you will be able to understand him better then. You see, my father couldn't bear to see another man's hands upon Mother, however innocently. And Brandon is realizing he has the same problem where you are concerned. Before he met you, he believed he could control his emotions and felt very self-assured. Having never sampled honest love, he obviously finds himself now at a loss and cannot cope with the emotions you inspire. Believe it or not, Heather, he's a man of strong convictions, and with you, he finds he betrays some of these old convictions. You lay bare his soul before him, and he finds himself an entirely different man from what he had supposed. It's a little frightening for a man his age to come awake and find that a mere girl can disrupt his thoughts so completely."
"Is that what I do, Jeff?"
she questioned softly. He grinned. "Honey, you can bet he never troubled himself with a second glance when Louisa danced with other men." Before he could go on to reassure her, Matt joined them and was in a festive, ebullient mood considerably enhanced by a liberal intake of alcoholic spirits. "Oh, come now, you two. You're looking much too serious for such a gay evening," he admonished. "Heather, my dear, it's apparent your spirits need reviving." He made a monocle of his forefinger and thumb and peered at her through it, allowing his observing gaze to move from her face to her dainty silk shoes and then back again, pausing a very brief but pleasurable moment on her breasts. "And Dr. Bishop prescribes more exercise for your condition, and to that end a brief tour of the dance floor is in order." Presenting his arm in a stiff, decorous manner, he smiled charmingly. "Will you accompany me, my most lovely Madam Birmingham?" Out of the corner of her eye, Heather saw Louisa approaching, and not wishing to bear the brunt of her jealous jibes, accepted his arm. Jeff also caught sight of Louisa and understood Heather's decision to dance. The woman stopped to watch the couple whirl away, and he contemplated her narrowing eyes and her tightening mouth as her gaze followed them around the floor. Obviously, she didn't take kindly to finding herself no longer the center of attention and almost completely ignored while Heather was nearly fought over for dances by enthusiastic males smitten with her beauty. From her, Jeff's eyes wandered to his sister-in-law. Matt was busily making petting attempts while Heather's hands constantly moved to keep his from making any serious contact. He watched the two of them for a while, wondering if he should cut in, then glanced toward the door and saw Brandon standing there, a completely blank look upon his face as he watched his wife in Matt's arms. Jeff realized what an effort his brother was making to appear calm and that he was precariously treading the fine brink of violence. He wasted not one moment more in making his way to Heather's side. She looked up in relief as he approached, but Matt was not grateful at all for the interruption. "Oh, really, Geoffrey, old chap, not again. It's become a dreadful bore not being able to complete a dance with her. Someone's always breaking us apart." With arms akimbo, the exasperated bachelor watched as Jeff swung his partner away and round the floor. When they were near the open garden doors, Heather looked up pleadingly at her brother-in-law. "The fresh air does smell inviting, Jeff. Would you think ill of me if I begged for a walk in the garden?
I fear I'm rather exhausted from all this dancing."
He laughed. "Your smallest wish is my command, Princess."
They escaped to the rose garden outside and strolled along a path away from the house, past a tall hedge, and to a spot where sweet shrubs scented the air and a large oak spread its limbs to cover the night sky. They were out of sight from the house, and only the strains of a waltz drifted softly to their ears. She sat beneath the tree on a wrought-iron settee and brushed her skirts aside in an invitation for him to join her. "I may stay out here all night," she threatened. "It's definitely more peaceful here than inside." He chuckled. "What you need, Tory, is another drink, and I believe I fancy another myself. Will you be all right here while I go back and get us some champagne?" "Of course," she replied with a laugh. "I'm a big girl now. I'm not afraid of the dark."
"You should by now know, Tory," he grinned, "that big girls have more reasons to be cautious of the dark than little ones."
"Oh, Jeff. And here I was beginning to trust you, too."
She teased. "Baby, if you weren't Brandon's," he retorted with a gleam in his eye, "you'd be busier right now than you were with Matt." His laughter floated back to her as his tall, darkly clad figure disappeared into the night. She smiled and leaned back with a sigh, idly opening and closing the lace fan that dangled from her wrist. She stopped to listen as she heard a rustling sound nearby and wondered what he might be coming back for. She glanced up as a dark shadow came through the hedge and realized it wasn't Jeff at all, but a shorter man who wore lighter-colored garments. The man came closer, and she recognized Matt. Immediately she rose and backed around the settee. "Jeff just left, Mr. Bishop, if you wanted to see him," she said nervously. He laughed softly and followed her around the garden bench. "Now whatever would I want to see him for, my lovely Heather, when here you are, and the sight of you puts my mind to confusion. There's no one here to interrupt our dance, so might you care to finish our waltz now? I vow it will be the only way we will."
"Thank you, but no, Mr. Bishop. I'm a trifle spent, I fear."
She backed against the trunk of the tree as he continued to advance, and he leaned forward as he came up close and braced both hands behind her. "Perhaps, then," he breathed against her ear, "you'd care to sit this one out." He pressed his lips against her throat as he leaned his weight upon her, and Heather did her best to squirm away.
"Mr. Bishop, please!" she protested indignantly. "Brandon will—"
"He doesn't have to know," he whispered, kissing her shoulder. "You won't tell him, will you? He's got such an ugly temper."
She struggled with him, trying to push him away, but he was not to be discouraged.
"Don't fight me, Heather," he murmured. "I've got to have you. I can't help myself. You place me in a fit of madness."
"Let me go," she demanded. "Let me go or I'll scream, and my husband will kill you."
"Shh." He shushed. "Don't fight me." He covered her lips with his in a hungry kiss as he moved his hands upward from her waist, intent upon cupping her sweet young breasts within them. She squirmed and squealed under his lips and pushed against his chest, only to have him increase his weight upon her. Suddenly, he was seized from behind by two strong, very capable hands and torn from her, yelping in fright. Brandon's face was distorted with rage as he threw the man into the bushes, and as Matt struggled fearfully to rise, Brandon firmly planted a foot upon his buttocks and sent him sprawling through the shrubs. Matt scrambled to his feet and fled the scene with coat-tails flying behind him, and Heather leaned against the tree for support, noting with satisfaction how fast the man ran. As her husband swung around to her, she managed a shaky, rewarding smile. But it quickly faded when he grasped her
and pinned her to that same tree.
"That mincing fop has trouble finding his way out of his breeches, madam, but as you should remember, I have no such problems."
His mouth swooped down hard upon hers, forcing her lips apart savagely as he thrust his tongue between them. Her lips were bruised as he kissed her hungrily, passionately, no longer with restraint. Heather gave him no resistance. Though she had thought herself saved from rape, she now feared she was headed for that same fate again. She had no willpower to keep Brandon from taking what he wanted and what he had every right to, and whereas she had been coldly unmoved by Matt's unwanted attentions, she found herself growing deliciously giddy and suddenly weak in her husband's embrace. His hands moved over her breasts, his fingers meeting together in the deep valley between and lingering there for a pleasurable moment before sliding under her gown. Heather moaned softly and began to tremble as though she stood braced against a fierce wind that whipped at her skirts and tore her hair loose from its mooring. She had never known how deeply she could be aroused by passion's fires and a lover's caress, and the sensation mounted within her, never to be fulfilled until put to some strange end she was ignorant of. Brandon muttered unintelligible words as his lips moved to the corner of her mouth, pressing fevered kisses there and along her throat, her perfumed warmth adding fuel to the flame within him. His hands freed those sensuous breasts from her gown, and their pale roundness gleamed tantalizingly in the night. He embraced them with greedy kisses, his breath hot and heavy upon her flesh, and Heather closed her eyes in ecstasy and leaned her head back against the tree, reveling in this new experience. His hand, sliding along her thigh, found its way under her gown, over her bare buttock, as his knee urged her legs apart. He pulled her hard against him. Then his face was above hers again in the night, and his voice husky as he muttered against her parted lips, their breath warm in each other's mouth.
"You are mine, Heather. No one will have you but me. Only I shall taste your body's joys, and when I snap my fingers, you will come."
His arms slid from her, and Heather watched, disbelieving, as he turned and strode away, leaving her limp and trembling, her body hungrily yearning for his kisses and his touch. She shuddered in painful frustration, wanting him back and almost crying out for him. But she heard Jeff called her name in worried tone, and she quickly turned her back to repair her garments and cover her breasts. Jeff came through the bushes, carrying now half-filled glasses, the champagne sloshed over his hands, and looking back over his shoulder. "What's been going on here? I saw Matt hightailing it away, and now Brandon almost knocked me down." He glanced around then to see her disheveled appearance, and his eyes widened. "Tori, are you all right? My God, if either of them have hurt you—" She shook her head as she took a glass of champagne from him, clutching it in both hands as she tried not to spill it in her shaky grasp, and raised it to her lips to drain it without a pause. "You were right, Jeff," she commented unsteadily. "Big girls do have much more to worry about in the dark." "Did Matt come out here and bother you? So help me God, I'll wring that bastard's neck." "He was out here," she breathed, "but Brandon sent him on his way." He released a chuckle. "That must have been something to see. Bran was madder than an old hornet as he watched you two dance together. I could almost wring Louisa's neck for cornering me in the ballroom, making me miss all the fun. But if I know her, she probably knew what was going on and didn't want me to interfere, thinking Bran might blame you." He looked at her and sobered. "He didn't, did he?"
Heather laughed a bit hysterically and shrugged her shoulders. I have no idea what he thought. He contemplated her a moment. Heather, are you sure you're all right? You don't act yourself. Oh, Jeff, she half choked. I'm not sure about anything right now, least of all myself. I really must try to collect my wits about me, mustn't I? How can I face anyone in this condition? I think I'd best retire to my room for a spell. He pulled her hand into the bend of his arm. Come on then, honey. I'll take you back. Not through the ballroom? She pleaded. I'm afraid I would draw too much attention. He chuckled. All right, I'll take you around to the front. She let him lead her to the door and took her leave of him as they entered. Hoping no one would notice her dishevelled appearance, she hurried to pass the study door, which was open. Inside the room, some of the men had gathered and were laughing and talking in a jovial manner as they enjoyed their host's liquor. She recognized her husband's voice among them and heard his deep chuckle, the first of the evening, and the amiable retort he made to some jest. Her heart beat a little harder as she hastened past the door. From where he stood, Brandon observed his wife's flight across the hall and, with a smile, excused himself from his guests and went to stand just outside the study door. He drew leisurely upon his cigar, squinting through the smoke, as his eyes followed her ascent up the stairs, watching the graceful swing of her slender hips and the way the gown clung to her. At the head of the stairs, Heather paused uncertainly, feeling eyes upon her, and gazed back over her shoulder to find him staring up at her, an unreadable expression occupying his handsome, bearded face. She blushed, remembering what had passed between them, and was about to turn to flee to her room when Mary came out of the nursery, trying to quiet Beau. Heather held out her arms for him, and Brandon watched his wife take their son into her arms and cuddle him close to her as she cast one last glance at him and then turned and hurried to her room. And he pulled out his timepiece and noted the hour. 30 minutes had flown when Mary came down the stairs after putting Beau to bed again. Brandon strode out of the study where he had been waiting near the door, talking idly with a few men as he kept an eye upon the stairs. He stopped the servant and told her she wouldn't be needed any more that night. A confused frown passed briefly across the girl's brow, but she nodded obediently and disappeared toward the back. Brandon mounted the stairs with slow and measured tread. He glanced briefly over his shoulder to find the hall empty and the guests enjoying themselves in the ballroom and study. Without knocking, he opened the door to the master bedroom and entered, closing it behind him, and leaned against the wall to gaze at Heather. Seated at her dressing table, she had been busy restoring her coiffure and now watched him warily out of the corner of her eye as she continued to do so. She was wearing only the light shift he had seen her in earlier, and her full, ripe breasts could not have been more alluring had they been bare. Her body glowed softly in the warm candlelight, and her dark hair shone with a rich lustre. His eyes moved slowly over her, resting for a time on her soft white shoulders and the pink-hued nipples that strained against that sheer cloth, and finally returned to her face. He seemed completely at ease, once more self-assured, the self-confident Brandon. He smiled most leisurely as he came forward to the dressing table and put out his cigar in the ashtray there. I've come to some conclusions this night, Heather, and I have several things I wish to tell you. He strode behind her to the bed and leaned his shoulder against the massive post at the foot and met her gaze in the mirror. One point I should like to clear first of all.
You know me well enough by now that you might guess what would have happened had I been completely opposed to marrying you. If you really think that any man on this earth could have forced me entirely against my will, then let me assure you, madam, you are mistaken. I would have rotted in prison had it been anyone but you."
Heather's eyes widened a trifle, and she sat now, listening quietly but very alert.
"Once, a long time ago," he continued, "I spoke in anger to you and denied myself what I desired most. Call it my damnable pride, for it was, in truth, that beast which sought to hurt you and cast upon you my revenge for many things that were a mystery to even me. But it was I who suffered, I who beat my breast in frustration, while you frolicked gaily upon my heart and vowed your hate for me in simple language. The revenge was not mine after all, my sweet, but yours. So now I am through playing games in which I am the loser. I am tired of being the outsider in my own home, my own bed. I've reached a point where I have a choice to make. I can either bed you, or I can leave and find relief with another woman. But I seek no other, Heather. I yearn for no other. I want you."
He began to loosen his stock as a half-smile played about his lips.
"So the games are over, and the act is done. And I am a man, and I will have my due. For almost a year I've been without a woman to ease my needs. No other have I had since I touched your virgin body that night many nights ago. I'll tell you true, it hasn't been easy keeping my hands off you. But no more will I play the monk. It was not my intention to take you again by force. I do not choose that relationship. But if I must, I will. For I cannot go on living under the same roof with you and never finding my pleasure within your body. So my mind is made. I'm going to have you, and not only tonight. You may resign yourself to the fact that we will be sharing a bed from now on, and that our relationship will be very intimate."
He removed his coat and slung it over his arm.
"I'll leave you alone for a few moments. When I return, you be in this bed, whether willingly or grudgingly. And remember, my dearest, this is not Lord Hampton's house now, but mine, as you are mine, and no one will dare come through that door to save you."
Heather sat stunned, and as the door closed behind him, a fiery rage flared within her. With a swipe of her arm, she sent the ashtray flying. "What thinks he that he may come in here while the house is overflowing with his friends, and among them that blonde bitch, and command me to spread my thighs for him? Does he think there need not be words spoken of love, nor soft caresses to soothe my body? Am I truly then to him a possession, and not a wife? A whore who's met his fancy? Oh, once he played himself upon a frightened girl. Well, no longer am I frightened, nor just a girl. I am a woman, and he will truly know my vengeance, for I will fight and claw and scratch and keep my thighs closed tightly until my strength has been exhausted. Only then will I submit and lie unresisting. He has no right." She sat silently for a moment, deep in thought. "But he does," her gentler self argued. "He is my husband and father of my child. He owns me, and I am the one without right to hold myself from him." Her eyes lifted slowly to regard the face reflected in the mirror, and her body quivered as she remembered his lips upon her breasts, his hand upon her naked flesh. "Why do I delay?" she asked herself suddenly. "This is what I've wanted and yearned for. This is what I've planned for, worked to have. Must my pride tear us apart like this?" She rose from her chair as a denial burst from her lips, and she began to yank open bureau drawers until she found what she sought. the blue gown of her wedding night. She lifted it from the drawer with loving hands and smoothed it gently upon the bed. Then, with fevered haste, she flew back to the dressing table to prepare herself for her husband's coming. Brandon closed the door behind him and stood a moment, his mind filled with racing thoughts of the minutes behind him and those ahead. He heard the ashtray thud upon the floor, and it was like having the wind knocked out of him, and he slumped wearily against the wall.
So that's the way it will be. She really has her wind up this time.
He threw his jacket upon the bed in sore aggravation and moved toward that hated resting place, shrugging out of his waistcoat.
Damn! It's come to rape. There have been a dozen times I could have had her had I kept my mouth shut or played the ladies' man. Even in the garden tonight I could have taken her right then. But hell, what's the good of looking back? I've made my stand, and regardless of what passes tonight, at least this damnable waiting is over. She'll fight me again, that's sure now, and I must take her, contrary or gentle, holding myself in restraint as much as my body will allow, and treating her kindly, though to touch that silken flesh I swear will drive me out of my mind.
He sighed heavily.
I had such thoughts of tender tidings sweetly exchanged between us. But now I must lie upon my bed of thorns, or none at all, and to have nothing of her frightens me more than the battle yet to come. But perhaps this moment yet to be will lead to more fertile ground between us, and we might some time hence share tender passion, more bent of love. He stood now naked before the mirror. So, of time she's had enough, and of me, well, we'll soon see.
He glanced to the door, and in second thought picked up his robe and donned it, so the sudden sight of his nakedness would not disturb her further.
Hell, he thought, I've dallied long enough. I've set a task, and now it must be done.
He strode to the door and paused before it. With all his self-control, his breath came quickly, and his heart beat high in his throat. He swallowed and squared his shoulders, taking a deep breath, and pushed open the door. The canopy curtains were half drawn about the bed, and Heather was nowhere in sight.
Oh God, I've pushed too hard, he thought fearfully. She's gone. She's flown from me.
He took 2 large paces into the room, and some slight movement from the bed drew his attention. He slowly turned in relief and closed the door, draping his robe across a chair beside it, then moved softly toward the foot of the bed and around it to the parted curtains. The breath caught in his throat as he saw her, and his blood surged through his veins in a violent rush as his senses were filled with her presence. His eyes swept her body in one long, passionate caress. Her hair fell freely about her shoulders as she lay half-reclining on her side among the pillows, with the covers drawn out of the way to the foot of the bed. The gown teased him with its cloud of sheer blue, leaving one lovely hip and leg bare as it fell open from her narrow waist to be caught coyly between her thighs. Her breasts pressed against its transparency and lured him with their eagerness to be out, causing his breathing to become laboured and hard. She smiled softly, and her eyes held a seductive promise as she raised an arm to him. Almost fearing that he was in a dream, he bent over the edge of the bed, and she slipped her hand behind his neck and drew him down to her. Her skin was warm and silky smooth against him, and her intoxicating fragrance encircled him, as her arms did. His hands slid to the ribbons on her gown, and her breath whispered in his ear, "It took you long enough, my darling." Brandon's world reeled, and he grasped her tightly to him, murmuring soft words as his lips sought the tempting flesh of her throat.
"Heather, oh, Heather," he rasped, "I've wanted you for so long, hungered for you. I couldn't bear it a moment longer."
His mouth eagerly took hers, and their bodies strained together hungrily. Brandon's nearly famished for the full draught of love. Heather's just beginning to taste it. She moaned softly under his exploring, practiced hands, his fierce, fevered kisses, and clung to him as she gave herself wholly to his passion, becoming so enmeshed in its intensity that she found herself returning it with a wild and free abandon that amazed herself as well as him. She felt his manhood against her, gently searching as he tried not to be rough in his eagerness, and reached down a hand to give assistance. When first she touched him, she almost recoiled with surprise at the warmth and passion he displayed, but at his hoarsely muttered encouragement led him on to his nest, and felt that heat and pride press deep within her. Her eyes widened at the sensation inspired, and in the soft light she saw her husband's face above her, his features sharp and hardened with his excitement. He seemed to luxuriate in the moment, so intimate, so tender between them. To her, he appeared as some splendid, godlike being. Murmuring her love to him, she slid her arms about his neck, pressing her soft breasts into the mat of hair that covered his chest, and pulled his head down to hers. Her kiss was full and inviting, without reserve, flaming under his lips as her small tongue penetrated between. Brandon trembled above her, holding her close, and began to move. Gently at first, taking care, but the violence of their passion consumed them both, and they forgot themselves in its mounting storm. A startled murmur broke from her lips as she at last found what awaited her. "Brandon!" And he gloried in his triumph, as they were dissolved in a mutual fire which died slowly, leaving them cinders on the hearth of love. The candle flame flickered in the gentle breeze that stirred the curtains at the window and bounced eerie shadows across the ceiling as it illuminated the figures within the bed. Heather lay back against the pillows, wrapped in Brandon's arms, her limbs entwined with his, feeling strangely disembodied, as if she floated on a cloud somewhere detached from the world around. Her eyes were closed, and a dreamy, contented smile shaped her lips as Brandon lightly traced his finger over her face, caressing her mouth, her eyes and the slanted brows.
"Always before, I assumed a great degree of experience was needed for love's play to be at its richest, and now I find in that too I was wrong. I have never tasted joy so sweet before."
"Oh, my darling, you are not alone," she smiled, opening her eyes to gaze at him with love. "Had I known before what it was like, I would have demanded my rights." She laughed a little and looped her arms around his neck. "It's a shame we wasted so much time to know each other." His lips replaced his fingers, and he murmured against her mouth as he pressed soft kisses upon it.
"You hated me, remember?"
In the very beginning, perhaps I did," she replied, returning his kisses. "Then perhaps I didn't. I just know you frightened me more than I could stand." He laughed and rolled over with her, and sank his lips against the warm flesh of her throat, enjoying the feel of her unclad softness against him.
"I frightened myself, too. I was afraid I'd lose you completely."
She rose up on his chest and thrust out her bottom lip sullenly. "You were as mean as a rutting boar, Brandon Birmingham, and you know it." He half smiled as he idly ran a finger from her shoulder downward across a breast and around the pink peak thrusting forward impudently.
"Being forced into marriage went against my grain," he murmured, "and having your aunt treat me like a boorish clod from the colonies did not help my disposition. Then having to spend my wedding night under the scrutiny of Lord Hampton tested my temper more. But when you said you hated me, my anger found full bloom, and since you were the only one there I could lash out against, my anger sought you. Beware, my pretty. Revenge is not a double-edged sword at all. It is purely single-edged. I found myself astraddle the sharp edge, and whenever you rocked it, I felt the bite."
Her eyes grew innocently round. "Whatever did I do to injure you?" He dropped his head back against the pillow and, putting his hand across his brow, closed his eyes and laughed with a sigh.
"Oh, tell me what you didn't do, my love. That would indeed be simpler. You played the woman as if you created the part, and I had to stand by, the helpless male, and watch you feast upon my heart. You bared your breasts before me and swung your full, ripe cheeks to tease the very eyeballs from my head, and were so damned tempting. I nearly took you by force at least 1,000 different times."
She giggled and laid her cheek against his shoulder and ran her fingers idly through the hair on his chest as she fell into deep thought. "Do you know, Brandon, I almost feel sorry for Aunt Fanny. She never knew what it was to be loved, or to even have a friend."
He smiled and opened his eyes. "Don't feel too badly about her, pet. She's probably living quite contentedly on the money I gave her."
Heather sprang up with a start and searched his face. "You gave Aunt Fanny money?"
He nodded. "A handsome amount it was, too. It went to pay a debt she said I owed her for taking care of you the 2 years you lived with them."
"And you paid her?" she cried indignantly. "Oh, Brandon! She was well paid in advance when she sold all my belongings. And besides, I worked for my living those 2 years. She had no right to claim that debt to you. I feel so ashamed. You must have thought we were all money grabbers." He laughed with amusement, drawing her close again.
"I gave it to her for more than that one reason, my love. She might have tried to make a claim upon you and my child, guessing that I had the wealth to care for her in a luxurious fashion, and I had no wish for her constant presence around me nor around you. It's one thing to have a reluctant wife, but quite another to have an offensive in-law complicating matters. The next time she would have laid a hand on you, I probably would have killed the hag anyway. So, not wishing to commit mayhem upon that bovine beast, I gave her the money without an argument. In fact, I gave it to her so quickly I fear she was shocked."
"Oh, Brandon," she laughed gaily, "you are so wonderfully impossible." He chuckled as his hand swept her body.
"Well, we are rid of her, aren't we, sweet?"
Heather's smile faded swiftly as she suddenly remembered the lifeless form of William Court sprawled upon the floor, and she threw her arms about her husband and clung to him tightly. "I hope we are rid of her, Brandon. I hope we are." Brandon smoothed her hair from her face, and when he spoke, it was most gently.
"Will you tell me why you are afraid, my love? Will you let me help you?"
She rolled away and closed her eyes, frightened of what might happen to them if he found out that she had slain a man. She shook her head, managing a laugh. "It's nothing, my darling. Truly, there's nothing." She opened her eyes to find him above her, waiting, his eyes searching, trying to see within her mind. Then he bent slowly toward her mouth, pressing her back into the pillows.
"I love you, Heather. I love you more than my life. and my love is strong. Trust me, my darling."
His mouth moved over hers, and again Heather melted within his arms. A long time later, her breath was warm against his ear. "And I love you, Brandon, my very dearest husband." Brandon was aroused from sleep by Hattie's voice in the hallway, and as her footsteps neared, he sat up in sudden realization of where he was. His movement roused Heather, and she rolled closer, her eyes unopened, a sleepy smile curving her lips. She reached out a hand to caress his lean, muscular ribs, and he lay back, reluctantly pulling the sheet over them as Hattie flung open the door. The old negress stopped dead in mid-stride as she saw the two of them together in the huge bed. Then a broad grin made tiny wrinkles about her eyes, and she bustled on into the room as if it were an everyday occurrence. Ignoring Brandon's frown, she went to the windows, throwing aside the heavy drapes to let the brilliant sunlight fill the room. She stood with arms akimbo, chuckling to herself. "Yes, sir, it sure is a mighty fine day. Why, I don't think I've seen so much sun in one day in the last 20 years, not since your mammy was in this house, Master Bran." Heather fluffed the pillows and leaned back against them, half-sitting, drawing the sheet up over her bosom, and Brandon joined her there, dropping a hand over her thigh as he scowled from under his brows at the negress. Heather's eyes sparkled with suppressed merriment as she watched Hattie sweep about the room, throwing clothes over her arm and straightening things here and there. "I suppose you all be wanting your breakfast soon," the old woman rambled on. "I ain't never known you to be a late riser before, Master Bran. I suppose Master Jeff is eating his heart out wondering where you is." "He." She chuckled, unable to contain her happiness, and then grew serious as she picked up Heather's blue gown from the floor beside the bed and spread it carefully on a chair close at hand. She continued on to the wardrobe, where she found a robe for her mistress and laid it beside the gown. "I suspect he's gonna be up here soon. He was eating some time ago and said he wanted to see you." The wide grin came again as she looked at the two in bed. "That Master Beau gonna be wanting to come in here pretty soon, too. I ain't never known him to sleep this late before either. You sure got him trained, Miss Heather."
"He's just better mannered than some people I know," Brandon gruffly retorted, drawing a chuckle from the old woman. She shuffled to the door and, opening it, turned to give Brandon a last wicked gaze before she left.
"Yes, sir, it sure is a mighty fine day."
Before she could leave, Jeff's voice sounded from the other room.
"Where is he, the lazy dolt? Leaves the party early, forgets his guests, and lies abed until midday?"
His head poked through the doorway, and with a gasp, Heather quickly slid down in bed, snatching the sheet up close under her chin. There was a moment's silence as his gaze took in the scene.
"Well, you're not exactly decent, but I'll come in anyway," he grinned.
He slipped past Hattie as the old woman left and entered the room, coming to stand at the foot of the bed, where he regarded the two within. His lips twisted into a one-sided grin as his gaze rested mostly on his brother, while that hearty squirmed under the thoughtful eye. Then he strolled to the window, eyeing Heather's blue gown as he passed the chair. Resting one hand upon the sill, and with the other drawing his jacket aside, he stared musingly out upon the sunlit grounds.
"Yes, sir," he murmured, deep in thought. "It's going to be a right beautiful day."
With that, he threw back his head and laughed heartily at some private joke. Brandon groaned and rolled his eyes upward, gritting his teeth.
"Well, it's a damned sorry day when a man's own bedroom gets as public as a sale house on auction day. I'm going to have Ethan see about locks for these doors."
Jeff turned and with an amused smile bowed. "Your pardon, sir. Had I been aware of your change of venue, I would have been more discreet. However, I would remind you, dear brother, that we have guests about, and they grow worried about your absence. Shall I tell them you are ill?" At Brandon's answering growl, he laughed and continued, "Very well. I'll simply tell them you're lazy, and will be down shortly." He turned as if to go, but faced them again. "I must remember to congratulate George. He'll be happy to know he's not a complete failure as a matchmaker." He watched them in amused silence until the full impact of his words were brought home, and they looked up, almost in unison, to stare at him in stunned surprise. "It's quite all right. I've known the details for some time now, but don't blame George too much. He was well into his cups and thought himself completely alone." With another deep laugh, he went to the door, and there eyed Heather's gown again, and then grinned at Brandon. "You had a hell of a lot more willpower than I would have had, sweet brother." He winked at Heather, and, chuckling to himself, turned and left, closing the door behind him. Brandon muttered something disagreeable about not being able to have any secrets or privacy, and swung his long legs over the edge of the bed and sat up. Heather laughed gaily, and springing up, embraced him fiercely from behind.
"Oh, it is a beautiful day, isn't it, Brandon?"
He smiled as he closed his eyes and rubbed his back against her bare breasts, delighting in the feel of them against him. "Indeed it is, sweet," he breathed. "Indeed it is." He got up suddenly and, laughing, swung her off the bed and gave her a lustful pat on the naked buttocks. "If you don't see about our son pretty soon, madam, he'll have to wait just that much longer for his breakfast." She giggled and came into his arms and stood up on her toes to kiss his lips, looping her arms about his neck.
"Don't go away. I plan to keep you within my sight most of the day."
He gave her a deep kiss, holding her tightly to him, and then sighed against her ear. "You'll have trouble getting rid of me, m'lady." Beau, seeming to sense his parents' good spirits, was in the mood to play after his stomach had been adequately filled. He kicked his legs happily in his bath, splashing his mother, and chuckled merrily when his father spoke to him of his bad manners. When Heather carried him into the drawing-room, he was more than content with the attention he received there from the guests who cooed and fussed over him. Mrs. Clark regarded the gleam in his father's eyes and sat back, bracing her hand on her cane, and nodded slowly. "Well, Brandon, you look a great deal better tempered today than you did last night. Your night's rest must indeed have done wonders for your disposition." Jeff smothered a chuckle and received a warning glance from Brandon, who turned and spoke to the woman in good humor. "Thank you, Abigail, it did. I do feel considerably better this morning." He met Heather's smiling eyes over his son's head, and his own were warm and bright. Daylight had almost flown when the last of the guests climbed into their carriages. A light repast had been served, and hearty farewells made around. Most of the men had a last sample of Jeff's whiskey, warming their bellies, the women a last drink of cool water or a sip of chilled wine to shorten their trip some small wit. When the house was once more left to the Birminghams, they gathered in the drawing-room to pass the evening leisurely. Heather sat with Beau on a quilt, spread upon the rug, where he waved his arms excitedly and cooed, and with bright eyes watched the dust motes that swam in a nearby shaft of sunlight. The babe drew chuckles from the men who sat nearby, Brandon on the settee, within hand's reach of his wife, and Jeff stretched out across from them in a comfortable chair, each sampling an evening libation of his choice. A rattle of a carriage and a thunder of hooves broke the quiet moment, and Louisa's landau careened to a halt before the stoop. The woman stepped down with an eagerness and lightness of foot that belied the solemnity of her face. She bounced up the steps and flounced past Joseph to force her presence upon the small family without preamble. Before she spoke a word, she took the glass from Brandon's hand and nearly drained it, abusing the fine brandy, then wrinkling her nose as if in distaste. He set the glass on the table when she handed it back, and Jeff smiled slightly at the subtle insult that went completely by her. "Well, Brandon," she blurted out, "once more you've given the gossips of Charleston something to talk about." He raised an eyebrow in query at her statement, and she explained breathlessly. "Sybil was found murdered this morning." She half smiled at Heather's gasp of surprise. "And you were seen with her yesterday on Meeting Street. In fact, you were apparently the last person to speak with her." Something cold and dreadful began to grow deep inside Heather. She reached a hand to Brandon's thigh, and his slid over hers and gripped it reassuringly. A dead silence filled the room, and everyone seemed to hold their breath. Louisa stiffened and almost frowned as she gazed at the clasped hands, and then she continued on, unchecked. "They found her in the woods outside the city with her neck broken. She was quite brutally abused. Poor girl. No one even missed her at the ball last night, did they? Her clothes were torn from her, and the surgeon says she was raped." She raised a meaningful eyebrow to Heather, then smiled at Brandon. "Of course I know you'd never treat a woman so, darling, but the sheriff has some doubts. In fact, he should be here soon. It seemed that Mrs. Scott had some definite ideas as to whom the beast might be." Jeff laughed coldly in the silence. "Miranda Scott's tongue usually outdoes her brain in its activity." Louisa almost sneered as she smiled at him. "There are several other strange occurrences that have come to light, which I'm sure the sheriff will ask about. But of course," she simpered and glared at Heather, "Brandon can explain them all." She turned to him and asked, "Just where did you disappear to last night, darling?" Heather could stand no more and came fiercely to her husband's defense. "He was with me all night, Louisa, and all of today, and that I can vouch for." "Oh!" Louisa's eyes widened and then narrowed as she stared down at Beau. "And I suppose you'll be having another brat to prove it. But then," she turned to Brandon, "I suppose keeping her pregnant is the best way of being sure, isn't it, darling?" Heather gasped at the snide insult, and both Jeff and Brandon shot up from their seats. Brandon's eyes grew dark, and his cheek twitched angrily. He stepped forward, with his hands half raised as if to throttle her, and Louisa's eyes showed fear. Then he checked himself, and she smiled tritely. "Tisk, tisk, you must watch that violent temper of yours, darling. What will the sheriff say?" She half-turned with a swirl of her skirts. "I really must be going anyway. He won't appreciate my giving you a warning." As she strode out, she sweetly laughed over her shoulder. "I'll go home the back way so he won't know I was here. Ta-ta, darling." A moment later, her carriage swept around the house and down the back lane. Heather held her whimpering son in her arms, and the three adults gazed at each other in wonder and consternation. "Anybody's mad to believe you had anything to do with Sybil's death, Bran," Jeff raged suddenly, slamming his glass down on a table. He muttered an oath and began to pace the room. The silly girl. She had every lascivious reprobate in town knocking at her door. It could have been any one of them. But what good reason could anybody give for blaming you? My God, you hardly looked at her, and I'm damn certain if you would have, she'd have raped you." Heather gazed up at her husband worriedly and made an effort to quiet Beau, who rooted at her breast, and when he could not find what he sought through her gown, fussed impatiently, now and then letting out angry squalls. It was Brandon who spoke calmly.
Mrs. Scott is naturally upset, and it's Townsend's job as sheriff to investigate every possibility, even an hysterical woman's rantings. I did help Sybil to her buggy with her bundles yesterday, and I'm sure more than a few people saw us together, but I shouldn't think that proves me her murderer. Townsend is not shallow-witted. He'll listen to reason.
Heather made to rise to attend her son, and Brandon bent to help her to her feet. As he drew her up, his eyes held hers, and if there were any doubts in Heather's mind, they fled swiftly. It was not possible that he could look at her with so much gentleness and love and be guilty of such a horrible act. Her eyes mirrored that tender emotion, and she lifted her face to his that their lips could meet in a soft, unhurried kiss. "I won't be long," she breathed when they drew apart. Then she turned to hurry from the room and up the stairs, holding her son close. When Heather came downstairs after nursing Beau and putting him to bed, she heard a man speaking whose voice was unfamiliar to her. Her husband's angry reply made her pause in her step.
"Damn it, Townsend, that's a fool question to ask. No, I've never made love to her. I found her totally unattractive and undesirable, and it would have been physically impossible for me to get aroused with her."
"Mrs. Scott says differently, Bran. She states that you carried on a secret affair with Sybil for years, that when she started seeing other gentlemen after your marriage you became jealous and enraged, and in a fit of temper forced yourself upon her and then killed her."
"Bald-faced lies," Brandon declared angrily. "Miranda is undoubtedly thinking she will get some sort of compensation for her wagging tongue. For years she sought to force her daughter upon me, but I swear, Townsend, upon my mother's grave I never touched that girl."
"I hear you gave a fancy ball here last night," the sheriff drawled, "and I also hear from some of your guests that you were in a foul mood."
"Our most helpful Louis, no doubt," Jeff muttered contemptuously. "I assure you, Townsend," Brandon ground out, "my actions last night had nothing to do with Sybil. I didn't even realize she hadn't come until a few minutes ago when Louisa gave us the news."
"Then what was the reason for your behavior?"
Jeff chuckled.
"He was trying to keep all the men from ogling his wife."
"Then you are possessed of jealous fits?"
the sheriff questioned. "As far as my wife goes, yes," Brandon admitted.
"Why only her? You could have felt the same about Sybil if you possessed that temperament."
Now Brandon laughed.
"Undoubtedly, Townsend, you've never seen my wife, or you'd see the truth of the matter. Besides Mrs. Birmingham, Sybil was put to shame."
Townsend cleared his throat and spoke as if reluctant to do so.
"There's been a rumor among your friends that you don't sleep with your wife, Bran. Is that true?"
Her blood stirring, Heather swept into the drawing room to find the three men standing and faced the stranger, who stared at her for a moment in surprise, then blushed profusely and hung his head. Townsend was as tall as the Birmingham men, but a great deal heavier. Whereas Brandon's weight was double hers, this man's was triple, and it seemed strange to see so large a man squirm in embarrassed silence. She went to her husband and, sliding an arm about his waist, spoke in measured tone. "You have heard falsely, sir. It is true that while I carried our son we took separate rooms, but I see nothing strange in this if a woman has a husband as considerate as mine. He was afraid that he might, in his sleep, do injury to the babe or myself." She raised an inquisitive eyebrow.
Are you so thoughtful of your wife, sir?"
Ill at ease, Townsend muttered a negative answer, then coughed and corrected his reply, turning that much redder.
"I'm not married, ma'am."
Jeff snickered, and Heather lifted her head a little higher.
"Ah," she sighed, "then you know little of women having babies. But as to your question, do we sleep together? Yes, sir, we do."
Her eyes flashed with anger.
"And I am such a demanding wife, sir, I can't possibly see how my husband could have the desire to look at another woman, much less attack her."
She ended on a furious note, and Jeff laughed lightly and clapped Townsend on the back.
"You'd best be warned, Townsend. Our lady has a bit of an Irish temper, and when the matter warrants, she comes out with claws bared."
The man glanced around him uncomfortably and coughed again and shuffled his hat in his hands.
"Well, I can rightly see what you said is true, Brandon, but I hope you understand that I have to check out every detail in something as bad as this."
He turned hesitantly to go, then stumbled through another apology and made his exit. They heard his horse charging away from the house as if pursued by demons, and the three Birminghams breathed a sigh of relief.
Jeff chuckled. "I've never seen Townsend so ashamed of himself before. I believe as far as he's concerned, Bran, you're as innocent as a newborn babe."
Brandon's mouth twitched with amusement.
"Thanks to my demanding wife."
Heather swept away from him to turn and face him with chin raised.
"He was much too personal to please me," she said. "He needed to be set back upon his heels."
Her brother-in-law smiled.
"Honey, you did that the minute you walked through that door."
A short time later, Brandon closed the bedroom door and went to stand behind his wife, where she sat at the dressing table, and began loosening the back of her gown. She smiled up at him in the mirror and rubbed her cheek against his hand when he caressed her shoulder.
"Oh, Brandon, I love you so much. I'd die if you ever tired of me and sought another."
He knelt and slid his arms around her and pulled her back against him tightly, pressing his lips to her fragrant hair.
"I've never done anything half measure, and my love for you is no exception, Heather. When I say a person is my friend, I commit myself wholly to his behalf. Thus, when I say you are my love, you own me, body and soul."
She smiled softly and sighed. "It must be obvious that I'm frightened of Louisa, and I suppose I was of Sybil. The poor girl wanted you so badly that even a moment with you pleased her. I am more selfish. I must have you all the time, without having to share you."
"Do you think I feel any differently about you, my sweet?"
He breathed.
"Lord, I'd kill any man who tried to take you from me, and no woman can lure me from you. As for Sybil, she was a simple, addled girl who would have bargained for the world and found an end to hers."
"Do you have any idea who might have murdered her, Brandon?" He sighed and stepped away and began to remove his own clothes.
"I don't know, sweet. There were many men who courted her, even a few married ones."
"Married?" Heather said in amazement. She stood up and slid out of her gown, dropping it to the floor. "Surely, Brandon, her mother—"
He grunted. "That addle-pated bitch. As long as Sybil failed to catch a rich husband, Mrs. Scott didn't care what her daughter did. Sam Bartlett was one of Sybil's beaux."
"Sam Bartlett!" Heather gasped. She remembered vividly her experience with him.
"The one and only,"
Brandon returned gruffly. Anger possessed Heather. "And Sheriff Townsend came here to question you when that man was left walking around without a care? Oh, to think of it!" Brandon laughed and came to her.
"Easy, sweet. He might be a salacious old rooster, but there's nothing to prove him a murderer.
Any man who would force himself upon his female slaves—
Shh, Brandon said, kissing her shoulder. His hands cupped her breasts inside her shift.
Let's not talk of him. There are too many much more interesting things I'd prefer to discuss, like how beautiful you are without your clothes.
His hands locked into the soft fabric of her chemise and separated it down the front with a rending tear.
That's better,
he grinned. He bent and lifted her up in his arms.
You'll just have to learn to undress faster if you want to save your shifts, madam.
Before his lips covered hers, she was heard to murmur, "Who cares about a silly old shift?" Chapter 10. The long summer days slipped by into weeks, and July grew into an elderly month as Heather's 19th birthday came and went. Sybil's murder ceased to be topic of conversation as the search for her assailant brought no results. Her known suitors all seemed to have had adequate alibis, and the affair sank into the background, though most women remained unduly cautious of alleyways, dark doorways, and wooded copses at night. With the passage of time, Heather found her life changing as she settled securely into her place as Brandon's wife, performing the intimate duties of that position with an abandon that left her radiant. She enjoyed sharing a bedroom with him and having his presence beside her in the huge bed at night. She delighted in the feel of his hands upon her. He knew her body better than she did herself, and he used that knowledge to heighten her pleasure. He treated lovemaking as an art and was a master in his own right. His technique was as unpredictable as it was sophisticated. There were times when he wooed her, cajoled her, seduced her as if there were no marriage bonds between them, as if she were a maiden still, sweet-talking, teasing, nibbling until shivers of delight shattered every nerve in her body. Then, other nights, when she innocently did something to arouse him, he would rip her clothes from her with a lusty laugh, fling her on the bed, and take her with a violence that nearly drove her insane with pleasure, and left them both panting and exhausted, but fulfilled to the ultimate. He played with her, he pampered her, he teased and tormented her, and she loved every moment of it. He taught her how to purr as he once claimed he could. He encouraged her to be not only a wife, but a mistress, giving of herself freely and provoking his desires as well as satisfying them, though that proved a very simple task indeed. "Are other men so romantic?" she inquired one night as he pressed her back into the pillows. "Are all wives blessed with such loving husbands?" He smiled and smoothed her hair from her face.
"Are all husbands blessed with seductive vixens for wives?" He counterpointed her question with his own. "Are other women so beautiful, and yet so willing to please their men?"
August made its debut with a bright, hot sun, sending most families scurrying to the city to cool themselves in the ocean's breeze. The Birminghams spent several days as guests of Mrs. Clark in her mansion near the beach, and the old woman took great pleasure in letting it be known to her acquaintances that Brandon and his young wife did indeed share a bed and were, in fact, a most loving couple. Shortly thereafter, Brandon had to go to the mill to bring the books up to date, and the Websters extended an invitation to Heather to come with her husband and bring their son and have dinner with them. When she first glimpsed Leah, Heather found herself amazed by the change in the woman. For Leah Webster now was a woman of some beauty. She had gained some slight weight, and her skin shone bronze with her hair bleached flaxen by the sun. Her bright blue eyes had lost their hollow look, and she appeared years younger than she had before. "How marvellous she looks, Brandon," Heather commented as he helped her from the barouche. "She seems a different woman." He nodded as Jeremiah hastened down the steps of the big white house to bid them welcome. Leah helped their youngest child in his descent, following close behind as the baby toddled along after his father. The woman gave Brandon a friendly greeting, having grown accustomed to his presence about the mill, and smiled shyly at Heather, who could not contain a comment on her hostess's appearance. "Oh, Leah, there's no doubt the Carolinas have agreed with you," she said gaily. "You've grown so beautiful." The woman blushed with pleasure, and Jeremiah put his arm around his wife's shoulder and gave her a gentle hug. "I've tried to tell the missus how she looks, but she thinks I talk just to hear myself."
"I've never felt so wonderful before," Leah admitted shyly, "and with another baby on the way, I hardly know I'm carrying."
Heather and Brandon both smiled at the surprise announcement and gave their congratulations. "It'll take my wife a few more years to catch up, Leah," Brandon chuckled, "but I have reasons to suspect she will. I did little more than look at her, and she got caught with this one." From the security of his father's arms, Beau contemplated the strangers warily and didn't care in the least that he was being discussed. Heather cast a shaming eye to her husband, making him laugh, and pinkened a little.
"No one can deny who he belongs to, Mr. Birmingham," Leah smiled. "He's like your very image, and with those green eyes of his, there's no mistaking it."
Brandon grinned proudly and murmured softly to his son, bringing a smile from the little fellow. With their faces close together, there was no question they were father and son. The baby's eyes were a mirror of Brandon's, emerald green and darkly lashed. Heather now knew that if she had never seen Brandon again after her escape from the Fleetwood, she'd have always been reminded of him in their son.
"Will he come to me?"
Leah inquired, holding her hands up to receive him. Beau definitely declined, giving a little grunt of rejection as he turned away to lay his head against his father's shoulder.
"Don't feel badly, Leah," Heather apologized. "He won't go to many people from his father. He's formed quite an attachment for him." She turned her head to one side, as if carefully studying her husband, and then continued with a gleam in her eye. "It must be the beard." Her remark brought a chuckle from all as the children meandered from the porch to get a closer look at the Birmingham offspring. Soon, the oldest girl had managed to entice Beau from his father and strolled proudly about the grounds with him. Jeremiah excused himself some time later to attend to duties at the mill, and Brandon went with him. The women were left to relax on the shaded porch in rocking chairs, Mrs. Webster now and then rising to see about her meal. "I feel more excited about this baby coming than I believe I've ever felt about any one of my others,"
Leah timidly confessed.
"Always before we faced doubt and dread with our lack of coin. Sometimes we had good luck, but mostly it was bad. Now, it seems as if we're in Eden, and we give thanks for your husband in our prayers. He took us away from nothing and gave us everything."
Heather paused, sipping her tea, and her eyes grew suddenly misty.
"It's strange, Leah, but that's exactly what he did to me. He snatched me away from a nightmare and gave me joy. My life was nothing until he came into it."
Leah regarded her for a moment.
"You love him very much, don't you?"
she questioned softly.
"Yes,"
Heather readily admitted. Then she sighed. "I love him so much that sometimes I'm afraid. Our life seems so perfect, I become frightened that something will happen to interrupt it. And if I lost him or his love, I would die."
Leah smiled. When I first saw your husband, Mrs. Birmingham, he sat alone in an inn up north. There were painted women admiring him from afar, but he gave not one a glance. He just stared thoughtfully into his glass of wine, and there was no mistaking the look he had, for he seemed sad. Later, he spoke a few brief words about you waiting here and bearing his child, and his expression changed, and I thought then that he must love you very much. Since that time, I've gotten to know him and find my first impressions to be true. I've never seen a man love his wife as he does you." Heather brushed a tear from her cheek and laughed in apology. "I seem to be in a mood today, crying over nothing. You mustn't think unkindly of me, Leah. I don't make a habit of doing this." Leah smiled gently. "On the contrary, Mrs. Birmingham. If anything, I think more of you. A woman who sheds a tear or two for the love of her man is very sensitive to life." Later, Leah made lemonade to serve the guests, children, and the mill workers, and asked Heather if she might care to take the men each a glass of the refreshing drink. As she bore the tray carefully down to the mill, Heather caught her first glimpse of it in operation. Tall pines towered above the buildings, and the smell of pitch from the large boiling vat in the yard was heavy in the air. The logs lay thick in the mill pond, and beyond, the giant water wheel blurred as it spun. The busy saws hummed and snarled and set the key for a chaos of sound as a team of mules laboured to pull the logs to its hungry maw. There were several men standing on a framework around the boiling vat, skimming pulp from the top of the 6-foot-wide kettle. She found Mr. Webster outside the mill, discussing a problem with a few of the hands. He gave her a friendly smile when he saw her and offered to help with the tray, but she declined and served the men herself as he introduced her around as Mr. Birmingham's wife. They nodded and acknowledged her greeting respectfully, with a great deal of awe at her beauty, and watched after her as she strolled toward one of the smaller buildings where Jeremiah had said her husband could be found. Then the foreman gave a brisk command for them to close their mouths, and they continued on with their work, casting a last furtive glance at her over their shoulders. Heather stood for a moment in the open doorway of the dingy office. The room held the barest essentials of furniture, and rough wood walls had never seen signs of wallpaper or whitewash. Her husband sat upon a high stool at his desk, with his back toward her. The day was warm, and he had removed his shirt to catch every breath of breeze that now and then drifted in through the open windows. She watched with pleasure the play of muscles across his back, and smiled as she thought of them beneath her fingertips, hard as oak. She shifted her weight, and a board creaked under her foot. Brandon turned, and seeing her silhouetted in the doorway, rose with visible relief at his rescue from the tedium of bookkeeping, and came forward. Smiling, he drew her in, closing the door behind her, then took the tray to set it down on a rough table and raised the glass of lemonade to his lips to drain it without a pause. "Ah," he sighed, "just what I needed to ease my boredom, a thirst-quenching drink." He reached out an arm to pull her into his embrace, and a pretty wench to feast my eyes upon. She laughed and nuzzled her nose against his hairy chest. "I can remember once when you stormed at me for keeping you from your work. Have your labours grown less desirable, or have I become more so?" she teased. He dropped a kiss on the top of her head and grew serious. "Forgive me for that, my love. I was at my cruelest that day. Your refusal to share my bed taunted me into proving how big a jackass I can be." "My refusal?" she protested. "But Brandon, I never did anything to deny you your rights. You were the one who refused to sleep with me on the Fleetwood after I was ill, and rejected me the first night at Hearthaven. Each time I would have gladly complied with your husbandly ways, but you turned from me to sleep in your solitary bed."
"I see our marriage was full of misunderstandings," he murmured. "You had the mistaken idea that because of our marriage my desire for you had lessened since that summer's night I first took you, and I was sure you couldn't bear my touch, that you'd fight me if I tried to have you. Strange how our minds played against us. We should have followed our instincts." He bent and pressed his lips against her white throat. "We'd have found love that much sooner." Heather tingled with delight, and knew as long as she had breath in her body, she would thrill to his touch. She could summon no resistance when he caressed her. Her very soul seemed to be his, and her body responded more to his will than her own. He had the power to make her life seem an enchanted dream, or, as in the past, make hell appear a pleasant garden in comparison. She was his, without reservation. His lips travelled down her neck until they hovered above the hollow at the base of her throat, where a froth of white ruffles hampered further descent. His hand went to the tiny buttons of her gown and toyed casually with them, as he murmured softly in her ear, sliding to the second button, the third, the seventh, and the last. A smile brushed his lips, and with a simple, unhurried motion that left her gasping, he raised both hands to spread the front of her gown and chemise, and bare her breasts. He kissed the soft flesh that was now revealed to him, and she trembled under the fiery heat of each kiss. "Someone might come in, Brandon," she whispered breathlessly. "I'll kill the first soul who dares touch that door," he returned casually, without pausing in his caresses. "But what if someone should just barge in?" she protested weakly, finding it hard to resist. His hands slid under her garments to her back and pulled her against him until her breasts teased his chest with their peaks. "There needs to be a lock on that door," he murmured huskily, kissing her brow, "and a bed in here would suit my mood. These chairs are not very accommodating." He sighed, and in some exasperation pulled away. "Very well, madam. I yield to your pleas." Still distraught, Heather pulled her chemise together. She sought to fasten it, but found her fingers were like so many thumbs and proceeded slowly to disguise her clumsiness with the fasteners. Brandon had returned to his desk, and now watched her intently, yet with a gaze that was soft and loving. She looked up to find the green eyes holding her, and blushed deeply, now fumbling in confusion with the many bows and buttons. Brandon laughed and came to her, brushing aside her hands. "My love, you tempt the very saints. So before I take you here and now, let's get thee clothed again." When she left the building, there was still a deep rosy glow to her cheeks, and she was so unaware of what she was doing that she almost stumbled over Alice, one of the Websters' younger girls, who was down on all fours inspecting a toadstool.
"Oh, Mrs. Birmingham, look what I found." Heather bent down beside the little girl. "Do you think it belongs to some elf who lives in the woods?" she inquired, smiling. The girl looked up, wide-eyed and eager. "Do you really suppose so? Maybe he left it behind." "It's very likely," Heather replied, enjoying the little girl's excitement. "Can we go in the woods and look for him?"
"Of course. Perhaps we'll find a whole fairy circle."
"Oh, yes! Let's!" Alice cried, tugging at her arm. Laughing, Heather let the girl lead her into the forest. It was so dense only an occasional ray of sunlight penetrated the lush green foliage. Soon they entered a small glade, when a bird somewhere up above them called to its mate, and a squirrel sat scolding them from the limb of a tree. A live oak tree towered majestically over the clearing, and a few wildflowers peeped out of the earth where the mulch was not so forbidding. The pines gave off a scent as sweet as the brightly coloured blossoms.
"This here is where I'd live if I was an elf,"
Alice said as she spread her short arms wide and turned round and round. Heather smiled. "Have you been here before, Alice?"
"Yes'm, plenty of times."
"It's an enchanted place. I like it."
"Oh, Mrs. Birmingham, I knew you would,"
Alice cried happily. Heather laughed and smoothed back the flaxen hair that had fallen into the little girl's eyes, then gazed around. "I don't see any sign of elves, though. Do you?" The girl frowned.
"No'm,"
she said. Then she grinned again.
"But I think one is watching me. I can feel it."
Heather smiled, enjoying herself as much as the child. "That's even better than finding where they live, isn't it? Not everyone is fortunate enough to have an elf watch them. Perhaps we should pretend we don't notice." The girl dimpled, and her eyes gleamed.
"What should we do?"
"We'll pick flowers and make believe we don't even know he's around. Perhaps he'll show himself then."
"Oh, yes, let's."
Heather watched Alice walk away and knew the girl was trying for all she was worth to act nonchalant, as if she were more interested in the flowers than in the elf she was sure was observing her. With not so much interest in the unseen as the seen, Heather began to gather flowers to make a bouquet for Mrs. Webster's table. Alice soon forgot both elf and flowers and ventured off to chase after a butterfly and finally wandered back toward the mill. But Heather remained, picking as many of the daisies and lilies as she could. Busy with her task in the small clearing, it was a long time before she too began to have an odd feeling that she was being watched. The short hair on the nape of her neck rose on ends, and her spine tingled coldly. As she began to turn slowly, to see if her suspicions were correct, she was half expecting to see Alice's imagined elf, for she was sure now that the girl had not been mistaken about being watched. Her eyes strained through the darkness of the trees, and then she saw him. It was no elf, but a man on horseback, not more than 75 yards from her. His shape was dark and sinister, for despite the warmth of the day, he wore a black cloak that draped his entire body. The garment's stiff, high collar covered half his face, and the black tricorn he wore came down so low that barely a slit for his eyes remained. He started moving forward slowly, menacingly, with his head slunk in the collar of his cape, and Heather froze for a second, unable to turn and flee. Then she began to back away, cautiously. He urged his horse to quicken its pace, and she whirled with a frightened cry and raced across the glade to the weaving path that led back to the mill. The horse and rider gained ground and were almost upon her. The hoofbeats seemed to pound like iron against metal in her ears. She screamed, dropping the flowers, and dodged through the trees. She glanced fearfully over her shoulder, but all she could see was the large, black, gruesome shape of horse and rider that seemed inseparable. A hand was reached toward her, branching from the blackness of the man's cape. Then from somewhere in front of her, she heard her husband cry out her name. The horseman stopped, apparently to listen. A sound of thrashing came from ahead, and Heather fled in that direction, sobbing Brandon's name.
Glancing back, she saw the horse rear straight up as the man pulled tight upon the reins and turned the animal back into the forest. She had a brief glimpse of his back before he disappeared into the dark shadows. There was something strangely familiar about the figure that she couldn't quite put into words. Brandon came racing through the trees, and she fell into his arms, sobbing. "Oh, Brandon, it was horrible," she cried. "Horrible!" "My God, what happened? I was coming to get you for dinner and I heard you scream." His arms tightened around her. "You're shaking like a leaf." "There was a man on horseback," she choked through tears. "He came after me. He almost caught me." Brandon held her away from him and looked into her face. "Who was he? Had you ever seen him before?" She shook her head. No, he wore a tricorn and a cloak, and I wasn't able to see him clearly. I was gathering flowers and felt someone watching me. When I saw him, he started coming toward me, and when I ran, he chased me." A shudder ran through her. "He looked so evil, Brandon." He pulled her close again and held her tightly, soothing her fears as best he could. "It's over now, sweet," he murmured. "You're safe here in my arms, and I won't let any harm come to you." "But who could it have been, Brandon? What was he doing here?" "I have no idea, my love, but Sybil's murderer has yet to be caught. It's best that you don't wander off alone any more. We must warn the Websters, too. If the man comes back, I wouldn't want any of the women or children in his path. I'll have a few lookouts posted. That should keep him from doing any harm." "He made me drop my flowers," she sniffled tearfully, as if just realizing it. "I picked an armful for Leah's table, and he frightened me, so I dropped them." Brandon chuckled. "All right, sweet. We'll go back and get them." He lifted the hem of her gown and dried her tears with it. "Now stop your crying before you get your nose all red." He gave her a kiss. "You're not frightened any more, are you?" She leaned against him. "Not with you here." Heather's fears rose anew at the front door of Hearthaven when Joseph announced that Miss Louisa Wells had come to call and was waiting in the drawing room. She glanced up to her husband and saw his face take on a black scowl and the muscle begin to twitch in his cheek. She followed as he entered the drawing room, carrying their sleeping son in her arms. Louisa reposed prettily in Brandon's favourite chair, wearing a muslin gown of considerable beauty, and took a sip of the drink which she had prepared with Jeff's bourbon and a sprig of mint. She smiled slowly over her glass at Brandon and leaned her head back against the chair. "You're looking well," she commented in a lazy voice, "but then, darling, you always do." Her eyes devoured him before she turned to Heather. "Poor dear, you must find Carolina's heat a dreadful bother after your England. The little flower seems a little wilted." Self-consciously, Heather sank into a chair and gave her hair a quick, nervous smoothing with her hand. Stone-faced, Brandon went to the bar to fix himself a drink. "To what do we owe this unexpected pleasure, Louisa?" he inquired with a bit of sarcasm. He came to stand behind Heather's chair with his drink. "We haven't seen you since you brought us news of Sybil's murder, and I'm wondering what you may have to report now. Not another murder, I hope." She laughed easily. "Oh, of course not, darling. I've been away visiting my aunt in Wilmington, and I just returned and wanted to pay my respects to everyone. I'm disappointed that you didn't miss me."
She sighed and rose from her chair. "But I'm sure you haven't been allowed too much time to yourself." She gave Heather a quick glance from behind lowered eyelids and then handed her a gaily wrapped package. "This is for Beau, dear, a little something I picked up in Wilmington. She smiled smugly, "never donated to the cause before." Heather lowered her gaze and murmured her thanks, stumbling over the words. Her confidence was lagging badly. The scare she had had that afternoon had worn her nerves thin, and now, before Louisa, she was tense and unsure. She unwrapped the present, and a small silver cup emerged from the paper. Beau and the year 1800 had been engraved on the metal. "Thank you, Louisa," she said softly. "It's very lovely." Louisa sensed her advantage over the moment and did not let it slip by. "I wouldn't have felt right not giving Brandon's son a gift." She looked down at Beau as he stirred in his mother's arms, finally opening his eyes. "After all, as close as we were," she smiled, "it would have been in poor taste to ignore his son. Aren't you glad, though, Heather, that the boy looks so much like his father? I mean, it would have been a pity if he had taken after you, say, though I expected as much. I just knew the little darling would be the very image of his mother. Perhaps it's because she looks so much like a baby herself." Words failed Heather. It was hard to sit calmly while the woman deliberately tried to antagonize her. Brandon was not so gracious.
"What in the hell do you want, Louisa?"
The woman ignored him and bent over Beau, displaying every measure of her bountiful bosom to both Heather and Brandon. She clucked the baby under his chin, but Beau was not in favor of being touched by strangers the minute he woke up. His bottom lip quivered, and he began to squall as he strained away, pulling on the neck of Heather's gown. Louisa stiffened, and her expression for a moment was full of venom as she stared down at Heather, trying to quiet her son. A brief smile crossed Brandon's face as he regarded Louisa over his glass, but Beau would not be hushed, and Heather, glaring at Louisa from under her lashes, finally undid her gown and put Beau to her breast. The baby quieted immediately, but kept a wary eye upon Louisa. Brandon chuckled and gave his son a pat on the rump before moving into a chair beside his wife's. Glancing up from Beau, Heather saw an uncertain frown flicker across Louisa's brow. It was such a brief expression, she wondered if she could have imagined it. Was the woman at last realizing what it meant to be the mother of Brandon's child? Here was a bond that would not be easily broken. Brandon loved his son. It was plain to see. No one could believe that he would discard the child's mother very readily for another. Louisa felt herself losing ground and tried to regain it, but ineptly, in the wrong way. "I think it's perfectly adorable the way you take care of the business of feeding him yourself, Heather, instead of hiring a wet nurse. Most women would, you know, but I can see you're the domestic type and enjoy doing things like that. Of course, it does demand a lot of a woman. I'm afraid I couldn't be tied down like that."
"No, I suppose you couldn't," Brandon returned. "That's why we'd have never gotten along, Louisa."
The woman took a step backward, as if struck, and then sought to turn her words around. "What I mean is, I couldn't give all my attention to a baby and ignore my husband." Brandon laughed sharply.
"Do you think I'm ignored, Louisa? If you do, let me assure you I am not. Heather has a marvelous ability to make both her son and her husband feel loved."
Louisa whirled and went back to her chair, yet made no move to sit down. She spoke over her shoulder to Brandon. "I've come here to discuss business. You might be interested in the fact that I've decided to sell my land. I thought I should come here first to you to see what price you'll be willing to pay to have it."
"Oh, I see."
"Well, it would have been rather unseemly of me to sell it to anyone else, knowing you wanted it. You've been after me for a long time to sell it to you."
"Yes," Brandon replied, still not appearing anxious.
"Well, damn it, if you're not interested, I'll sell it to someone who is," she stormed, spinning around. Brandon gazed at her mockingly, with an eyebrow raised.
"Who?"
"Why, there are plenty of people just waiting to buy it. I could sell it in a moment."
She didn't sound so sure of herself, despite her words.
"Louisa," he sighed, "let's stop this pretense. I'm the only one interested in buying your land. Perhaps some poor dirt farmer would like to have it, but I don't think he could afford your price."
"That isn't true. I could sell it to anyone,"
she declared. "Oh, simmer down, Louisa. I know exactly what you're trying to do, but it won't work. Now, I'll give you a couple of reasons why I'm the only one interested. No one of any wealth would have any use for your piddling acres. Our plantations are rather deserted out here, and no one is going to ride all this way to bother with your little bit of land, especially when you have no intention of selling Oakley. I am the only one who can afford to be a little generous. But don't come around here with your schemes and expect me to panic and double my offer. I'm not that kind of fool. Now, we'll discuss the details in a few moments, but first, I'm going to sit here and relax and finish my drink."
"Brandon, you big tease." Louisa laughed. "Oh, why do you like to worry me so? You had every intention of buying the land when I said I would sell."
"I bargain in business, Louisa. Never tease," he commented dryly.
When Louisa swept into the study, leaving her heavily perfumed scent trailing behind her, Brandon bent over Heather and breathed in her soft, delicate fragrance.
"I'll try not to be too long, my love. If you wish to go to bed when you finish with Beau, I'll make some excuse to Louisa after we get our business settled and send her straight home."
"Please do," Heather murmured. "I'm afraid I'm not entirely over this afternoon. I'd rather not see her again tonight."
She bit into her bottom lip.
"Oh, Brandon, she's so determined to break us apart. I hate her."
She looked down at Beau, who kneaded her breasts with his small hand, and laughed a little nervously.
"What I need is a good soak in the bath to forget my problems with her."
He chuckled. "I'll tell the boys to heat up some water. Anything else, sweet?"
"Yes," she replied softly. "Kiss me, so I'll know that woman doesn't stand a chance with you."
He smiled and accommodated her, and there were few doubts that remained afterward. Now the land was his, Brandon mused as he climbed the stairs, and he was infinitely glad he had spared Heather from that dickering which had settled the matter. He sighed heavily. One thing he could always credit Louisa with was boldness and a great deal of nerve. She had started off with a blatant proposal that they renew their relationship, making unworthy and vulgar advances upon him that had stirred no other emotion but disgust. Finally, she had offered the land at an exorbitant price, and, getting her down to a reasonable settlement, had taken a great deal of wearisome arguing. She had pleaded with no thought of pride, threatened not to sell, propositioned him like any harlot. The meeting had left him feeling unclean, to say the least, and wondering how low she would stoop in her search for a fortune. It was common knowledge that she was in a poor state of finance and needed the money, but Heather had once been in even more dire straits and had not succumbed to selling herself or openly pleading for sustenance. Heather, his beloved,
Just the thought of her washed away the sour mood Louisa had left with him. He remembered the moment at the mill when she had stood half-clothed against him, and his pulse quickened. He'd have to see about inside bolts for those doors, so she wouldn't be so nervous next time. He chuckled to himself. He was worse than any rutting stag in her company, always thinking of her in his arms, of her soft, warm body curving to his, of her lovely limbs entwining him. The hot blood surged within him, and his thoughts raced to several days before, when, while out riding with her, he had induced her to take a swim with him in the creek. She had been timid about shedding her clothes in broad daylight, fearing someone might come upon them, but after he assured her that it was a most private place, gesturing to the abundance of trees and shrubs, she had even been willing to concede it might be fun. Casually watching her disrobe, and standing in the buff as he was, his desires had grown quite evident. And seeing him, she had known how that swim would end. Playfully, she had eluded him and dashed into the water, gasping at the coolness of it, and then tried to outdistance him with rapid strokes. He had chuckled at her efforts while he easily overtook her, coming to her side, and then diving underwater to catch her ankle and pull her down into his embrace. He smiled as he remembered back. It had been a most pleasurable afternoon. He opened the door to the bedroom and paused, taking in the scene. Heather sat in the tub, looking much as she had in London, sweet, desirable, irresistibly beautiful with the candlelight shining on wet, glistening skin, her hair piled on her head, a few loose curls dangling. She smiled as he closed the door and came forward to rest his hands on the tub, to lean down to her. "Good evening, sweet," he murmured. She ran a wet finger over his lips. "Good evening, my lord." She returned softly, and slid her hand behind his head as he pulled her up to him. September's harvest began, and as the crops were taken to market, the streets of Charleston knew a milling throng. There were buyers and sellers, and a great multitude of neither, who yet sought to trim some small profit from the great sums of money that changed hands during the day. There were rich and poor, beggar and thief, ship's captain and slave. A great number of people came simply to sit in carriages, coffee-houses and inns and watch the bustling mob and exchange comments on the endless streams of characters that met their eye. During the day, the city was a bustling trading centre. At night, the activities changed, and it became a fermenting cauldron with entertainment for every whim. When Brandon presented Heather tickets to a new play being featured at the Dock Street Theatre, she almost choked him in her excitement, spreading her thanks across his face with enthusiastic kisses. When her glee had subsided, and she sat in his lap, studying the tickets, she confessed that she had never been to such a place before. Whenever they presented themselves to the public, the couple always drew attention. Brandon's tall, lean handsomeness and Heather's petite beauty made them unique, and tonight, as they entered the foyer of Dock Street Theatre, they were especially so. Brandon wore white breeches and a waistcoat of the same colour. A bit of lace fell over his brown hands and ruffled down the front of his shirt, and his coat of scarlet was artistically embroidered with gold thread over the lapels and board-stiff collar. Heather was bewitching in a gown of black French lace, embellished liberally with tiny jets that shimmered in the candlelight. An ostrich plume had been woven into her coiffure, and at her ears swung Brandon Birmingham's diamond earrings. There were the usual envious stares to greet them, and warm greetings from friends.
Brandon watched over his wife possessively as the men bent over her hand. Many young bucks beat their way through the throng in hopes the ravishing beauty was some unattached Birmingham kin. They came to stand and posture before Heather, and they found at close range she was even more delectable than from afar. Their faces fell and they turned away in disappointment as Brandon, with some humour, presented his wife. Matthew Bishop was seen from a distance and seemed to prefer it that way. He kept his gaze from dwelling long on Heather and entertained some other regal wench with carefully zealous consideration. Mrs. Clark greeted them with a critical but approving eye.
"Heather, my lovely child, you're looking delightfully wicked this evening. You'll put these other girls to shame in their virgin pinks and whites."
She turned to Brandon with an amused look as she leaned forward on her cane.
"And I see you're watching over her as carefully as ever, sir."
He grinned. "After knowing my father, Abigail, is it possible for you to believe that I am worse than he?" Mrs. Clark chuckled and tapped him affectionately with her fan.
"It took a long time and a little slip of a girl to make you realize that, sir. You were too carefree in your bachelor days. I remember when you couldn't have cared less if some lady's affection was taken from you."
She chuckled again.
"But you looked at quite a few of the ladies in those days, and I imagine tasted a goodly number. But now look at you, so stricken with this filly you're like a stag in rut."
She turned back to Heather and smiled slowly.
"I'm glad you happened along, child. The Birminghams are some of my favourite people, and I like to see them get the best."
Heather brushed her lips against the old woman's cheek. "Thank you, Abigail. From you, that is truly a compliment."
"Oh, poppycosh,"
Abigail protested.
"I state plain fact. And there's no need for you to be filling this poor old head with your Irish nonsense. I'm not so simply charmed as that."
She smiled to soften her gruff reprimand and patted the younger woman's hand.
"Don't waste those pretty words on me, child. Your man is more susceptible."
Later, in their private box, Brandon had his eyes more on Heather than on the stage. Her obvious excitement over the production delighted him. As the actors played their parts, she sat as still as a mouse, catching every word. She was more than enchanting, and he found it nearly impossible to drag his eyes from her. When they stood again in the lobby, sipping a little wine, he listened with amusement as she warbled on gaily about the play. "I shan't forget it ever, Brandon. Papa never took me to anything like this. It's so wonderfully beautiful, like a fairy tale come to life." He bent over her and laughed softly in her ear. "Perhaps I'm being a bad influence over you, my pet." Her eyes shone warmly as they met his. "If that be so, it is far too late to speak of it, for I'd have it no other way. I am doomed, for I can no longer be satisfied with just existing. I must love and be loved. I must possess and be possessed. I must be yours, my darling, as you must be mine. So you see, you've taught me too well. Everything you set out to do in the beginning, you have accomplished, and more so. I must live with you and be a part of you, and if we weren't tied with marriage bonds, and you still sailed the sea, I'd follow you around the world as your mistress, and to me, our love would be our sacred vows. And if confessing this makes of me a wanton woman, then I am truly a very happy one." Still holding her gaze, Brandon lifted her hand and pressed it to his lips. "If you were my mistress, I'd have to keep you under lock and key, so no other man would be able to whisk you away from me. You, too, are an excellent tutor. The gay bachelor now prefers the security of marriage. I enjoy every moment of being married to you, especially that part where I can say that you're mine and mine alone." She smiled softly, and her eyes were full of love.
You shouldn't look at me that way," he murmured, returning her gaze.
"What way?"
she breathed, continuing to do so. "The same way you do when we've just made love, as if all the world could pass us by, and you wouldn't care."
"I wouldn't,"
she returned in the same soft tone. He grinned. "I'll be hard put to stay and finish viewing the play if you continue, madam. You are a very fetching sight for even this old married man, and you do test my manly control." She laughed with a light heart, but her gaiety ceased when she saw Brandon stop and stare over her shoulder with an amazed expression on his face. She turned to see what had startled him and found Louisa coming toward them. She wondered at Brandon's reaction until her eyes fell on the beige gown the woman wore. It was exactly like the one she had given the peddler, the very same she had worn when she first met Brandon. Louisa, not to be outdone by anyone, had chosen to change it some slight degree in the style of the Parisians. The transparency of the gown would have been shocking to a more modest woman, but Louisa, never bothering about such a trivial thing as modesty, had very definitely rouged her nipples.
"Hello, Brandon,"
she purred in her silky voice when she stood before them, and she laughed softly as she felt his eyes as well as Heather's on her attire.
"I see you've noticed my gown. It is lovely, isn't it? Thomas made it especially for me after I saw the original in his shop. And just for little old me, he put the other one away so no other woman would have a gown like mine."
Brandon cleared his throat and spoke inquiringly. "Was there some fault with the original that he had to make a second for you?"
Louisa revelled in the interest Brandon was showing in her dress. "No, there was nothing wrong with it, darling, but it was so dreadfully small no one could have worn it. Why, even Heather with her skinny little girl's figure would have failed to squeeze into it. It would have been much, much too tiny for her."
Brandon exchanged a glance with Heather. "It must indeed have been small."
"Well, I knew I had to have one just like it the moment I laid eyes upon it," the woman continued gaily, "and I'm so glad I insisted that Thomas make me this one. I do so like to please you, darling, and I see that I have." She feigned embarrassment. "Of course, you've been staring at me so hard I'm wondering if it's the gown at all, and in front of your wife, too, darling."
Brandon looked at her passively. "The gown reminds me of one Heather wore when I first met her, Louisa," he returned dryly. "It was a gown worth treasuring for the memories associated with it." Louisa's face turned to stone, and she looked menacingly at Heather, then smiled tritely.
"However did you get the money to purchase such a gown as this? You must have worked very hard to obtain it. But then, if your husband is so interested in having you displayed in a garment such as this, my dear, you should meet my couturier. He's here tonight. He could do wonders for your skin and bones. You'd be pleased with him, I'm sure."
Heather felt Brandon stiffen beside her. "I'm afraid the man wouldn't please me, Louisa," he replied. "I prefer that women sew Heather's gowns."
Louisa laughed a bit harshly. "Why, Brandon, you're becoming very straight-laced in your dotage."
Brandon dropped a hand on the bare flesh of his wife's shoulder and caressed it leisurely. "As far as Heather is concerned, Louisa, I've always been a bit straight-laced." Louisa felt a quick, quivery spasm of jealousy grip her as she watched his fingers move gently over Heather's skin, remembering the feel of them against her own flesh, arousing sensual feelings that had never been matched before or since by any other man. She gave the smaller woman an evil glare.
"You really must meet Thomas anyway, my dear. Perhaps he can give you a few suggestions on what to wear to make it appear as if you had a little flesh on your bones. I've seen him do such wonders with a childish figure. Wait here, darling, and I'll find him for you."
Heather glanced up uncertainly at her husband as the woman walked away, having recognized the longing in Louisa's eyes, knowing well that tormenting emotion from her own experiences. She found an amused smile upon his face.
"If she only knew about that gown, she'd wring that poor fella's neck," he laughed. "There's no doubt the one he has is yours."
"She looks very lovely in it, doesn't she?"
Heather murmured. Brandon grinned down at her and moved his hand to her waist to squeeze it fondly.
"Not half so lovely as my vision of you in it, or as you are every day, all day long."
Heather smiled, reassured, and watched Louisa disappear into the crowd of theatre-goers. She forgot the woman for a few moments as Brandon brought her attention back to more pleasant things. But later, a feeling of uneasiness crept over her, the same strange, eerie sensation that had come upon her not very long ago at the mill. She was being stared at, but with an intenseness that was anything but normal. She turned very slowly and saw him. The colour drained from her face. The man stood beside Louisa, but his eyes rested upon her. He seemed not at all surprised to see her. He even nodded his head slightly in acknowledgement of her, and grinned. It was he. The grin was too horrible. She was positive there was no other in the whole world with a one-sided smirk like Mr. Thomas Hint. She swayed against Brandon, feeling faint, and the hand she put to her face was shaking uncontrollably. She tugged on her husband's coat to make him bend to her, for she doubted she could make her voice carry even that distance.
Brandon frowned with concern. "What's wrong?"
Louisa and Mr. Hint were walking toward them now. She couldn't stand there. Trying to make words come from her mouth, she had to speak.
"Brandon," she wheezed, "I don't feel well. It must be the crowd. Please, take me back to our box."
Then she heard Louisa's voice.
"Here he is, Heather. I would like for you to meet my dressmaker, Mr. Thomas Hint."
Too late. Panic was gripping her. She had a great desire to flee from the room as fast as her legs would carry her, but they would not move. She was frozen, paralyzed with fear. Brandon didn't waste time with unnecessary words or politeness.
"Please excuse us, Louisa. I'm afraid Heather has had a sudden attack of the vapors. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Hint. Good night."
It wasn't long before he had her in a chair in their private box. He took both her trembling hands into his.
"Do you wish to go home? You're shaking, and you look as if you'd seen a ghost."
She almost laughed out loud in hysteria. He was right. She had seen a ghost or something out of her past that was as frightening as one. She was possessed with fear that she would see him again, or have him talk to Brandon. He was such a horrible man. Or was he a monster? She clung tightly to her husband as he sat beside her and tried to soothe her. The curtains went up again, but neither watched the stage now. A few moments later, he leaned over her.
"Let's go. I don't want you fainting here."
He led her from their box to the lobby and from the theatre, where he motioned for James to get the barouche and pull it around. When it drew up before them, he lifted her in and held her small, quivering form close as they rode home. Heather was frightened now, more than she had ever been before. She had something now that she loved too dearly to part with. Her husband, her child. If she were accused of murder, they would be snatched from her arms without mercy, and she would rot away her life in prison. It would matter little that she had been attacked. They would not believe her,
not with Mr. Hint to say that she had gone with William Court willingly, and Brandon would be so hurt. Oh, sweet Lord, be merciful, she prayed. When they arrived home, Brandon carried her up to their bedroom and put her on the bed. He rolled her over to unfasten her gown and stripped it from her with her other garments. When she lay naked beneath the sheet, he poured a small bit of brandy in a glass and sat down on the bed beside her.
"Drink this, sweet. It will put some colour into your cheeks."
Obediently she sat up, and taking the glass from him, drank a big gulp of it, for which she was instantly sorry. She choked on the fiery liquid and coughed as she tried to catch her breath. He laughed softly and took the glass, setting it on the bedside commode.
"I should have warned you about the drink, but I thought you'd remember."
He began pulling pins from her hair, and soon the silky curls were cascading loosely over her shoulder. He smoothed them under his hand.
"Before, when we were in London and on the Fleetwood, I used to watch you tend your hair. I could hardly keep my hands from it, it tempted me so. Do you remember when you were ill, Heather?"
She nodded, watching him as he played with a curl.
"You were very ill, my darling, but I took care of you. No one touched you but myself, and when your fever raged, I was the one by your side. Not for an instant did I leave the cabin. You were mine, and I needed you. I let no harm come to you."
Her brows drew together as she wondered why he was speaking so slow and deliberate.
"Do you think that now, when I know you are my very life, that I would let anything happen to you? I'd fight man and beast for you, Heather. So would you trust me enough to let me help you as I want to do? I know you are frightened, sweet, and I believe I can help if you'll only trust me."
He bent over her.
"I am very strong, ma petite."
Heather's eyes were opened wide. He knew something. Somehow he had found out. But how? And what? What did he know, and who had told him? Fear set her hands a-tremble, and she clutched them together to keep them from transmitting their weakness to the rest of her body. She sank further down in the bed, the brandy lending her no false courage. What could she say? What could she tell him? If she hurt him, she'd never forgive herself. And if he walked away in shock at her deed and never returned to her arms, she would die. Brandon smiled tenderly and drew the sheet up under her chin.
"When you wish to tell me, my sweet, I'll always be near."
He undressed and slid into bed beside her. Pulling her close, he kissed her troubled brow.
"Go to sleep, my love."
In the security of his arms, she found comfort at last, and she was able to sleep. But there was no peace in her dreams. She saw Mr. Hint, his misshapen body standing over her, his claw-like hands holding Beau. Then she was running after Mr. Hint, after Beau. She had to save Beau from him. She rose from sleep screaming and struggling in Brandon's arms as he tried to wake her. "He has Beau! He has Beau! He'll hurt my baby!" she sobbed.
"Heather, wake up! It's only a bad dream, sweet. Beau's safe."
Her eyes lost some of their wildness as they focused upon the face above her, the dark, handsome face of her husband. It was a stable rock in a sea of swirling sand. With a cry of relief, she flung her arms about his neck. "Oh, Brandon, it was horrible. He took Beau and I couldn't reach him, and I ran and ran. It was horrible." She shuddered in the arms that held her. He was kissing her hair, her wet cheeks and the long lashes that were salty with tears. She quieted in his embrace and felt secure again, knowing Brandon was there. When, several moments later, his lips travelled down her throat to her breasts, she became possessed by a different sort of emotion. She groaned with pleasure as his hands moved over her body, slipping over her limbs as softly as a butterfly's touch, and sliding between as smoothly as the flight of those winged wraiths. He was slow and deliberate in his caresses, making her forget everything but the two of them, until she writhed within his arms and pleaded with him to take her without delay. But he proceeded at a studiedly measured pace, sending her emotions, inflamed and thrilling, spiraling upward. Her passion mounted until she became like a wild thing, quivering, biting, clawing at him. Yet he only laughed, the sound swirling above their heads and mingling with her purring sighs, and nibbled with his teeth at her throat, the silky flesh beneath her breasts, the smooth, flat belly, and a shapely thigh. She shivered with the passion he evoked as her hand moved downward and closed over him. He shuddered and took her fiercely, carrying her with him to frenzied, breathtaking heights that finally burst around them, shading them both in warm contentment. The following afternoon, Heather could be found in the drawing-room helping Hattie polish furniture and looking every bit like a servant girl in kerchief and apron. George was seated upon the floor entertaining Beau, who had crawled onto his lap and was chuckling at the old man's efforts. Brandon and Jeff had gone to Charleston on business, and most of the household staff was busy with some task or another. All day, Heather had thought of nothing else but Thomas Hint, and of what would happen to her if he spoke of her sins. When she heard a horse gallop up the drive, she knew without a doubt it was he, and fear mounted tenfold. "Show him in, Joseph," she told the servant nervously when he told her a man wished to speak with the mistress of the house. She rose from the floor where she had been kneeling at her task, but left her apron and kerchief in place. A spark of surprise shone in Mr. Hint's eyes when he saw her so attired. "You may go, George. Hattie," she managed. They both frowned at the visitor and seemed reluctant to leave her with such an evil-looking man, but they did as they were told and left the room. "What do you want?" Heather questioned when she was sure both were well out of hearing range.
Done very well for yourself since we last met, haven't you? Though the apron, it gave me a start. I thought you ladies of wealth never dirtied your little white hands.
Heather straightened her spine. "I often help clean this home, sir. It is my husband's, and I enjoy seeing it at its best for him."
"Ah, I see you've fallen in love with the bloke. Is that his babe you have there, or my dear departed employer's?"
Heather snatched up Beau from the floor and held him tightly to her. "He is my husband's child," she snapped. "William never touched me."
"Aye, I can well believe that, I can. You killed Willie afore he could do harm to you, but the babe be a bit old for you to have waited too long to get caught with him."
His eyes dropped to Beau.
"But I can see now that the man you were with last night be the child's father. 'Tis no mistake in the look of the gentry, nor the handsomeness of your spouse. I figure you met him in London shortly after you did poor Willie in."
"You've not come to discuss my baby nor my husband, Mr. Hint. So, will you please tell me why you have come? My husband is not at all fond of me entertaining strange men in his absence." The man made his grotesque substitute for a smile.
"Do you think your man would be jealous of me, Mistress Birmingham? Nay, I wouldn't think it. But then he might come suspicious of why you're seeing such an ugly toad as me.
He gave her a look askance.
Now I've known you to be the one what killed poor Willie, but I've said naught to no man. 'Tis clear my holding my say has to make me a few shillings, eh, Mrs. Birmingham?
Heather trembled before his cold, calculating look. What do you want?
Just a few pounds now and then to keep myself cosy and content. I've a nice shop in Charleston now, but I'm a greedy man, liking what the rich do. A few of your jewels would do nicely, or perhaps a nice sum of money. Your man is wealthy, so I hear. He can afford it.
My husband knows nothing of this, she snapped, and I didn't kill William. He fell on the knife. Mr. Hint shook his head sorrowfully, feigning sympathy.
I am sorry, Mistress Birmingham, but by any chance did anyone see him fall? Sides you?
No. No one was there to see it but me. I have no proof. He stepped closer to her, and she became aware of a strong odour of cologne that seemed strangely familiar to her. She couldn't place when or where, but it had left an impression associated with overwhelming fear that she remembered and felt now. She stepped back, clutching Beau to her tightly. The baby let out a squeal of protest at being squeezed so. Thomas Hint laughed and ran a claw-like hand over his mouth. It gave Heather quite a start to see his hands and realize they were no different from those of her dream. I have no money, she whispered hoarsely. I never have any need for it. My husband has always seen to my wants.
Your man takes good care of you, eh? Would he pay to keep you from being hanged for murder?
He snarled. Heather flinched. She could not let him tell Brandon whatever she did. I have a few jewels. I can let you have them. Mr. Hint sighed with pleasure.
Oh, that's more like it. What do you have? You wore some nice ones last night. Get them and what else you have. Then I'll tell you whether they'll do or not.
You want them now? She asked uncertainly.
Aye, I'll not be leaving without them.
She sidled around him cautiously and hurried from the room to quickly mount the stairs. She left Beau crying in disappointment in the nursery under Mary's care and ran to the master bedroom, where she threw open her jewellery case and snatched up the emerald pin and pearl necklace Brandon had given her and the diamond earrings that had belonged to the former mistress of Heart Haven. She left the bulk of the jewellery untouched, feeling guilty at having to take the earrings. She couldn't bring herself to give away any more of what had belonged to Brandon's mother, knowing how fond he had been of her. The pain of parting with her own gifts was deep. She remembered too well when Brandon had given the pieces to her. She was not likely to forget, even when she no longer had them to remind her. And Brandon would surely notice when she no longer wore the pearls. They were her favourite, and she had worn them often. She brushed the tears from her cheeks as she dropped the items in her apron pocket and, releasing a deep sigh, opened the door. Mr. Hint was waiting patiently for her, seeming at ease in his blackmailing schemes, and when she held out the pieces, he smiled and took them greedily.
Aye, these'll do nicely, for now. Are you sure they're all you have?
She nodded.
Not as much as I be thinking you wealthy people had.
That's all I have, she cried, tears springing forth again.
Nay, madam, do not upset yourself, and don't you worry that I should talk freely of your deeds. I'll be needing more trinkets.
But I have nothing more.
You best be getting more before I need them.
He threatened. Please go now, she pleaded tearfully. Before my husband returns, he's not a man I can hide things from, and if he sees you, he'll want to know why you've come.
Aye, My face is not for the likes of a ladies' parlour."
He smiled bitterly. He gave her a distorted bow, then left without a backward glance, and Heather sank wearily into a chair and, in part misery, part relief, sobbed into her hands. He would take all her possessions, except for the ones she valued above all, Brandon and Beau. But when she could no longer meet his demands, what would he do? Turn to Brandon then, and tell him his tale? She shuddered as fear rose anew. She couldn't let that happen. She must keep him satisfied above all, so she could go on living and loving. Mr. Hint swung down from his horse and limped to tie the reins to the hitching post before his shop. He patted the jewel-filled pocket, feeling extremely pleased with himself. He had made a goodly sum this day, with no work involved. Wiping his drooling mouth on his coat sleeve, he opened the door to his shop, entered, and turned to close it. He froze with a start as Brandon Birmingham removed his hat and greeted him from just outside the doorway of his shop.
"Mr. Hint, we had a brief meeting last night at the Dark Street Theatre, if you'll remember."
"Aye?" Thomas Hint choked, nervously clutching the pocket of his coat.
"May I come in?" Brandon inquired. "There's a matter I wish to speak with you about."
"Speak with me, sir." Brandon strode past him into the shop, standing a good head and shoulders above the man. Mr. Hint swallowed hard and closed the door behind him.
"It has come to my attention that you possess the original of the gown Miss Wells wore last night. I'd like to see it, sir."
Mr. Hint almost breathed a sigh of relief. "Aye, sir. One moment." And he hobbled off toward the back of his shop. He was back shortly, placing the gown in Brandon's hands. "I bought it from a bartering man some few months back, sir," he was careful to explain.
"I know," Brandon replied. "How much?"
"How much what, sir?" Mr. Hint started.
"How much are you asking for the gown? I desire to have it."
"But, governor—"
"Name your price,"
Brandon directed. Mr. Hint dared not hesitate and spoke the first figure that came to his head. £3, 6pence, sir." Brandon raised an eyebrow questioningly as he fished into his pocket for the necessary coins.
"I find it hard to believe you procured this so cheaply from the drummer, Mr. Hint."
The cripple realized his mistake and stuttered a reply. "It's your lady, governor. With her beauty, she's the only one what can do justice to the garment. It's like a gift I'm giving her. A fellow countryman, sir." Brandon gave the man a careful scrutiny.
"You've not been here much longer than my wife, have you, Mr. Hint? A month longer? Perhaps 2?
Nearly 4, sir," the cripple returned, then bit his lip. Brandon paid close attention to the beadwork on the gown's bodice.
"Then you know when my wife arrived."
Mr. Hint wiped his perspiring brow.
"Louisa, Miss Wells, mentioned it last night, sir." "You must have left London about the time I met my wife," Brandon pondered.
"Could be, sir," Mr. Hint strangled out.
"Why did you leave London, Mr. Hint?"
The man went pale. "My employer died, sir, and I lost me work, so I took the few shillings I saved, sir, and come here."
"You seem to be very talented in your profession, Mr. Hint. Miss Louisa has commented to that effect."
"I try hard, sir."
"I'm sure that you do,"
Brandon replied, then handed the man the gown.
"Would you mind wrapping this for me?"
Mr. Hint almost smiled.
Be happy to, Governor.
Brandon strode into the drawing-room of Hearthaven and found Heather down on her knees, polishing the legs of a table. On the floor beside her, Beau played with a brightly coloured ball, babbling sounds that only he could possibly know the meaning of. Brandon cleared his throat, and Heather turned and, with a glad cry, leapt to her feet and flew into his arms. He laughed with pleasure as she embraced him fiercely and, lifting her feet clear of the floor, swung her about in gay abandon. When he set her down again, she grinned up at him with bright eyes, straightening her kerchief and apron.
"My lord," he swore, dropping his hands on his hips, "you don't look old enough to share my bed. 4 and 10 would be my guess. You couldn't be the same wench who threatened to wake the household last night while having her pleasure. Could it have been a witch who stole into my bed and clawed and bit at me?"
She blushed and looked at him uncertainly. "You don't think Jeff heard, do you? I'd never be able to face him if I thought he did." The corner of Brandon's mouth curved upward devilishly.
"If he did, I'm sure the sound was not unfamiliar to him, so he'll not speak of it, being the gentleman he is. But you have little to fear, my sweet. What escaped my kisses was hardly much more than purrs of contentment."
She laughed in relief and came into his arms again. "You make me forget myself, Brandon, and after a night like that, I have trouble coming down to earth." He kissed her brow and smiled.
"Complaining, sweet?"
"Never," she sighed. After a moment, she raised her head from his chest and caressed his beard with gentle fingers. "It's always an adventure, going to bed with you." He chuckled and stepped away from her into the hall. He returned with a package and placed it in her hands.
"This belongs to you, and if you ever want to get rid of it again, burn it or cut it to ribbons, but don't barter it away so someone like Louisa, who has a damnable way of irritating me beyond reason, can take it and make a copy of it again. I remember too well the sight of you in it, and I don't want another bitch ruining what was to me a very sweet and glorious memory."
The colour drained from Heather's cheeks. "You bought my gown from Mr. Hint?"
"Aye," Brandon returned. "I couldn't bear the thought of another woman trying to wiggle into it."
She smiled softly in relief. He had spoken with Mr. Hint, and the man had kept his word. Standing on her toes, she gently kissed him. "Thank you, my darling. I'll treasure it as much as I do my wedding gown, and on special evenings I'll wear it for you." Almost a week had passed when Louisa came by one evening unexpectedly. Jeff had gone to visit friends and hadn't yet returned, and the remaining Birminghams were spending a quiet evening together in the drawing-room. Heather was sitting on the floor at Brandon's feet and had just finished nursing Beau, who, at the moment, was in his father's lap, enjoying his parents' attention. Heather's arm rested intimately between Brandon's thighs as she played with her son, and she had not yet taken the trouble to fasten her gown, feeling secure behind closed doors. But those portals did not stop Louisa's entry when she swept past Joseph at the front door and barged into the room. Heather turned with a start, looking around, and Brandon glanced up. At sight of Louisa, he scowled blackly and contemplated what pleasure he would gain from wringing her neck. He would be damned before he'd show her the common courtesy of rising when she entered. "You seem to enjoy bursting in on people, Louisa," he muttered. Louisa took in the scene with a snide smile and looked pointedly at Heather's arm and the parted low-cut gown. Brandon watched her perusal of his wife and remembered, thinking of one of the last times he watched Louisa stroll naked across a room, that she had begun to lose the firmness of figure which fades from every woman as she ripens with age. In Louisa, it was becoming apparent in her slightly broadening hips and her less than firm breasts. If she had one whit of sense, she'd have blushed in embarrassment instead of looking at his wife with mockery. Stubbornly, Heather refused to move her arm or fasten her gown under the woman's superior smile. Louisa's gloating expression infuriated her, and she found displeasure in the fact that the blonde was exceptionally well garmented in a yellow muslin gown that was no doubt one of Mr. Hint's creations. It seemed the man was a capable artisan, yet it was difficult to imagine one so hideous creating something so lovely to look upon. She wondered if the man had created those other gowns William Court had claimed as his own. It was something to think about. Louisa paused for a moment, standing above them with her feet spread, arms akimbo. She smiled.
Such a quaint little family circle. The more I see of you, Brandon, the more I think marriage does agree with you. You appear to be a perfect father and husband.
Brandon raised an eyebrow at her, but she turned away, removing her gloves and hat, carelessly tossing the dusty articles onto a polished table, and took a seat facing him. With a casual hardness in her voice, she spoke to Heather.
"Will you get me a drink, child? A little Madeira, if it's cool."
Flushing angrily, Heather rose to her feet and went to the bar, jerking her bodice together and fastening it. Louisa went on, speaking again to Brandon.
"I acquired such a thirst on that dusty old ride from Charleston, and I do so enjoy your good wines, darling. It's so difficult to get them in town these days, and I've quite exhausted the supply you gave me."
Brandon sat playing with Beau, who seemingly had lost the spirit of fun since Louisa's arrival, casting wary glances toward her. He wondered what had brought her this time. Heather returned and thrust a glass into Louisa's hand. Again the hard, impersonal tone was in the woman's voice as she spoke.
"Thank you. And would you leave us for a while?
There's some business I wish to discuss with your husband." The last word seemed forced, and Heather hurried to Brandon, biting a trembling lip, and reached to take Beau from his lap. Anger flared in her husband's face, and he caught her arm and looked past her to the other woman. His jaw tightened, and he opened his mouth to retort, but tears flooded from Heather's eyes, and she shook her head furiously, raised Beau, and, hiding her face against him, hurried from the room. She fled into the study to quiet her son, who had begun to whimper when he was taken from his father's arms, and wiped the tears from her face. Brandon now looked at Louisa with a coldness in his eyes, knowing her crude manner had deeply injured his wife. "Now, Louisa, what is your business?" he ground out. Her mouth curved into a slow, confident smile.
"I met an old friend of yours in Charleston this afternoon, Brandon."
He raised a disinterested eyebrow. "Who?"
"Well," she laughed. "He's not really an old friend, just an old ship hand. I knew him right off as one of your men from the Fleetwood when my carriage passed him. Poor soul, he was completely out of his wits with drink. But he recognized me just the same, as being a close friend of yours. He was very helpful."
"Helpful? In what way?"
She threw back her head and laughed gaily. "Really, Brandon, I never dreamed that you, of all people, would let yourself get caught like that. And by a conniving little prostitute, too? I swear, I'd have tried that ages ago if I'd have thought it would have worked."
"What in the hell are you talking about, Louisa?" Brandon demanded.
"Why, you know, darling. Heather, your sweet, innocent little Heather. A prostitute. Dickie told me everything. How he and George found her walking the streets selling her wares. How you were forced into marriage with her. Everything."
"Obviously not everything," Brandon growled. He got up and poured himself a stiff drink. Louisa continued on happily.
I know you don't care about Heather, darling. There have been so many rumors about separate bedrooms, I didn't need anyone to tell me how you felt about her. I just couldn't understand why you had married her. But this afternoon when Dickie told me, I knew for sure your marriage was just a front. Now you can send Heather away, send her back to England. I can forgive you for that little escapade in London and take you back. We can be happy. I know we can. I'll take care of your son, for there is no doubt he is yours. Luckily, I'll love him and be good to him. Everyone will understand when we tell them how you were forced to marry her."
Brandon stared at her for a moment in amazement, and then began to speak slowly, but very carefully.
"Louisa, listen very carefully to what I say, for if you do not believe me, you are a fool. If you think that anyone could force me against my will into marriage or any other contract, you do not know me at all. Now believe this," and he spoke carefully, "as if your life depended upon it, for it does. My wife was no prostitute, nor a street walker. She was a virgin the first night I took her, and George will vouch for that. The child is mine. She is my wife by my consent, and I will not again endure your rudeness to her in this house. From this moment on, you will treat her with all the respect due the mistress of Hearthaven. You have no further claim upon me, this house, or my property."
Louisa rose from her chair and poured herself another glass of wine. She stood before him, and as she sipped, stared at him over the rim. "So, you choose that child over me?" she half sneered.
Brandon smiled tolerantly. "The choice was made long ago, Louisa. I only reaffirm it now."
Her eyes grew narrow, and she turned away for a moment to stare out the window. Suddenly she whirled to him again. "Strange, Brandon, that you should be the one to speak of respect and property in the same breath." She sipped the wine and strolled across the room, placing the settee between them. She rested her free hand upon its back and half lifted the glass, almost as if in toast. "That is what I came to talk to you about, really. I've reconsidered and think my property is worth twice what you paid for it." She paused and watched him narrowly, waiting for his reaction. His brow darkened somewhat, but he shrugged.
"We made a bargain, Louisa, and it's over. Signed, sealed, and delivered. You have no property but Oakley and the few acres it stands on. It's done with."
"Done with, indeed," she spat. "Then let's talk of respect. How much respect do you think you and your child bride will merit when I let it be known that you were trapped into marriage by a common whore off the streets?"
Brandon's voice rang through the house.
"Shut your mouth, bitch! I will not have you slander my wife in her own house."
His voice lowered to a raging snarl.
"I do not care what you do outside this house. Say what you will. No man or woman will dare stand up to me and repeat what trash you might spill. You are a bitch, Louisa, physically and mentally."
"Bitch, is it now?" she screeched. With a backhanded motion, she tossed the wine in his face and smashed the glass against the floor. "Bitch, indeed. I was a virgin when you took me, begging me to marry you and promising the world and all its trappings if I'd but give you that dearest treasure. Then you sailed off and wed the first dribbling wench you could pick off the streets, and then came dragging her back as your wife. You pledged your troth to me, took my maidenhood and then my lands for a tuppence. Well, I want more." She began to simper, and her voice became wheedling and cajoling. "I must have more, Brandon.
I had to pay my bills with the other and have only the house left, and I can't sell it. Why, I'd starve but for the few pennies I managed to earn. No one will advance me credit since you've thrown me down."
Brandon raged and fought with himself to keep from striking her. He wiped his hand across his face. "Virgin! Lord Almighty, you were no more virgin than that ancient cow in the pasture out this window. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think me dumb and blind that I believed your half-witted play that night? I could not name in the next fortnight the men I know you bedded before and after that so-called sacred engagement." His voice made the walls tremble. "What simple idiocy makes you dream that I will stand and abide the slander of my own beloved?"
"You loved me once," she screamed, "and you do not sleep with her. The very streets have whispered this fact. It's common knowledge." "Why her, not me? I could share your bed and make you forget she ever lived. Try me. Take me. My God, you loved me once."
"Loved you?" His laughter rang loud. "No, I only tolerated you, and like a lad, I thought I knew all my mind could want, until I faced a truth and saw a beauty never seen before, and then I knew what things I really wanted. Beauty, true. Passion, true." He bent close to her face and emphasized each word. "But also loving, gentle, kind devotion, unquestioning loyalty, and a simple, honest dignity for my name that lies well beyond your ability to give." His voice rose again. "I love her with every moment of my being. I give her my protection from the street-born sluts that would tear her down and falsify her virtue. With God's good grace, we'll foster many sons and daughters, so do not hang your hopes upon that lie, and do not speak to me again of what you would do to drag her down with you." He stepped to the table and took up Louisa's hat and gloves and flung them in her face. "Now take your mouldy presence from this home and keep the stench of your disappointment from its door. And never once let me hear a lie that I attribute to your lips, or I shall take great pleasure in wringing that dimpled neck you prize so highly. Now get out of here, bitch. You've abused the common courtesies and are no longer welcome in this house." Louisa trembled before Brandon's flashing eyes and found no further words to speak. Taking her hat and glove, she applied her energies to the indicated departure and stalked out of the room, white-lipped and with downcast eyes, brushing hastily past Jeff, who had stood for some moments listening, awed at this rare display of violent temper directed at a woman by his brother. She marched out onto the porch and down the steps, and lifting her skirts high, climbed unceremoniously into the carriage without assistance, failing to notice George, who leaned against a pillar and calmly spat in the dust behind her. As Louisa's carriage rumbled away, Heather came to the study door and gazed across the hall to her husband. He still stood with clenched fists and vibrating cheek, but when he felt her eyes on him, his expression softened and he turned to her, holding up an arm invitingly. Carrying Beau, she came quickly and was enfolded in his loving embrace. Wiping her hands on her apron, Heather came from the cookhouse, having had a delightful hour helping Cora make bread. She glanced up as a horse came charging through the gate and smiled as Jeff flung himself down from the frothy, labouring beast and ran to her. The look on his face quickly squelched the greeting she was about to give and replaced it with cold apprehension. "Where's Brandon?" he asked curtly. "Why, I thought he was with you in the fields." He jerked his finger and pointed near the stable, where a boy was brushing Leopold down. The stallion was no better off than Jeff's buckskin. Both had been ridden hard.
I didn't hear him come home, she tried to explain in her confusion, but he was already running for the house. She caught up her skirts and started after him. Jeff, what's wrong? What's the matter? He turned, and a strange mixture of emotions crossed his face, upsetting her more than any words could. She grabbed at his arms. Jeff, will you tell me what's wrong? She cried. In her frightened state, she dug her nails into his arm, but he took no notice, oblivious to pain, and she shook him as hard as she could shake a man who stood head and shoulders above her. Jeff, tell me! She screamed. He seemed unable to speak for a moment. Then he told her.
Louisa's dead, Heather. Someone murdered her.
She stepped back, pressing the back of her hand to her mouth. She shook her head disbelievingly.
It's true. Someone strangled her, broke her neck.
Why do you want to know where Brandon is? She demanded. He seemed reluctant to reply. Jeff?
I saw Brandon run out of Oakley. He didn't see me riding up, and when I went in to see Louisa, I found her dead.
Heather almost strangled on a denial. No. She backed away, an accusing glare coming into her eyes. He didn't do it. He couldn't have. He didn't, Jeff. He didn't. How can you even think it?
Do you think I want to believe it? I saw him, Heather, and we both heard him threaten her yesterday.
But why was he there? He glanced away. Jeff, answer me, she demanded. I have a right to know. He released a weary sigh.
Louisa sent him a note while we were out in the fields. It said that she knew something about you he should know. I tried to stop him, but he knocked me down and vowed to close her filthy mouth for good. Lulu brought him the note and he scared her plenty. She took off like a scalded dog, though I swear she was shaking like a leaf before she handed the damn thing to him. When I got to Louisa's, the damage was done. He came tearing out of that house like the devil was after him, and Louisa's stable hand Jacob saw him too, and now that good man has gone to fetch the sheriff.
Heather's mind whirled in confusion. A note? A note about her? What more could Louisa have told him? She gasped audibly as she thought of Mr. Hint and his association with the woman. If he had told Louisa about William Court, she would have tried to tell Brandon. Possibly in blind fury he might have killed her. He had threatened her last night. No, she couldn't believe him capable of such a crime. No, he didn't do it. I just know he didn't, she said stubbornly, shaking her head furiously. He is my husband. Wouldn't I know whether he was capable of that or not?
Lord, Heather,
Jeff groaned, tormented that he should be the one to accuse his brother. He pulled her to him, crushing her against him.
Baby, don't you know I want to be wrong? I love him too. He's my own flesh and blood, my brother.
Her firm resolve only tormented him more. Abruptly, he whirled from her and ran toward the house, and she followed. They went through it, Jeff frantically trying to convince himself that he was mistaken, Heather determined that he was, until he reached their bedroom door and flung it open. She came to his side when he made no move to enter, and saw Brandon, gazing out the open window, overlooking the yard where they had just been. With a cry, she ran toward him, and he turned and caught her tightly to him. "Tell him, Brandon," she commanded, clinging desperately to him. "Tell him you didn't do it."
"My sweet," he murmured softly.
Jeff came forward, afraid to ask and have it confirmed. Brandon looked at him and smiled sadly.
"Do you think I killed her, Jeff?"
Oh, God, Bran. Jeff choked, shaking his head. His torment was deep. I don't want to believe it, but I saw you leave her house, and when I went in, I found her dead. What am I supposed to believe?
Brandon smoothed Heather's hair under his hand.
Would you believe me, Jeff, if I told you I had nothing to do with murdering her, that she was already dead when I got there?
Bran, you know I'll believe whatever you tell me, but if you didn't murder her, who did?
The older brother sighed.
Why would anyone rape Louisa, Jeff?
Heather gasped.
Rape?
The younger brother started.
You didn't notice?
Brandon smiled.
She was raped?
Jeff asked incredulously.
But who would have raped her? She gave it away free.
Exactly.
My lord, I really didn't think of that,
Jeff admitted. He slid into a chair and stared at nothing in particular, reflecting upon what he had seen. After a long moment, he rose again and walked to the window near them to gaze out toward distant trees swaying in a strong breeze.
It must have been as you say,
he murmured thoughtfully.
When I first saw her, the room torn apart, her clothes ripped from her, I just thought that you had fought with her. Rape didn't enter my mind.
You wouldn't have.
He blushed and glanced at Heather and found her listening calmly.
You wouldn't have bothered her that way, he continued, turning back. And as I think back, I agree with you that she had been forced into the act. The way she lay, she looked as if the man had just left her. Undoubtedly, she was killed while they were still engaged. But who would she have refused so violently?
Brandon's gaze shifted again to the window.
Jeff, I want to talk to Lulu. Can you get her for me?
The younger brother nodded.
You know something, then?
Brandon shrugged.
I may. I'm not sure. I must talk to the girl before I can say.
Jeff smiled, no longer uncertain of his brother's innocence.
I'll go find her. You'd better have some facts before Townsend gets here.
When he was gone, Brandon lifted Heather's chin and looked into her eyes.
Thank you for believing in me,
he murmured. I wouldn't be much of a wife if I didn't believe in you, she returned softly, caressing his cheek. He drew away from her and turned his back.
I'm not so sure I wouldn't have killed her, Heather, had I gotten to her first. I was in such a damnable temper I knocked Jeff down when he tried to stop me. I wanted to kill her when I read her note. When I saw her lying on the floor, the clothes ripped from that body she thought so highly of, I realized how close I had come to taking her life. It scared the hell out of me when I thought of what I almost did to us.
He turned back to her.
You see, it didn't matter that she was dead. There was no grief in me for her loss of life. I just felt relief at being rid of her and not having to be hanged for the deed. But Heather, I could have killed her. If...
Oh, my darling, she choked, flinging her arms about his neck. Perhaps you were angry, but nothing in this world can make me believe that you would have committed such an act. It's just not in you. He held her to him, his arms crushed about her slender waist, and found solace in her steadfast faith.
Oh, Heather, Heather, he murmured, I love you so much. I need you. I want you always.
Joyful tears brightened her eyes as she clung to him. It was so good to be loved by him. Brandon breathed in the dewy, fresh smell of her and the fragrance of her hair, and his eyes dropped to the hand he had clenched behind her back. His fingers relaxed slowly, and there, in his palm, was one of Kathlen Birmingham's diamond earrings. Sheriff Townsend came and arrested Brandon that night. There was no talking to the man. He was convinced that he had his man and didn't waste time in discussing the matter with them. He told Brandon he was under arrest as soon as he entered the house, and 15 minutes later they were on their way to Charleston, accompanied by 2 deputies. Heather was left fretting. Brandon had not been able to talk with Lulu. In fact, the girl could not be found. She had disappeared. No one could remember seeing her after she fled from the fields. The few slaves at Oakley were keeping well away from the big house and safe in their own cabins, preferring to know nothing of the comings and goings that went on there, as Louisa's body was prepared for the journey to Charleston the following morning. Thus, they could not say if Lulu had returned at any time. Jeff sent several men to comb the countryside while he and George rode to the city, but they failed to find any trace of the girl in either place. In the late hours, Heather paced the floor of their bedroom, feeling the loneliness of the room without Brandon there, and she wondered about his comfort. Sheriff Townsend had been so bull-headedly stubborn, not listening to her pleas or Brandon's reasoning, he might even be treating her husband now as if he were already condemned. She shuddered at the thought and went to the window, where she pressed her face against the pane. It was pitch black without, and the wind whistled around the corner of the house, leaving the trees astir. It had begun to rain, but Heather found no comfort in it, only despair and misery. Wearily, she dragged herself to bed and crept between the sheets and stared into the darkness at the white glow of the canopy above her, very much aware of the empty space beside her. She rose in the morning to the sound of howling wind. Heavy grey clouds raced across the sky, pushed by raging gusts, and a yellowish light seemed to shroud the land. The rain was moderate, but the drops beat hard against the window panes, driven by the force of the gale. A storm was brewing. The day wore on, and the rain played havoc with Heather's nerves. Jeff came in once or twice from his search for Lulu, soaked to the bone, and when she gazed questioningly at him, he slowly shook his head. Though no one expressed it, they had begun to despair that something had happened to Lulu, too. It was late afternoon when Heather, no longer able to sit at Hearthaven and not help her husband in some way, dressed in riding habit and heavy hooded cloak, and cautiously made her way from her bedroom and down the stairs. She feared that Hattie might see her. It was going to be difficult enough getting James to saddle Lady Fair without an argument, but to let Hattie see her going out in a storm certainly meant having her way blocked by the stubborn negress. Her escape was successful, and she found James busy putting fresh hay down on the stable floor. He looked up with a start when she opened the door and stared for a moment in surprise as she struggled with the heavy panel, the wind threatening to send her flying if she held on to it for very long. Dropping the pitchfork, he came running to her aid.
"What is you doing out in weather like this, Mrs. Birmingham? You should be in the house away from all this wind."
"I wish to take Lady Fair out, James. Will you saddle her for me? I've ridden before in the rain, so there's no need to worry."
"But, Mrs. Birmingham, this is a bad storm brewing. When it gets like this, shutters fly off houses and trees fall down. It ain't safe. Master Birmingham would skin me alive if he heard I saddled a horse for you in this weather."
"He won't hear about it from me, James. If he finds out, I'll tell him I made you do it. Now hurry, and saddle Lady Fair." Lulu must be found so she can tell Sheriff Townsend that Master Birmingham didn't murder Miss Louisa." His dark, frightened eyes gazed at her, as if he would say something more, but she frowned him down. "If you don't saddle her, James, I will." He shuffled off, shaking his head, and it seemed like hours before Lady Fair was saddled and ready to go. James checked the girth for the 5th time.
"Mrs. Birmingham, she may be skittish in this storm."
His brow creased deeply, betraying his concern.
"Ma'am, Mrs. Birmingham, you just can't."
"Oh, hush, James. I've got to go." He yielded grudgingly and gave her a hand into the saddle. She settled herself and looked down at him. He stood, holding her bridle, his eyes wide with fear. The same fear made his lips tremble, and she thought for a moment he might yet hold her there. Finally, his hand dropped from the reins, and he turned to open the stable door. She put her heel to the horse and urged her out into the storm. It was as if she had entered a different world. The wind and rain and lightning blended into a fury of confusion. The chestnut paused and snorted, but her thumping heel drove the mare on. Sharp fingers of wind snatched her cloak, and the rain soaked her through in a moment. Blinding bolts of brightness rent the heavens above and were quenched in belching peals of thunder. Heather glanced over her shoulder and saw James braced against the storm, watching her as she rode away. For a brief second she was tempted to turn back and calm his fears, and hers. There was no denying that she was frightened, but the thought of going back passed quickly. If she didn't feel her going was necessary, she'd have stayed, but Brandon's life depended upon Lulu being found, and what better place to hide in a storm than in her mistress's now deserted house? Horse and rider entered a forest gone wild. Once lazy branches lashed and stung and whipped and clawed. The trees bent and swayed in what seemed a frenzied determination to snatch her from the horse, and failing, moaned their frustration to the wind. The mare slipped and stumbled from side to side on the muddy trail, now slashing her legs in the razor-sharp palmetto, now thrusting away from a thicket of brush. It took all Heather's concentration to cling to the slippery saddle. In desperation, she twisted the reins about her fist and buried her face in Lady's mane. The ride became a tiring fight for both horse and rider as they battled the wind and rain, the forest and mud. The wind seemed to abate, and the rain no longer pounded her shoulders. Heather realized the horse now stood still, trembling with fatigue. She raised her face and found they stood in the shelter of the Oakley plantation house. The facade of the manor loomed above her in the storm, palely lit by the gloomy day. She slid from the horse's back and found her legs barely capable of support. She leaned against the steamy warmth of the animal, and her strength gradually returned. With her hopes and fears driving her on, she strode across the portico and entered the ominous structure. She closed the door against the storm and gazed about, doffing muddy boots and soaking cloak. The great house seemed to lean into the wind, of which small wisps crept through each crack in the shutters and stirred curtains and drapes and rattled panes of glass, and seemed to set the house in motion. The floors squeaked and popped with the strain, the walls moaned, and the shingles fluttered their fear on the roof. Shadows crept about each room, and occasionally from somewhere deep in the bowels of the storm-battered house, a door creaked or slammed. The manor seemed to resent her intrusion and wailed its discontent, but her purpose overrode her apprehension. She must assure herself that Lulu was not cowering in some nook or cranny. She called, but received no answer.
She searched through each room of the house with a thoroughness born of desperation. The rooms of the first floor were dark. Drapes were pulled over all the windows, and there was little light from outside to filter in. Here and there she found a window left gaping. She went about her task, missing no space large enough to conceal a person. Drapes were snatched aside, and no door left closed. Her labours warmed her, and the chill from the journey left her bones. She raced up the stairs in an unladylike manner, her skirts raised high above her knees, and pressed her search through the second floor. Here, the storm seemed closer. The draughts were chilling, and the rain battered with heavy hand upon the roof. Branches slammed against the shutters and set them banging. She flung each door wide and searched beneath each bed. She paused but a moment beside Louisa's bed, and realized that here was where Brandon most likely had exercised his manhood on that woman's charms. In a quick, bitchy rage, she tore the satin covers from the bed and trod across them to continue her search. The house was empty to her efforts. The attic entry was a small ceiling trapdoor, unattainable without steps or aid. She returned once more to the first level, and, realizing she had not looked here, entered the drawing room. Heather drew a deep breath, which seemed to freeze in her chest. Draperies were torn from the windows, and a chair lay broken in the tangle of its pleats. A small table balanced precariously in front of the fireplace on 3 legs, the 4th leg missing. A writing desk stood with nothing on top of it. Papers, pens, and inkwell were scattered on the rug beneath. Several books lay tumbled from the bookcase, and those remaining in it were in a sad state of disarray. The room bore evidence of a raging quest, as if some object of great concern had gone astray. There was no reason to believe that the object had not been found, yet Heather began to probe the room as only a woman's query can. She had no idea for what she sought. She only knew something might lie here. Her eyes swept the rug and dusted the top of every level surface. Her hands rearranged bric-a-brac and knick-knacks, straightened the hangings on the wall, and her fingers tested each crack for what it might contain. The fireplace screen stood slightly ajar, and her woman's sense of neatness demanded it be righted. As she moved the screen, a twinkle at its base caught her eye. The object was lodged in a crack between 2 bricks on the fireplace floor. She bent and gasped. It was one of Kathlen Birmingham's diamond earrings, her own earring, one of the pair she had given Mr. Hint. Picking it up, she stared at it in disbelief. In her note to Brandon, Louisa had stated her knowledge of some interesting information. And what other secret could the woman have learned except the one concerning William Court? There was no other. But why had Mr. Hint told her? Surely he realized that Brandon would not let her continue to pay blackmail to keep him silent, and if Louisa had knowledge of William's death, she would do everything in her power to let Brandon know, for spite, if not for another reason. So why had Mr. Hint told Louisa? Why had he given her the earrings? For what reason would he jeopardize a fortune by such a stupid act? Had he fallen in love with the woman and thought to bribe her with these trinkets? That ugly man? Louisa would have laughed in his face. But was that it? Could he have killed her for laughing? Or to ensure her silence? Did he have the strength to break her neck with his bare hands? Brandon had such ability, she knew, but could a man almost half his size possess enough power for such a feat?
Well, if it ain't my good friend Mistress Birmingham.
Heather whirled in alarm. There was no denying who that high-pitched, squeaky voice belonged to. Pure terror gripped her, paralysed her. Mr. Hint smiled at her and showed a face clawed and bruised.
"Ah, I see you found the earring."
She nodded once, slightly, cautiously.
"In the hearth yet?"
He laughed.
"I didn't think of that. Bless you for finding it for me. I thought it'd be lost forever."
Did... She swallowed and began again. "Did you give my earrings to Louisa?"
"Well, not exactly. 'Twas like this, you see. I showed them to her, and I promised her a life of ease with me."
His mouth tightened hideously.
"She seen them, though, and knowed them as being yours, she did. She would not rest till she found out why I had them. Then a queer shine come into her eyes when I told her about poor Willie, and she grabbed the earrings in her fist and vowed to have her revenge. She went crazy. I had a hard time understanding her. She was like a mad woman, one minute laughing, the next crying, all the time screaming what revenge she'd have on you. She vowed to see you hanged. I had to slap her face 'fore she come to her senses again. A cold look came in her eye, and she told me what she was going to do. I tried to tell her she was being a fool, that she could have her revenge by the money we took from you. I knowed once your man found out about you, there'd be no more jewels for me, you see, and he might kill me to hush my mouth. But she refused to listen. She was wanting to see you hanged. But first she wanted to tell your man and watch him plead for your life. She sent Lulu to fetch him with that note. The girl seen I was mad and run off quick with the note, while Louisa and me was arguing. I tried to reason with Louisa and tell her we could be rich, but she said she wanted to see you hanged. She was all set to tell your man about you and show him the earrings as proof, and she laughed at me and called me an ugly toad. Said she'd been leading me on for what I could give her. I made every gown she ever wanted and give them to her without getting a farthing. And she called me a swine, a loathsome caricature of a man. I loved her, I did, and she called me that."
Tears were streaming down his face, and he began to sob.
"She hit me too, when I told her it was your gown I copied for her, and called me worse names that I ever even heard from a man. Foul words, what tore me insides to pieces. I couldn't help myself. My hands reached for her neck without knowing what they were doing. She got panicky and jumped away from me into the drapes, but I caught her in them and dragged her down. I didn't know she had such strength. She kicked me and give me a wallop like a man would. Knocked me off her, she did. I never knowed a woman what was so strong. We had a regular fight, as you can see by this room. I had my pleasure on her, though, and she had hers. I could tell, her a-moaning and moving under me. I'd be thinking we could still be happy together. I sees her eyes go narrow when she was through with me. She spit in my face and called me a freak. Said I'd be seeing what a real man was when your spouse come. My hands flew round her throat, and they squeezed the life from her. I couldn't stop them. I'd just pulled my hands from her when your man came riding up. Furious he was. Never even stopped to knock on the door. Hardly give me time to get off her and hide.
"You mean you were here when my husband came?" Heather choked out.
Aye, he come a-raging in here like the very devil he did. He scared me good with him being so big, and there I was, hiding behind the door. Mayhaps it were the shock of seeing his work done that saved me from him. A man what looks the same as your man come in right after he left, and he didn't see me either."
"Why are you telling me all this, Mr. Hint?" she asked, already afraid of the answer.
"Why shouldn't I now? You knowed it were me what killed Louisa when you picked up that earring. I'll take it now, 'fore it gets lost again."
He snatched it from her hand and stared for a long time at the piece.
"Louisa told me when I made her gowns that I wasn't a cripple in her eyes. She called me her love and let me touch those white breasts and kiss them. I loved her, I did, and she called me a toad."
Tears streaked down his ugly face. He looked up at her, his eyes narrowing dangerously.
"She weren't the first woman what I killed for laughing. That dress you wore when you ran from Willie's shop belonged to another what laughed. Willie, the bloke, he thought she'd never come back 'cause she couldn't afford the gown."
He laughed wildly.
"She couldn't come back, you see. She was dead. I broke her bloody neck for her, like I did Louisa's. I fixed Miss Scott too for laughing."
He moved toward Heather menacingly, and she was again aware of that strong odour of cologne. She realised what he had just said, and with a start, she remembered where she first had a whiff of the cologne. Her eyes flew open wide. "You were there, behind those curtains in William Court's shop. You saw me run out, wearing that gown." He smiled his horrible smirk.
"Aye, you never even glanced back. I should be grateful to you. You made my work easy."
"Your work?"
"I'm my work. You really didn't think you killed Willie, did you? With only that little wound you give him? Nay, he only passed out, more from the wine he had than what you done to him."
"You mean he lives?" she gasped. Thomas Hint chuckled as he shook his head negatively.
"Nay, madam, I slit his bloody throat for him, I did. It were easy. All those years I made his gowns for him, and the bloke, he told everyone he made them. Why, he couldn't even thread a needle. It were very easy. Only thing, the cook, she seen me kill him. She come back to clean up the dishes, and she seen me take me knife to him. I had to leave England 'cause of her. I couldn't get my hands on her neck. She took off like Lulu, scared enough for to die, and I couldn't find her."
Heather backed to the fireplace, more than stunned. All this time she thought she had killed a man.
"It won't be so easy killing you, madam. You never really done me no wrong. You never laughed at me like those other women. In a way, you were even kind to me. And you're such a lovely piece. I told Sybil once that some of the most beautiful women in the world had worn my clothes. I was speaking of you when I said it. You were really the only one what did me gowns justice. But now, you'll tell 'em I killed Louisa to save that man of yours."
He was moving toward her now, blocking her escape. With her back to the fireplace, he could go no further as he reached out for her throat. Seeing those claw-like hands of her dream coming toward her, Heather was possessed with the sudden courage to fight him no matter what. In a quick, eluding movement, she darted past. He reached out, catching his hand into the back of her habit, but it ripped away as she leapt from him. He was quick, despite his distorted shape, and snatched at her skirt as she flew toward the door, closing his hand over a fold. The gown tore again, but it held to imprison her. He jerked her back to him with frightening strength and spun her around. His eyes went to the white shoulder emerging from the tattered gown, and his tongue passed over his lips.
"Your skin is like satin. I've a fondness for the sweetness of a woman's flesh. Mayhaps we can delay your—" departure for a few moments,"
he muttered. With claw-like fingers he reached up and snatched the garment from her bosom. The habit fell away, leaving her clad only in a damp chemise. His eyes seemed to burn through the flimsy material, and his breathing deepened until he panted over her like a hungry dog over a bone. He tore at the garment until not a thread remained to cover her. Heather screamed and strained against him, pushing at his chest, but he was strong despite his size and only laughed at her pitiful struggles.
"You've not half the strength Louisa had."
He crushed her to him, making her arch away in disgust, and covered her neck and breasts with loathsome kisses. Then, as viciously as if he were a mad dog, he sank his teeth into her shoulder. A scream tore itself from Heather's throat, and her head rolled limply with the agony. Sobbing, she felt his mouth move downward toward her breast and realized he was going to bite her again. He had her bent so far backward, she was sure she was the only thing bracing him. Suddenly, she remembered when once before she had been bent against her will. She had sent William Court sprawling because she sank to the floor. She had no time to wonder if it might work again. Without giving him any warning, she picked up her feet. Immediately, she felt both of them begin to fall. He let go of her in an effort to break his fall. She hit the floor first and rolled away from him and was on her feet in an instant and moving. He reached out a long arm and grabbed at her, but his hand only brushed her thigh. She was running now, fiercely toward the stairs, not looking back. She knew he was already on his feet, and she hoped the stairs would slow him down. Her breath came in quick gasps, and she forced every bit of strength she possessed into her legs to propel herself up the stairs. At the top, she glanced around. He was at the bottom steps, coming up fast, and now in each hand was a pistol. With a cry, she turned and darted into the first room she came to. She ran through it to an adjoining bedroom, closing the doors noiselessly behind her. It was only when she reached the last room on that side of the hall that she stopped. She could go no further without entering the hall, and there his footsteps could be heard, soft and hesitant. He was wondering where she was. Heather closed her eyes and tried to slow the fast beat of her heart. It was like a drum in her ears, making it almost impossible to hear the direction he took in his search for her. It was doubly hard over the noise of the storm outside. Quivering, she sank against the wall and touched her shoulder where the marks of his teeth branded her skin. If he caught her, he would not cease until he had torn her body to shreds with those cruel teeth. And she wondered if Sybil and Louisa had had to contend with that torture. He had raped both women, and now was after her. A sudden flash of memory made a vision loom up before her, of a dark, sinister figure on horseback, coming toward her, swathed in a black cloak. But this time, its face was visible. It was Mr. Hintz. Heather threw her arm over her face to shut out the aberration. It was too horrible. He was too horrible. God grant her death before he used her for his pleasure. She shivered as she stood huddled against the wall. Without her clothes, the drafts from the vibrating shutters seemed twice as chilling. She gazed down at her nakedness and bit into her lip. She longed to look for clothes in the wardrobe beside her, but couldn't chance the slightest sound. From somewhere, in the bedrooms down the hall, she heard him slamming wardrobe doors open and throwing furniture about. She would wait until he came into the room next to the one she was in before she made her move. If she could manage to slip by the door without being detected, she could make it to the stairs without much effort and slip away from him. Her cloak was in the hall, If she could snatch it up before he realized she was escaping. But her life was more valuable than her modesty. Oh, pray, if she could just escape him. With a start, she realized he had come into the adjoining room. Quietly, so as not to make a sound, she turned the knob on the hall door, keeping a wary eye on the door between the two rooms. Without glancing into the hall, she slipped out and pulled the door closed without a sound. She stepped backward a couple of paces, then spun around to run past the room he was in. She screamed and died 1,000 deaths as she felt a man's arms close about her. "Heather!" Brandon cried, alarmed. His eyes went down her naked body. With a half-choked sob, she fell against his chest, not even asking what miracle had brought him from jail to her side. He was soaking wet from the storm, but it was a nice, secure dampness. Then she heard footsteps running and knew Thomas Hint was after her again. Her heart in her throat, she tugged at her husband. "Oh, Brandon, hurry! He has pistols!" Brandon's face was pale. "Has he hurt you, Heather?" She had no time to reply. She knew his meaning, yet she could not pause to reassure him. She pulled him into a room across the hall and was just closing the door when Mr. Hint opened his and looked out. He saw her immediately and lifted the pistol. For a second she stood, petrified, and the shot exploded. The ball drove into the door by her ear, splintering the heavy wood, and shaken, she slammed it closed. Brandon didn't stop to ask questions. The shot had been too close to his wife for comfort. He jerked Heather behind him as he pressed himself against the wall by the door. The knob turned as he stood tensed beside it. The door swung open, and Mr. Hint barged through. Brandon raised his arm and brought it crashing down on the man's wrist, sending one pistol crashing to the floor. Mr. Hint jerked around, completely startled. It was apparent from the surprise on his face that he hadn't known of Brandon's presence before he entered the room. It came as a shock for him to find that he wasn't just pursuing a helpless woman any longer, but her husband as well. And that husband was far from helpless. Mr. Hint saw the fist coming and dodged to the side, but not completely out of its path. The fist grazed his cheek. Less than the total force of the power behind it, yet it knocked him backward against the wall. Dazed, he managed to raise the pistol he still held in his other hand until it was pointed at Brandon's midsection. He heard the woman scream.
"You knocked the wrong one out of my hands, Mr. Birmingham. 'Tis a shame, ain't it?"
Brandon made a move forward, his expression murderous. Heather screamed again and grabbed his arm, pulling back with all her weight to stop him. She couldn't. "He didn't harm me, Brandon. I got away in time," she screeched. Brandon stopped. He looked down at her, and some of the violence seemed to leave his face. "He killed Louisa," she said.
I did,"
Mr. Hint admitted as he grinned at Brandon.
"and I won't think twice 'fore shooting you. But I have my idea you knows what I did already, don't you?"
"Perhaps," Brandon replied. He stepped back a few paces, pulling Heather with him.
I know it for certain. I hear you were asking about me in town. You started nosing around that day you come to my shop, wanting to know when I comes from England and what sort of fellow I be. What I wants to know is why."
Brandon grinned leisurely as he pulled his shirt from his shoulders. "My wife made mention of you several times." Startled, Heather jerked her head up and looked at him closely. He smiled down at her reassuringly, drawing his shirt around her. But his eyes hardened when they fell on the marks left by Mr. Hint's teeth. His mouth went rigid as he touched the spot, and the muscle in his cheek twitched violently.
I see you've noticed my brand on your wife. She's a small bit of woman, ain't she? Looks real fetching without her clothes, he snickered. That's a hard thing what to admit for a chap in my profession, but 'tis true. There's no one ever I see what got her beauty, and she's a mite more resourceful than most. Got away from me 'fore I had a taste of her charms. Slippery as an eel, she is.
You'd be dead now if you had taken her, Brandon growled. Mr. Hint grinned his horrible smirk.
So, she told you about me, eh? I didn't figure that. When she run from Willie's shop that night, I thought she'd be too frightened to say my name. She a-thinking she killed him and all. I didn't figure that she'd talk. But why did she act so frightened when I told her I'd tell you if she didn't buy my silence?
I'm afraid my wife knew nothing of what she said to me. Mr. Hint frowned.
Eh? What's that you say? You don't make sense.
It's no matter, Mr. Hint. Now, if you would be so good as to tell me what my wife gave you, I would be grateful.
You know what she give me, or you know part of it. I seen you pick up that diamond earring when you stood over Louisa's body.
Mr. Hint grinned as Heather gasped and dug in his coat pocket. He brought out the jewels clutched in his hand and displayed them for Brandon.
To satisfy your curiosity, governor, he smirked. Pretty lot, ain't they? Just like your wife. A pretty thing she is with her silky skin and her black hair. She has teats what I'd wager any man would itch to touch, nice and soft and—
Did you also rape and murder Sybil Scott? Brandon interrupted. Mr. Hint squinted at him.
I did. She laughed at me like Louisa. I followed her from Charleston that day and took my pleasure of her in the woods. She weren't nearly so pretty as your wife, though.
You were also in the woods by my mill?
I couldn't hardly help myself that day. I got the feeling in me loins for her what left me aching for a week. When the bartering man sold me that gown, I knew she were here. I tried to find out from him where he got it, but he wouldn't say. But in the woods, I recognised her right off as being the same little girl what Willie tried to bed. She fooled him too, and stuck a knife in him.
No, Heather cried. He fell on the knife when we were struggling.
Well, she thought him to be dead, but he weren't. That is, not till I slit his throat.
You murdered all these people, Mr. Hint, without anyone becoming suspicious of you? Brandon questioned.
Aye, and a lot more. I had my time when I had to run from England, but nobody has caught me and nobody was suspicious of me here.
You must think yourself a very clever person.
Clever enough to add a few more to my list.
He waved the pistol around dangerously.
But I have my wish to please myself with your wife, afore your eyes while you still lives. I never had it that way before.
Brandon sneered. You'll find yourself dead if you lay one finger on her. Mr. Hint laughed loudly, and his eyes had an unnatural shine to them.
Aye, it'll be most pleasurable. I can just see you now, all trussed up and unable to move, while I have your wife spread on the bed. You'll go mad as you watches me, settle myself in her. I'll even make her scream for you every time I take a bit of her.
Heather clung to Brandon tightly and buried her face against his chest. I'll kill her myself before I let you get your slimy hands on her, Mr. Hint, Brandon swore. But you aren't even going to get near her. You'd better take careful aim with that pistol. If you don't kill me with that one shot, you won't live long after you release that hammer. He was moving in on the man, pushing Heather behind him.
Your death can very easily be arranged,
Mr. Hint warned as he braced himself against the wall. He lifted the pistol until it pointed at Brandon's heart. With a cry, Heather flung herself in front of Brandon.
He tried to push her behind him, but she clung to him fiercely, and in her fear for him, her strength exceeded its normal bounds.
"For God's sake, Heather, get out of the way!"
he cried. "No," she said stubbornly. "He only has one shot. He can kill just one of us with it." Her voice became pleading. "Let it be me, Brandon. I'd rather die now than have him touch me again. I couldn't bear it."
Your wife has a point, Governor. I can hardly kill you both with one pistol. It'll be interesting to see which one of you I get. You're both so anxious to die for the other."
He jeered at Brandon.
"Now you, Governor, are a gallant soul. You say you'll kill your wife yourself, 'fore I lays a hand on her? What chivalry! A body would gather you think I'm not fit to bed her."
"You're not fit for her to walk on," Brandon sneered. "Do you honestly think that I'm going to let you touch her? I let no man use what is mine, and you, who crawl upon your belly in the mud and slime, think I won't fight heaven and hell to keep her safe from your depravity?"
"You've no choice, Governor."
Mr. Hint smirked. His eyes went over Heather's back. Holding the pistol pointed straight at Brandon's head, he reached for the shirt covering her and snatched it away. He stepped back quickly, grinning as his eyes roamed greedily over her thighs and buttocks.
"I likes her better this way."
With a sound close to a growl, Brandon stepped forward, but immediately Mr. Hint's attention was on him.
"Step back, or I'll blow your wife's head off with this pistol."
A limb hit the window with the force of the storm outside, shattering the glass and startling Mr. Hint. He looked around in surprise, and Brandon seized his moment. He lunged forward, catching Mr. Hint off guard, but not so much that the man forgot the pistol in his hand. He fired, and Heather screamed as Brandon went reeling backward, but he did not fall. He grabbed for his shoulder as blood oozed from the wound down over his arm and chest. He grinned evilly. Mr. Hint realized his mistake. The man was not dead, and he had every assurance that Brandon would keep his word and see to it that life ended for him. He was now the hunted. He had ceased to be the hunter. Terrified, he jumped for the door and was out of it in a flash, despite his lameness. Brandon was after him without a second's hesitation. Heather stood for a moment, dazed and feeling sick. The shock of seeing Brandon reel from the pistol's discharge had almost been too much. She followed out the door, still trembling, in time to see her husband start down the stairs after Mr. Hint. The cripple half fell, half slid down the steps. He glanced back over his shoulder fearfully, and she saw froth oozing from his mouth. His tongue flicked vigorously over his fat lips, and his eyes were wide with panicking terror. When he reached the bottom level, he turned in circles, not knowing what to do. He glanced down at the pistol he still held in his hand, and, realizing it was useless, raised it above his head and flung it at the man coming after him. Brandon ducked, and the pistol hit harmlessly behind him. Mr. Hint whirled to run to the door, but Brandon was too quick for him. He leaped from the stairs and flung himself onto the hunchback. They both went crashing to the floor, but Brandon was on his feet instantly, dragging the man to his. With a cruel smile, he sent a fist smashing into Mr. Hint's face. The man flew backward, the blood flying from his face. Brandon picked him up again and slammed him back against the wall with enough force to break the man's back. Mr. Hint screamed. Brandon only looked the meaner and buried his fist into the man's belly. When the cripple doubled over, Brandon brought him up straight again with a vicious blow under his chin. The murderer shrieked and sobbed and pleaded as he tried desperately to free himself, but Brandon had no intention of letting him go. "You'll not have another chance to sink your teeth into my wife, you slimy bastard." Heather was frightened. She had never seen Brandon act so violently. He was not hindered by the wound in his shoulder.
He seemed for the moment to have forgotten it. Both men were red with blood, and it was impossible to tell whose blood they wore the most of. It mingled as Brandon continued slashing at Mr. Hint with his fists. Her legs trembled as she crept down the stairs toward them, clutching an arm over her bosom, the other hand down her body. The man was becoming a bloody pulp, unable to comprehend what was happening to him. He whimpered as Brandon drove in another blow. Heather could stand no more. She ran to Brandon and grabbed his arm. "Brandon, stop! You're killing him! For God's sake, stop!" Brandon, in a daze, turned the man loose and watched him slide to the floor. Mr. Hint groaned and clutched at his middle, but Brandon was no longer interested in him, and Heather didn't care to see how vicious her husband could be when he lost his temper. They turned from him without so much as a pitying glance in his direction. She began immediately to examine her husband's wound. He winced slightly as her gentle fingers touched torn flesh. "We must get you home, Brandon. That ball needs to be taken out of your shoulder." He managed a grin. "I'm afraid going home is out of the question for some time. We'll have to stay here for the night. The storm makes the journey home unsafe. It has worsened since I came, and probably doubly so since you ventured out." "But your shoulder needs tending. And what about Beau? Who will nurse him?" He laughed and pulled her to him, unmindful of the blood he smeared over her breast. "You'll have to tend my shoulder, sweet. And as for Beau, I sent James to fetch a wet nurse for him in case we couldn't make it back. A perfect errand for James, since he let you go in the first place. It was foolhardy for you to leave home in this storm, Heather, and to go in search of Lulu, doubly so." "But Brandon, I couldn't sit there and do nothing to help," she protested. They were not aware of the figure behind them creeping toward the door. When a blast of wind and rain hit them, they both turned with a start to find Mr. Hint going out. He was dragging himself along, trying to brace against the wind, which was now demoniac in its intensity. Brandon had to struggle against its force to get to the door. By that time, Mr. Hint was running along the porch to the side of the house where the horses were tied. Brandon was not in time to stop him from swinging his crippled body up onto Leopold's back. He yelled a warning to the man, but his voice was lost in the shriek of the wind. Mr. Hint jerked the black horse around, struggling to keep astride. He was laughing, in spite of his unsteady seat, thinking how he had fooled that giant of a man behind him. He had taken enough beatings from his father in his youth to toughen his body well against what any mortal man could deal him. He still felt the pain and quivered under the blows, but he was not incapacitated to the point where he could not move. With a hideous peal of laughter, he drove his heels into the horse's sides, and the animal lunged away in rage. Heather was on the front porch, struggling with the wind and rain when he rode past her and down the muddy lane with the large oak limbs whipping dangerously above him. She heard the crack of a limb splitting over the roar of the wind. A torrent of rain drenched her as she fought her way down the front steps against the gale. She became aware of Brandon running past her, his hair plastered to his head, his breeches soaked and clinging to him, and the blood from his wound streaming down his body in the rain. He turned to look at her, and his mouth moved, but no sound could be heard above the storm. He motioned for her to go back into the house. Very near them, a bolt of lightning hit, and thunder exploded its deafening doom. Another flash tore the sky as Heather turned to see Leopold rear up in fright. Mr. Hint, unable to keep his seat on the slippery saddle, fell
as a large limb above him broke its final ties with the tree under the strain of the maniac wind and went hurtling to the ground, crushing him beneath it. Lightning hit somewhere near them, and Heather's scream was made soundless by the thunder that followed. She ran toward Brandon, but he was already on the move. He glanced over his shoulder and gestured for her to go back. She stopped and watched as he hurried to Mr. Hint, straining against the wind that tore at him. She saw him reach the cripple and try to lift the limb from him, and when it would not budge, kneel down beside the man. He glanced back, saw her watching, and shook his head. And Heather knew, by that simple motion, that there was no reason to roll the limb from Mr. Hint. He couldn't feel it. Mr. Hint was dead. Justice had been served. Brandon left the grotesque shape of Mr. Hint under the limb and came at a run toward Heather. Again, a bolt of lightning struck nearby as he grabbed her and pulled her along with him to the house.
"Get inside. I've got to put Lady and Mr. Hint's horse in the stable."
"Let me help you. You're in no condition to do it alone."
"No. Now get in there and stay. It won't take me long. Find what you need to care for my shoulder, and I'll let you tend it when I come back."
He thrust her in and pulled the door closed behind her. She hurried off immediately in search of rudiments for tending his wound, finding salve, brandy, and clean sheets. She left these upstairs by a bed she made ready and found several candelabras to place by the bed. Night had descended, and except for the flashes of lightning, a deep blackness possessed the mansion. She retrieved Brandon's shirt from the room across the hall and put it on, not wishing to touch a single article of Louisa's clothing. When Brandon came in, she was waiting anxiously at the front door. The candelabrum she had placed nearby showed her that his face had definitely paled. When he shivered and fell weakly against the door, she hurriedly wrapped him in a cotton quilt. The shot had left no small hole, and he seemed now to be in a great deal of pain. She helped him upstairs and down the hall toward the bedroom which she had prepared. When they passed Louisa's room, they glanced silently toward the four-poster that was clearly illuminated by the candles Heather had left in her search for scissors. Through his pain, Brandon smiled at the satin coverlet heaped on the floor, and Heather dropped her face guiltily and continued on her way with him. When she finally had him by the bed, she reached for the scissors, intent upon snipping his wet breeches off.
"What do you plan for me to wear tomorrow when I take you home, my dearest?" he questioned with amusement. "I assure you I left no breeches behind me when I courted Louisa. Just help me pull them off." He dropped a leather pouch on the table beside the bed before giving her assistance. The tight breeches did not come off easily when wet. She gave a deep sigh of accomplishment when he stood relieved of them and hurriedly indicated for him to get in bed. After she had cleansed the wound and examined it gently, she gave him a snifter, generously filled with brandy. "I need no other distraction than what you present for me in my shirt, sweet," he teased lightly. "You're a very fetching healer, and if I drink too much brandy and look at you, I might forget myself and use this bed for something other than sleep." She laughed and watched approvingly as he downed the contents. There was adoration in her eyes as she gazed at him, and gently she smoothed the wet hair from his brow, her fingers caressingly soft as they moved along his cheek. He looked at her, catching her hand, and pressed it against his lips in an ardent display of affection. "Brandon," she said worriedly, "I do not possess the strength to hold you, and if I am to remove the ball, you must be held still. Jeff needs to be here." "Do what needs to be done, Heather. I will hold still for you. Jeff would have trouble if I cared to move, but for you, I will be as still as a grandfather oak."
He was as good as his word. Sweat broke from his brow and his mouth and jaw grew rigid, but he did not move once while she probed for the lead ball. Heather showed more pain than he under the circumstances. She clenched her lip tightly between her teeth and knitted her brow, and looked as if she might burst into tears if he but groaned. Finally, she located the ball and managed to get a grip on it with the scissors. With sweaty palms, she clutched the utensil and pulled the lead out. There was a rush of blood then that soaked through the pad she pressed to the wound. Except for his moist brow, there was no sign of pain on Brandon's face, and she marveled at the control he had over his body. Afterward, when the wound was tightly bandaged, she sat down beside him on the bed and wiped his brow.
"Do you feel like sleeping now?"
she asked softly. He caressed her thigh.
"The sight of you banishes all pain and thought of sleep from my mind, my love, and even tempts me to exercise my husbandly rights. I missed you last night, wench."
"Not half so much as I did you," she murmured, and placed a warm kiss upon his lips. He gave her a lusty look that stripped the shirt from her body when she drew back.
"It wouldn't hurt my shoulder if you got in bed with me now. I can even hold you if you lie against my good side."
She blew out all but one candle, and leaving his shirt on the back of a chair, crept beneath the sheet and snuggled against him, finding the bed a cozy haven with the storm raging outside. She lay quietly for a few moments, but her curiosity got the better of her. "Brandon," he dropped a kiss on her brow.
"Yes, sweet."
"Why were you suspicious of Mr. Hint so soon? He said you were asking questions about him the day after we met him at the play. Were you?"
"Yes."
"But why?"
"When you were ill on the voyage from England, you kept repeating things in your delirium. One of those things was Mr. Hint's name. You were obviously frightened of him in your illness. But when I saw at the theater just how much you really were, I wanted to know more about the man."
She gazed at him thoughtfully. "What else did I say?"
He smiled slowly. "You spoke of your father a great deal, kept mistaking me for him, and of a man named William Cord. What I gathered from your ramblings was that you thought you had killed the man when he tried to rape you. You always spoke his name with Mr. Hint's, and expressed fear that the latter would accuse you of murder."
"You knew of this, and yet you didn't tell me."
"I wanted you to come to me first, and trust me to help you."
Heather swallowed hard, blinking back tears. "I was afraid I would hurt you, or even lose you, and I wanted so much to make you happy and not have you ashamed of me."
He smiled tenderly. "Do you think I haven't been happy? And I've known your secret for a long time. You have none from me, you know."
"None?" she inquired gingerly.
"None," he answered flatly. "I even know you wished for a girl to spite me."
She laughed, and a light blush spread across her face. "Oh, how horrible, Brandon. And you were so close-mouthed I never even suspected anything. But did you know that Mr. Hint was Sybil's and Louisa's murderer?"
"After I met him, I learned that he had been Sybil's couturier, but there was no proof that he was the one who murdered her. When Louisa was killed, then I had no doubt, but I needed proof. I was confident Lulu could tell me he had been with Louisa, but Townsend came and arrested me before I could talk to her. Townsend found out Louisa had been paying her bills with money I had given her and suspected that she was blackmailing me for some purpose he thought might pertain to Sybil's death. That's why he was so sure, and with a witness who saw me running from her place."
Did you tell him of your suspicions?
Yes. And when Lulu came to see him of her own accord and told him of Mr. Hint's visit with Louisa, he began to believe me.
Lulu went to see Townsend?
Yes. She crept into the house after she saw Mr. Hint leave and found Louisa. She didn't waste time in making herself scarce until she could get to the sheriff safely.
That's why you said it was so foolhardy for me to have gone in search for her. She had already given her story to Townsend. I suppose now you think I'm just a brainless child.
Well, I know you're no child, he teased, and then an admonishing tone seeped into his voice. But I am angry that you gave that scoundrel the jewels which I gave you. She cast her eyes downward.
I was afraid he would tell you what I had done, and it wouldn't have been right for me to give your mother's jewelry away. I know how fond you were of her. It hurt deeply to part with my own, but it was all I had to give him.
If you had killed Mr. Court, do you think I would have blamed you? My lord, the man deserved it.
I shouldn't have been so gullible as to believe that he would have gotten me a position of work at Lady Cabot's school, but I was so anxious to leave.
Brandon turned to her with a start.
Did you say Lady Cabot's?
She nodded uncertainly.
I was to help teach.
He chuckled uproariously.
Teach what, madam? How to bed a man? My dearest wife, Lady Cabot's is one of the most elite brothels in London. I confess I've been there once or twice. Why, indeed, I might have met you there if things had gone differently, and most certainly I would have chosen you right off to crawl into bed with.
Brandon Birmingham, she cried indignantly. Do you mean to say you'd have preferred it that way?
She sat up in a huff and threatened to leave the bed, but he pulled her back down into his one-armed embrace.
No, sweet, he smiled. I was just teasing. You should know me better than that.
She pouted. I didn't have any idea it was that kind of place.
I know you didn't, and I'm glad that bastard who thought of putting you there met his end. Otherwise, I might be tempted to go back and wring his blasted neck. He got what he deserved for trying to rape you.
She looked at him slyly. You were the one who raped me. What were your just deserts? He grinned leisurely.
I received my just rewards when I had to marry a cocky wench like you.
He reached for the leather pouch on the table and dropped it on her belly.
Don't let these go astray again, madam. I won't be so forgiving next time.
She grabbed up the pouch and opened it. Her jewels fell out as she tilted the bag. How did you manage to get these out of Mr. Hint's pocket, with the limb on top of him? She asked, rather surprised.
They dropped out when he fell from Leopold. I washed the mud off in the stables. I don't know why he chose to ride Leopold when his horse stood nearby. I think perhaps he had been planning to leave Charleston before Lulu had a chance to talk. But it's strange that he took Leopold.
Perhaps he thought Leopold was the fastest?
Well, as William Court received what he deserved, so did Mr. Hint. Let's forget them both now. I've an idea to pay a certain wench back for her cockiness.
Heather laughed playfully, feeling free now of all plaguing doubts and fears, and she curled in a ball against him.
So, you resort to antics when you know I'm lame in my shoulder and arm? Don't be so sure I can't handle you for teasing me, wench. I'll turn that bare backside up and give you a swat you'll long remember.
Uncertain whether he teased or spoke the truth, she uncurled and looked at him cautiously. But he was grinning broadly.
Madam, you amaze me. Never once have I laid a hand to you, and still you act as if you expect me to. Do you think I would take the chance of bruising my playground? Now come here, my little vixen, and let me use it.
But
Your shoulder, she said in concern. He grinned confidently, drawing her close against him.
Madam, you will ride this night, after all.
The worst of the storm had passed when they journeyed home the next morning on Lady Fair. Clouds still chased across the sky, but the rain had ceased, and the wind was nothing but a shallow ghost of the past evening's giant. The cloak Heather had worn the afternoon before was damp and stifling now in the late morning heat, and she longed to be rid of it, but found Brandon's shirt lacked something of the popular mode.
Jeff won't mind if you discard the thing, and Hattie is quite used to seeing you in much less, Brandon teased.
Heather cast him a mischievous look and made to undo the enveloping cloak. If you're sure Jeff won't mind. He caught her hand and grinned.
He won't mind, Minx, but I will. You saw what I did to Mr. Hint for trespassing. I would surely hate to turn against my own brother.
So the cloak remained, and they arrived home a few minutes later with Heather literally steaming. Everybody came running from the house to meet them. Jeff looking as if he hadn't slept at all, Hattie crying in her apron.
"Oh, Lordy, Master Bran, we done thought something bad had happened to you. Leopold came back in a temper, and we thought sure he done went wild and broke your neck."
She turned to her mistress, shaking her greying head.
"And you, Miss Heather, scared me pea green. I nearly killed that James for letting you go. I've been sick with worry about you, child."
A gust of wind caught Heather's cloak and whipped it from her legs. Brandon snatched it closed again, but not before Jeff and Hattie glimpsed a bare thigh.
"Miss Heather, what happened to your clothes, child?"
Louisa's murderer tried to put an end to her, too,
Brandon replied, and swung down from Lady Fair. He grimaced with pain and grabbed for the bandage over his shoulder, turning pale. Heather slid from her horse and anxiously inspected the bandages. "Oh, Brandon, it's begun to bleed again. You must get upstairs and let me see to it." She turned to Hattie. "I'll need some fresh bandages and water, and tell Mary to bring Beau to me, please. I hope he's starving at the moment. I have need to be rid of some milk. James, will you take Lady and give her a good rubbing? Luke, please go to Charleston and tell Sheriff Townsend he is needed at Oakley Plantation with a few stout men. Jeff, do come up with us. Brandon will want to tell you what happened last night." Each went scurrying to do the task presented him, and Hattie chuckled as she bustled along.
"She's a-getting more like Miss Kathlen every day."
In the hall, Heather came upon George, who hung his head as she passed him and shuffled his feet in embarrassment. She stopped and turned and raised an eyebrow questioningly. "George?"
"Aye, Mum,"
he replied and raised his head. One eye had definitely been blackened. "Whatever happened to your eye, George? It's all black."
"Aye, Mum," he agreed.
"Well?" she persisted. He looked to his captain and cleared his throat.
"'Twas a matter what needed setting straight in Charleston, Mum."
"What matter?" He glanced around uncomfortably and drew a chuckle from Jeff.
"'Twas Dickie, Mum. You remember Dickie?"
"Aye, George," she nodded. "I remember Dickie. And how many black eyes is Dickie sporting?"
"2, Mum. And he's awfully sorry for the trouble he caused you, Mum, and swears not another word, drunk or sober,"
he said in a rush. She nodded again and turned to take her husband's arm, but then threw a smile over her shoulder at the servant. "2, did you say? Thank you, George."
"Aye, Mum," he grinned.
After she redressed Brandon's wound and donned a cool muslin gown, she sat apart from the men, with her back to Jeff, and put Beau to her breast. As Brandon talked with his brother of their adventures of the previous evening, she glanced around their bedroom, feeling its warmth and friendliness.
Her gaze swept briefly to a table beside her, then returned quickly. Brandon's miniature portrait of his mother rested there. The green eyes, which the artist had painted so well, seemed alive, full of impish satisfaction, and Heather wondered at the power of a dead woman to take care of those she loved. It was surely her earrings which had brought everything out in the open and exposed Mr. Hint for what he was. Was it truly possible?
Don't you agree, pet?
She glanced up, startled from her thoughts. What, my love? I'm afraid I wasn't listening.
Brandon laughed. Jeff is going to buy Oakley, and I insist he take the land as a birthday gift. Don't you agree he should?
She smiled at her husband with something close to worship in her eyes. Most certainly, my love, she replied, and glanced back briefly to the portrait. The eyes had regained their dignified stillness, but Heather wondered if she had imagined the gleam in Kathlen's eyes. They shared a secret, these two Birmingham women, which their men would never know. To the world, they seemed frail and in need of protection, but their love gave them greater strength and courage than was believable. From the grave, their influence still shaped events. A knowing smile curved Heather's lips, and she nodded to the portrait of Kathlen Birmingham.